Roosters up, Carolina fans. This is Phil Harris here at the Ruckin Rooster Show here on Gamecock Rugby YouTube and Facebook. My personal page is also broadcasting this live right now. We're going to be going for 6 full hours from 8 o'clock in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Why are we doing this, Phil? You may be asking. It is Give4Garnet. You can see the ticker down below here. I've got it updated to the minute. So Give4Garnet is this great University of South Carolina initiative to encourage donations for multiple different areas, departments, clubs, everything at the University of South Carolina. You can donate to it on this very, very special day, which is March the 26th in 2025 here. So my voice is a little bit raspy. I apologize. I've got some Luden's sugar-free that I'll be having throughout the day here, but the reason for that is on Saturday in the afternoon, I was down in D.C. at the Old Glory D.C. game against my New England Free Jacks. You can see behind me here, I've got the championship banners for our New England Free Jacks, my New England Free Jacks. So I was down there and, I get a little excited. And so the yelling caused my raspy voice. I apologize about that. But let's go over the current donations as we speak. So you can see down there, like I said, that we've got that ticker Give4Garnet. We've got $1,630 so far. Our goal is $50,000 this year. I'm going to go in a moment over the background of how we've participated with this for Gamecock Rugby in the past, our numbers, and why we want to get to 50,000 this year. We would also like to generate 250 donors this year. That is a part of our goal, as you can see down there. And I'm trying to figure out, what can Phil do? What can I do that would be over the top in terms of the time that I'm on air here? And I'm thinking if we can get to 200 individual donors before 3 p.m., so let's call it 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If we can get to 200 individual donors by 2 o'clock this afternoon, I'm going to buzz all of my hair off on the show. So that will be a little fun initiative. Like I said, if we can get to 200, my hair, my luxurious mullet is going to be coming off today. I did not clear this with my fiance, Crystal Lee. If she's watching right now, I apologize. But that's it. I think that's what we're going to do. So I'm excited to be here. We've got plenty of guests coming up. We'll go over that momentarily as well. Let me check the ticker once again to see where we are. I did want to throw out the number that's already been raised by the entire university with all of the the clubs and all of the initiatives, scholarships, food pantries, military scholarships. All of this stuff is garnering donations throughout the day. So far, almost a $500,000 has been raised. The total amount in total for all of Give4Garnet is $486,201. That's 4,056 donors in total for Give4Garnet, which is fantastic. Love to see that. Let's go over the leaderboard. There's the overall boards, and then there's like sub boards that we're tracking here throughout the day. Of course, Carolina Rugby is part of student affairs and academic support. There's plenty of incentives. They've got if you get to this particular goal at this amount of time, you get an extra $1,000 or $500 from the university. So very, very exciting stuff here. I'm trying to find the leaderboard that Carolina is in, because Carolina Rugby, that is, because we are, here it is. Okay, so student clubs and programs leaderboard. This is something that I'll be tracking until 3 o'clock today. So the top 2 student groups or program will win a share of $2,500. And right now, Carolina Rugby, we've got 22 donors so far, and we're in second place. So we're in the 1,000 bracket of getting this extra $1,000. If we finish in the top 2 of student clubs and programs, we will get either $1,500 or $1,000. So if you haven't donated yet, we're going to be talking about this all day. But if you haven't donated yet, make sure you do that. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. There's these incentives, and there's a really, really cool bonus that's happening, and I'll tell you about that momentarily. Let's update the ticker. My voice is just going to be rough throughout the day. I apologize, folks. So we've got 22 donors. I'm updating the ticker right now from the previous 18. Let's check to see how much money we've raised for the club. You know, you always have these tabs and you're like, okay, I'll be able to quickly navigate this, but sometimes it's a bit more difficult. Oh, look at us, $1,880 so far, man. That is super awesome. So let's update that as well. Okay, the ticker is about to be different. I've updated it. Okay, there we go. So we see the current amount that is being donated specifically to Carolina Rugby. That is it right there. Let me put a Logins in. I feel like people are like, God, his voice is terrible right now. There we go. Hopefully that'll fix it. Okay, so we've talked about the donations. We've updated the ticker. We've talked about the incentives that Carolina can reach just by, you know, having the most amount of donors within their subcategory within the university, right? We can get 1,500 if we finish in first place. We can get $1,000 extra if we finish in second place. And earlier this morning, you know, Carolina Rugby was not in the lead. It wasn't in the top like 3 or 4. So I appreciate everybody that's donated so far. That is awesome. Thank you so much. So yeah, very, very cool. Let's talk about the background of this whole thing. All right. So Carolina Rugby has been participating in this for at least the past 2 years. And I have some information for you if I can just find it. There we go. The tabs are just, there's so many tabs right now. Okay, so get a little background information here. In 2023, the USC Rugby Club raised $36,167 during Give4Garnet. The club attracted 121 donors and won the Early Bird Challenge. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on, as I'm explaining, guys, where the club can get bonuses by reaching certain milestones. And I do have a list of that we can talk about shortly as well. In 2024, the club raised $43,212 and attracted 201 gifts and won the Early Bird Challenge. So Phil's Early Bird Challenge is this, guys. I'm going to repeat it once again. If we get 200 donors by 2 p.m. today, I'm going to buzz my hair off. Okay. Our goal this year in total is to raise $50,000 and attract 225 individual gifts is what it says. I believe that number has been increased to 250. And when there's a 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. power hour challenge that, you know, I'm going to be alive for the entire time of that. So if you want to donate at that time, that's fantastic. We do have our own incentives within the program that I'm going to talk to you about here shortly. The social media all-star challenge bonuses. Let's talk about that. The social media ambassador with the most gifts through their unique ambassador link will be getting some extra money from the university. First place is $4,000. Second place is $2,000. Third place is $1,000. Here's an interesting one. Here's a quirky one. Gift from furthest zip code. $1,000. So if you have a Carolina alum of Carolina Rugby, and maybe they're willing to give, reach out to them to see if they'll donate to the cause. Maybe we can win that extra 1,000. First gift on March 26th, $500 bonus. So I wonder who that went to. The top 2 student groups or programs share $2,500, as I've already mentioned. So early giving is taking place right now. It just started. Early giving is from 8 a.m. until 11 a.m. and attracts more funds for the Division of Student Life. All right. Now that's the big university incentives and bonuses that can be given out. Let's talk about it within our own Carolina Rugby Club. Player incentive. The player who is responsible for the most gifts receives, get this, and my fiance would be cutting backflips if she was able to win this. Obviously, she's not a player of Carolina Rugby, but she would love this gift. They receive 20,000 Chick-fil-A points. That seems like a lot. I'm not a big Chick-fil-A guy, but that seems like a lot of points. I bet you could buy a lot of chicken sandwiches with 20,000 Chick-fil-A points. And the person who finished second, they still get a little bit. They get 10,000 points. That's a lot of waffle fries, folks, I'm sure. Donor incentive. Now, this is the big one. As far as I'm concerned, when I saw this, it blew my hair back. All right, listen to this. Within Carolina Rugby, if you donate $100 or more, you are entered into a Carolina Rugby Foundation drawing to receive a 3-night accommodation at Four Seasons Resort in Mexico. And additionally, you get a 2-night stay at a Four Seasons also in Mexico. These are resorts, Punta Mita and Tamamarano. I'm not a big, Spanish speaker, so I apologize if I've butchered those pronunciations. But these are oceanfront resorts adjacent to one another, so they're right beside each other, and it can be combined to a 5-night lodging. So for $100, you get entered into this drawing. It's only within Carolina Rugby, so it's not like there's going to be thousands and thousands of entries. And if you want to do a $500 gift, then you got 5 tickets for this drawing. That's how this is going to work. So as an example, you get a $200 gift. You give a $200 gift, you get 2 tickets. $300, you get 3, and so on and so forth. So the key thing is it must be redeemed by September the 20th of this year. Okay. But still, what an amazing gift, right? Like, what an amazing incentive to donate. And the giving link is in the description of this video. Wherever you're watching this right now, you can click on that link, but I'm also going to post it in the chat right now. If I can just get back to where I need to be. There we go. Here we are. All right. So let's check out the chat. Okay. We got Gamecock Rugby chiming in. I think we can do that. Looking forward to the buzz cut. All right. We'll see how it goes. All right. Let me paste this in here. And hopefully everybody will be able to see this as I post it. I'm trying to post it to all of the chats that should be out there. If you're watching this, you should be able to chat, I believe. And that link has just been posted to the chats. So that is our individual link. If you use that link, you can donate your $5, $10, $15, $20, $100, whatever amount that you want to donate. That will take you directly. You don't have to choose the club and all that sort of stuff. It will allow you to give directly to Carolina Rugby if you use the link that I've posted, and it's also in the description. All right. Really quickly, because I know that we've got some people that are ready to come on. Throughout the day, we're going to be having players, coaches, alumni, parents that will be interviewed. So first up, I'm very, very excited to talk to this gentleman. This is Dan Golden, John Golden, and Kevin Golden's dad is going to be joining us here in a moment. Next up, we've got the Rowland family that will join us. Grant Rowland is the president of Carolina Rugby Club, and his parents will be joining. The living legend himself, Rick LaBelle, will be on here at 9:45, and then we've got player Peter Blackburn at 10:30. A good buddy of mine, Dana Cochran, will be joining at 11:15. He's a part of the Hall of Fame committee that I'm a part of for Carolina Rugby. Also a living legend, an alumni, and a USA Rugby Hall of Famer and a Carolina Rugby Hall of Famer, Matt Godak, will be joining at noon. So there's a huge lineup that I'll read out later on, but we're going to get John, Dan, and Kevin Golden's dad on here right now. Chris Golden is going to be joining us right now. Chris, how the heck?
I'm great. How are you, man? Everything's good.
Yeah, it's been great so far. I mean, I don't know how my voice is going to hold up for the entire time, but I'll worry about that. When we cross that bridge, we might have to have somebody jump in and host if I can't speak anymore. But
yeah, you're doing okay right now. It sounds pretty good. A little scratchy, but you sound good.
A little scratchy, right? Yeah. So, how's everything going? And you're in New York State, right?
We are in New York. We're in Long Island.
How's the weather?
Warming up, a little chilly. I was in Chicago yesterday. It was a little chillier.
Nice.
But we got a lot of the rugby families in and around this area here. So
absolutely,
when our kids are home in the summer, they have a close contact to a dozen or so of the kids from the team.
Awesome. So let's talk about that. You're a part of a rugby family. You've got 3 sons that have played or are currently playing for Carolina, which is that I don't know what the record is, but that's got to be up there in terms of sons playing for a team. How did this rugby journey get started? Did you play?
I did. Yeah. By the way, I don't want to cut them short. We also have 2 nephews playing for the team.
Wow,
Ryan
incredible.
Ryan McQuaid and Michael McQuaid. Michael is the same age as Kevin. They're both sophomores this year. Ryan's a junior. Daniel brought them in. And Daniel graduated last year, and John 2 years before that. So yeah,
Wow.
we've got a big run.
That's crazy. So 5 family members in total have
Yep.
played for Carolina Rugby. That has to be the record. That certainly
I,
has to
I'm,
be the record
I'm
there.
sure it is. I'm sure it is.
So how did this rugby so you're saying that you played, and
I
then, of
did.
course.
I played at Hofstra
Okay.
poorly. By the time John and Daniel were sophomores in high school, they were better than I was,
Okay.
and they've kept it going ever since. But I knew my kids would like rugby from having played it. I knew it was right up their alley, and I had told them since they were in 7th or 8th grade that they should play. And they went to a school in the area, a fairly well-known sports school called St. Anthony's. And St. Anthony's happened to have a rugby team, and John and Daniel went out for it together. And I'll tell you, after the first day of practice, they came home with a smile ear to ear and just said, "This is the best thing ever." And they've been into it
Wow.
ever since.
That's fantastic. Were they experimenting with other sports prior to that?
So,
Like what
oh
sports did
yeah,
they like?
yeah. Our house is pretty crazy. We had every one of them was on at least 2 different sports at a time every season. So my wife and I were running back and forth to football and basketball and baseball and lacrosse and
Wow.
soccer all the time. We didn't have enough cars to keep up with the kids, so it was a
Crazy.
godsend when they hit 16 and could drive themselves.
Right.
But yeah, they stayed. So John and Daniel at St. Anthony's got into rugby early in high school. Kevin and his 2 cousins were in the public school system. They did not have a rugby team, so they
Oh,
actually just
wow.
started playing. Daniel started training them over the summer before college.
Love that.
They had their first showing when they got down to South Carolina.
I mean, you played, so I think a lot of parents don't really have a frame of reference for rugby, or if they do, it's like misconceptions, right? Oh, it's these Neanderthals like running into each other at high speeds and that sort of thing. But you had a frame of reference at being a former player. And by the way, I was a bad player too. Like I was terrible. But I love the game, and I'm sure you do too. So you had that perspective, like if they played rugby, they're going to really enjoy it. Like, what do you think clicked with them? Why did they have that smile?
To me, it's the best sport. It really is. And they recognized it. First of all, it's not just big Neanderthals. As you know,
Right.
there's positions for every
Sure.
size and shape player on the field. You look at John is relatively undersized,
Mm,
and you get people like Cole Maney on the team, who's probably 130 pounds soaking wet, right?
right.
And they're stellar. Right.
Mhm.
So you don't have to be 6'5", 260 to play the sport.
Right.
It's very exciting. It's a lot of fun. It's nonstop action. You don't have the stop and the start you have in football. It's constantly going. It's just really enjoyable, and there's a lot of strategy to it. And maybe even more importantly, which I don't think I appreciated in college, but my sons definitely do, the strategy is completely different in 15s versus 7. So it's a
Yeah.
whole new experience. Same general rule structure, but everything about the strategy and the play and what you have to do to be successful is wildly different one over the
Mhm.
other. And they picked that up right away.
Yeah, they've been, John and Dan were excellent sevens players for sure, and great, 15s players as well. It's nice. It's a nice palate cleanse to go from 15s. I watch a lot of rugby at the professional level, and then like watching, in the summertime, you watch sevens. You're like, oh, this is a different game, but it's also fun to watch.
Yeah, it's funny. Last summer, I mentioned this, a bunch of kids in the area, they played at Surfside Sevens down on the Jersey Shore. They won the tournament, by the way.
Nice.
But somebody got a film. I don't know who was manning the camera, but somebody got a film. They called it the try of the tournament. 5 different people touched the ball and
Wow.
three of them were a golden, and I loved it. All three of my boys. It was the first time they got to play together, and they all played in this drive. If you watch the clip, it's just spectacular the way you see the movement and the coordination and how everybody played together. It's really great.
Yeah, I mean, people talk about ball movement in basketball being like some sort of really cool thing to watch. Like everybody touched the ball before they score, but that happens in rugby too, you know? So let's talk about each individual shot. I'm sure you're proud of all of them, and we can talk about that a little bit later collectively. But let's break it down. John is the oldest. Not only was he a great player, he was the captain as well. But he also kind of saved Carolina Rugby in a way during COVID by organizing practices and keeping this whole thing alive. What is John up to nowadays?
Yeah, you were around at the time.
Yeah.
Carolina Rugby had a lot of trouble during COVID. They were holding it together with duct tape, and I felt like John had like 7 plates spinning at all times between training on the field and scheduling
Right.
recruiting he was doing, and during in the aftermath of COVID, they weren't allowed to use the fields on the school, so they were setting up fields and unofficial leagues off campus to keep the coordination going with the other schools in the SEC. I mean, it was a lot of work. I was frankly really worried about school and grades for a while,
Right.
but then Coach Roberts came in and everything settled down. But John graduated. He got a job in New York City, and he was playing for the New York Athletic Club here.
Mm-hmm.
He was there 12. New York Athletic Club is one of the foundational clubs of the Premiership League. They've been around forever, real stalwart. And he played for them for 2 years, and he got a chance to go play in Wales as part of a master's program he was doing. So he flew over to Wales. He actually plays for 2 different teams, the school team and one of the local pro teams. Wales, is one of those countries where rugby is the premier sport.
Oh, yeah.
Which is what John wanted to do. He wanted to go to a place where it was really serious. And as luck would have it, just as he went over to Wales, Daniel graduated and took John's spot at Nyack. So Daniel now has a job in New York City. He's playing at Nyack. And Kevin joined South Carolina. He's until he broke his hand recently, he's a fairly regular on the B side, but looking to step up and take Dan's spot, hopefully. So, they're all following in each other's footsteps a little bit.
It's a crazy thing. It's wild to think about, we've got these, and maybe even their offspring will eventually come down to Carolina and play rugby. It's such a cool concept. You've got 3 brothers that have played for, Carolina Rugby. So it's great to see them all excelling. And with Kevin, he didn't play at an organized level in high school.
Right.
So he's learning the game still. And you said that, Dan has helped him and the cousins as well. Talk about his transition from, not playing rugby to playing rugby, being a B-side player, and then hoping that one day he can play A-side. Has that been a difficult thing for him? Was he playing other sports in public school and at high school level?
He was, like his brother. He played football, baseball, soccer, all of the above. Rugby's a little bit a different animal. I think Daniel gave him a pretty good education over the summer. Just having the siblings and the cousins here. I mean, they had 5 people, before blinking, right? And then they would call a couple of other locals, and they could get teams together pretty quickly. So by the time they started, they understood the basics. And for some people, I remember, Gavin Bennett, when he joined the team, John had recruited him back in the day. He said, just give me the ball and tell me when to let go. That's all. I don't need to know all the detail. That's not up to me. I just, tell me what to do. So Daniel, Kevin's learning, you see him when they're on the field. He's a lot better now his second year. Just the timing of how much do you suck in the defender before you dish off the ball and all that kind of thing. Right. That you don't know until you're in a couple of games and you experience it.
Yeah,
and totally. he's picking that stuff up. So it is a transition from other sports, but he's getting there and he loves it. He's having a great time.
That's awesome. Super excited for him.
And I will tell you, this as well.
Yep.
But when they come down for training in August, he started his first day of school at South Carolina with 50 best friends.
Yeah.
You can't beat that. It's incredible.
When I found rugby at 17, we didn't have a team. I kind of started like an intramural team at my high school that we would play, just amongst each other. And, we had some younger kids that maybe like 4 years younger than me in the neighborhood. So I would hang out with them as like an older role model type. And I taught them how to play rugby. I taught like 4 or 5 kids how to play rugby. So I was just so jazzed up about it. Like it's something that came up naturally. Like, I'll show you guys how to play rugby. And
Yeah,
uh,
it's awesome.
see here. I think three of those kids played at the collegiate level because I taught them how to play. So it's so awesome to just continue to talk about rugby, to evangelize about rugby, and yeah, it's awesome. So
Well, I will tell you from back from St. Anthony days when John and Daniel first started,
yeah,
I know of 7 kids from that school
wow,
who became captains of D1 programs in the country.
that's incredible. That's really really impressive
Yeah.
stuff right there. That's great
And
numbers.
and the school was it basically they were just starting. They weren't even
Yeah.
a long-term rugby school. It was kind of funny. So
Let's talk about With You Weekend. I know that you've been to With You Weekend. I've seen you there. You guys, have been to these in the past for Carolina Rugby. Why are you so involved in the program as a parent?
well, our kids love it and we love it. One of the best things I think Coach Roberts did. I was really impressed by this. He figured out a way to align um, everybody's interests around the success of the sport. I mean, he
Yeah,
runs programs geared toward the alumni, geared toward the parents, geared toward the players, geared toward the school. He's pulling together each of the constituents, and I think With You Weekend, among other things, kind of is a culmination of that every year, where a lot of people come down for that. It's a big event,
yeah.
a premier event. I think they do a great job every year, and I know for telethon purposes, right? That's one of the things that needs ongoing support. But it really is energetic. The people that come are really supportive of the program. They usually have the alumni game during that, and a game against one of the other schools. I think last year it was Alabama.
Yeah.
Some years it's Clemson.
Mhm.
It's just really really fun. It's like parents' weekend um, for the school, except on the rugby weekend.
Right.
And it's better. You can get a hotel room. You can. It's a close knit group of people. I know a number of the people and have met a lot of the other families, and we're pretty close to them now. We see them, we talk to them outside of school, and it's really interesting.
It's cool that you can build relationships as a parent with other parents. Like, it makes sense. Yeah, your kids both play for the team, so it's just the community expanding for sure for Carolina Rugby. One thing about With You Weekend is I talk about this from time to time on the show. Is like it's cool to be at the event and then like seeing these guys that haven't seen each other in a while because they were best buddies in college, which for some of them is quite a ways away. It was a long time ago, and to see their faces light up and just like it's a bit of magic that takes place at those events to see those guys coming back together and celebrating brotherhood and stuff like that. It's a really really fun event.
Yeah,
It's
I
brought,
got to get the totem pole story of how what's it called, the
CPAPI.
CPAPI, how CPAPI came into being. So
Yeah,
it takes a while, but eventually you get the details from
yeah.
the old timers here. It's pretty funny.
It is very interesting. I think there's some legal stuff that we can't mention, but the CPAPI, which is in the top right corner of the screen here, at least the face of it, the old one, was
Right.
procured by the team, and he's the mascot now. So that's a cool story that we've had on the show.
Yep.
Um, and yeah, it's so great that he's been revived now. I think that was one of John Roberts' initial missions. Is like, we got to get CPAPI back. We've got to have like some sort of mascot focal point for the team, which is really really cool. John Roberts, you were talking about this earlier. He is a master of bringing people together. And not only that, like he's a master at communications. That is what he did in his day job for a long, long time.
Yeah.
So the communication level has just improved tenfold since he became a part of this whole equation. Obviously, an alumni, loves the University of South Carolina, and was super, super successful at Furman University, being the head coach there, won multiple national championships, even built a stadium, which is insane to think
Yeah, that
about.
is insane. Yep.
was able to raise that money and get a stadium there at Furman, of all places. There's not a lot of specific rugby stadiums in this country at the collegiate level. There just isn't. There's places where teams play, but there's no rugby specific fields. A lot of them, it just doesn't exist. So that's wild to think about. Obviously, the ultimate goal for Carolina is to have our own pitch like that, our own stadium. We're trying to get to that point, and John has been the focal point of all of this. And not to mention, I hate to bring them up, but beating Clemson has not happened at this university for like 15 years before John got here. And we beat them 2 years in a row, most recently last year. So big things happening for Carolina Rugby. Let's talk about – go ahead. I'll let you finish.
I was just going to say, it's funny when I said things settled down when Coach Roberts got here, John and Daniel and the rest of the team were able to start focusing on playing again, right? When a lot of those plates stopped spinning and the results were immediate, right? They went, I guess it was 3 years ago now, won the SCRC. They came out of nowhere. I don't know if you remember, but Georgia, Clemson, Tennessee, Kentucky, and maybe somebody else were all ranked. They probably went into that tournament ranked 6 out of 8, and they beat all of them to win it. And Tom Allison scored with no time left, right?
Right. Yeah.
The whistle went off as he scored. And then they did it 2 more years in a row. They three-peated. Every one of those cases, they went through a combination of Kentucky, Clemson, and Tennessee, and every one of them was won when the time ran out on the clock.
That's a crazy thing that has happened. But to have those 3 championships back to back is really, really a feather in John Roberts' cap, and just this program, right? Like, there was a period of time in the 2010s where Carolina Rugby was excellent at sevens. We were making the national championship every single year. There was a bit of a fall off, obviously. That tends to happen, but we're right back in it with sevens and 15s. We've won conference championships for 15s as well. So it's just really, really cool to see the re-energization, that's not a word, just the rejuvenation of Carolina Rugby program. So it's really, really awesome. Let me give an update here about the fundraising that's taking place. Carolina is in first place within the student clubs and programs leaderboard with 29 donors. I'll have to update that. So right now, if things stand, if we continue to get the donors that we are, we may be getting $1,500 extra on top of whatever we raise if we continue to be in first place. It looks like there's a ticker on that for we've got 1 hour and 5 minutes remaining, or maybe I'm mistaken. This might be a day and 5 hours. I don't know, but yeah, right now Carolina's in first place. Let me update the ticker. And I do have a question for you regarding all 3 boys. Who is the most competitive out of the 3?
Oh, this is a zoo in this house. They are all highly competitive. Right. You don't want to see them go up against each other. I'll give you just a hint. When they were playing CYO basketball back in the day, we had the ref stop the game and point to a player on that team and a player on this team and said, if they don't knock it off, I'm canceling the game and throwing everybody out of the gym. And it was John and Daniel playing against each other. That is typical of their rugby play, and Daniel jumps right into it. It is all insanity all the time. It's hard to pick one.
I can't imagine, as somebody that doesn't have children, I couldn't imagine having 3 boys that want to beat each other in everything. It must have been a madhouse at times, right, Chris?
It is. I will tell you that. It's crazy. And, funny, talking about the house, I know when I was speaking to Coach Roberts recently, he mentioned impact on the family. Rugby it was big since high school, but it's become really big in our house.
Right.
There's always, foreign students and stragglers around Thanksgiving time, and our kids got in the habit of bringing them home. We have a height chart in our kitchen where we keep records, when the kids grew up, but friends and family have started being added to it.
Love that.
It now looks like a UN registry. We have rugby players from all over the states, from South Africa, from New Zealand, from Ireland, from Scotland, from UK, France. I'm trying to think of wherever we've got, all these people and names you would know. You would come to our board and you'd know 15 names
Wow.
on that kitchen wall. And it's really funny. When Daniel went to Europe, when he graduated, we bought him a ticket to Europe to travel around for a couple of weeks. He was there for 2 weeks. I think he spent one night in a hotel. The rest of the time he was staying with people
Wow.
he met through rugby. And Kevin, with his two cousins, Ryan and Michael, on spring break, they just flew over to Dublin.
Mm.
And they had Big Ben. I don't know if you remember Big Ben. He toured them around London. And then
Wow.
they had Owen, who was quite a while back, toured them around Dublin. And they got, for the cost of an extra beer or two, they got personal tours around both cities. So they had it's really incredible the importance of the sport and the relationships that these kids build.
The brotherhood and the sisterhood even is very, very strong within rugby. Within this country, it's like, it feels like everybody knows each other because it is a smaller community within the sports landscape of the United States. But it is such a global game.
Yeah,
You can
it
go
really is.
anywhere. I was just talking, Matt Godak, who is a USA Rugby Hall of Famer and Carolina Hall of Famer. I was hanging out with him in DC over the weekend. He was introducing me to all of these people. One of them was a guy from Glasgow who played for USA Rugby. He was telling me the story about when he came over to this country, obviously Scotland, an energy producing nation. His brother was in Tulsa, Oklahoma, I guess doing some oil rigging work or whatever. And his brother, went over to join him just as like, a vacation. And he saw rugby players playing and he was like, this was back in like the 70s, at least maybe the 60s. And he was like, oh my God, there's rugby here. So he immediately just like didn't have cleats, just went out and like joined this rugby team for the 3 weeks that he was there in Tulsa, Oklahoma, of all places, this Scottish guy. And somehow that translated to him joining USA Rugby, living in the United States. Like it's crazy that you can go all over the world. And if you're at a rugby pub, you're going to have immediate good friends, right? Like you're going to get at least free beer, probably, maybe a tour as you're describing to the new place that you're at. It's a great, beautiful game that is global. It's everywhere.
By the way, that high on the list, I think the most immediate impact Coach Roberts had when he came in.
Yeah.
Look at all the legendary coaches in college sports, football, basketball, whatever. What are they all great at? Recruiting. He came in and immediately started doing recruiting trips up to DC and Philly and New York and all the powerhouse schools, bringing in talent. And now overseas, and it's look at the people coming in. The challenge here is South Carolina has gotten so competitive as a school. I think we have more kids that want to play here that are able to get in. And keeping that, it's an incredible thing for the school. I can't even remember how many kids got turned away last year because they couldn't get in, but they wanted to play here. And these are top-notch people. And now overseas, two of Kevin's roommates now are international players. One from South Africa, one from Scotland, both on the team. So it just shows you the breadth of the sport and its impact on South Carolina. It's really amazing.
Totally. I mean, you imagine if you're a foreign student and you're a rugby player, you've played maybe rugby your entire life. You want to go somewhere that, is competitive, but not maybe super, super serious where you're practicing 3 times a day or whatever. You just want to have fun for a semester or two. South Carolina is a great destination, like great weather, great people, great hospitality, great food, attractive people on campus. Let's just put it that way, right? Like, so it makes a lot of sense that we're attracting.
And it's competitive.
Yeah, exactly. So we kind of fall into the sweet spots where it's not like this is my whole life while I'm here, or this is just we're just drinking beer after the game. Like it's nice that it is a competitive sport and it continues to grow and become more competitive. I wonder one day, Chris, if Carolina becomes a Division I like varsity program. I don't know if we're on that track. I know that we're on a track to continuously improve. But maybe that is the end result of this thing. And I don't know how long it would take to get there, but it would be interesting to see where we end up in 5 to 10 years from now with this program.
It would, yeah. Yep.
Let's ask about any embarrassing stories from all three, whether it's rugby or not related. I'm doing this with every single parent. So, what internet stories or what stories can you share to the internet that are embarrassing about all three Golden Boys?
Oh my God. You put me on the spot here, and I got to do this 3 times.
Well, I mean, whatever comes to mind. I guess we can pick on one or two. It doesn't matter.
Oh, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'll think about it. I'll come back to you on that if I can.
Okay, let's move over to the next question. This one's a loaded one as well. How has Carolina Rugby impacted your sons?
It's incredible. So first of all, just the organizational and the leadership skills they had to develop in the tough years before John Roberts got here did a lot. I mean, there was a lot of work, a lot on John, a lot on Daniel, things they had to do to figure out problems that were, almost unrecoverable, and they had to do it to keep things going. But
Yeah,
more importantly, and mostly, I think it's the relationships. It's just incredible the contacts they have, and they're continuing to get now in their professional careers. Kevin's not there yet, but John and Daniel both have networks of relationships here and in Europe at the professional level that they've met through rugby, and continues to foster. I got invited to a rugby event in New York City because somebody at John's office saw him wearing a rugby jacket. And, oh, wait a minute, you play, and got into a conversation, and suddenly we're in a room with people, all Europeans, running rugby-oriented events in New York City for people that were here. It's just from a networking standpoint, it's fantastic, and I got to tell you, health-wise, they're all doing better than us, just exercising and staying in shape so they can keep playing. They'll play until they can't anymore. And it's just a great thing.
What's interesting is, like, with rugby, you can, if you're lucky and stay healthy and not get serious injuries, you can play until your 40s and 50s, because there are old boys games that I need to get involved in, because I'm a bit of a couch potato, so like I can get out there and still play. I want to play at some point in the alumni game. I haven't done that yet, so I think it would be very interesting to see these guys that I've interviewed and that I've interacted with, me on the field at the same time with them. I think it'd be very, very fun to do. But
yep,
it'll be very, very interesting to see what happens going forward with the program, as we're talking about. And you've mentioned John Roberts and been very complimentary of him and how he's transformed the program. But what are your overall impressions of him in his tenure so far at Carolina?
I think a couple of the things. So the alignment, as we talked about with you, weekend is a perfect example. The alignment of interest, I think that does, whether we choose to do it or not is a different thing, but that does lead to the potential for a D1 program, right? That's the type of thing that is required to do it. And the recruiting is just off the charts. I mean, the program, if you look at the talent, the Grant Howards and Peter Blackburns and Grant Rowland and Nick Dubois and all the people that have come in now and are coming in today, and the overseas players, that's tough to do. And to do it with that kind of volume in such a short period of time, to me, is program making, right? Yeah. That's, and I don't want to leave out a critically important thing. Smoka's scholarship program.
Yes.
He is incredible. That is really important. I know it was important for my kids, especially out of staters. It may save, 10, 11 grand a year type of thing for some kids. It's critically important to attracting talent and allowing them to stay here and stay in the program and stay with it for the 4 years. Things like that has grown tremendously. I mean, I understand it's upwards of like 30 people now or more that are
Yeah,
accessing that program, and it's grown and it's become so much more formal under Coach Roberts' tenure. But it is really important, and as I understand it now, it's also available for people coming in day one. That wasn't available when my
that's
kids were
right.
here, but that's got to be relevant to attracting top talent from around the country and developing the program further. I mean, these things, the benefit of these fundraising programs are, they lead to that. They support the coaching staff, they support Smoka Scholarship, they support the high-end events like With You Weekend that
Yeah.
bring everybody together. That's an organizational skill that was much needed. And,
Yes.
I don't know before, my son John's time, what that was like. But I know it didn't exist in the early years, and especially through COVID, and I see
Right.
where it is now. And that's critical to a program. I'm amazed by it.
It may be the most critical thing. Obviously the lifeblood of college athletics is recruiting. And the more you can offer, the more attractive your school is and the more competitive it can become. Right now, you were mentioning it, 38 of our players receive some form of a rugby scholarship. Now, it is not a full ride, to be clear, but it helps, as you're saying. It could save 11, 12, $15,000 a year off of that tuition bill. So that's attractive for kids out there that are serious about rugby and
Yeah,
have been playing a
especially
long
if you
time.
can get it coming in.
Right, exactly.
You're locked in when you get it, when you come.
That is a new thing that is developed, and I'm glad that you brought it up. Freshmen now can receive these rugby scholarships, whereas previously it was not the case. So, and international students can receive it as well. And we've experienced some international players, as you were describing earlier, coming over here that play at a very high level
Yeah, and by
within
the
their own
way,
country.
one of the things I appreciate is how much the kids appreciate it too. There's
Yeah.
a lot of love shown to Smoka from the boys. They recognize how important it is, and they're it makes a difference, and they know it.
Smoka is maybe the most deserving of everybody to receive the Hall of Fame nod, as he has done this year in the second induction class. So I hope everybody is able to come out that is a part of Carolina Rugby and celebrate him on April the 19th, because it is well deserved. This man has put hundreds of thousands of dollars into this program out of his own pocket. Not only that, that's great, but also has devoted his time for 30 years to advancing this program as a coach, player, everything, administrator. He used to do it all, at one point. So, or he has done it all, I should say. So I cannot wait to see him get a Garnet jacket, because it is extremely well deserved. Everybody that has gotten in, extremely well deserved. But I think you can make a strong argument that there is no more deserving player or coach, whatever, than John Smoka, or Jeff Smoka, excuse me.
Yeah.
So let's move on here. I've got a couple more questions, and then we'll get you out of here. If there was someone on the fence about donating today to this Give4Garnet campaign, what would you say to them?
I the I think the real thing is here is you look at these kids from when they start and when they graduate, and the development and the change that's occurred in them. We had the luxury of seeing almost every kid on the team come in as a freshman, right,
Yeah.
and see them through their time here, and the growth is phenomenal. I mean, in addition to just being on the field, so yes, we've been to things like With You Weekend, but we've also had 3 boys with houses that have all been rugby houses. So all of John's roommates were rugby players. All of Daniel's roommates are rugby players. All of Kevin's roommates are rugby players. So we see them off the field as well,
Yeah.
and their maturity level and their growth and their development. And I don't just mean on the field. I mean as men, and it's really stellar. And I think a lot of it is because of the formality and the structure of the team. They have a blast. They have a lot of fun. They get together for parties all the time, but there's a structure to what they do that, as you said, it's not, 5 days a week serious where it's dominating your life,
Right.
but it is serious. And they
Yeah.
take it, and most of them, many of them take it for real. And the ones that do really benefit from it. But that needs, cost money, right? Just the trips
Right.
to the tournaments and everything. It's a lot. It's a lot. And that, couple of bucks helps from everybody. It really does.
It's great to describe. Rugby is such a passionate game, and the people that are involved in it are very, very passionate people about the sport, and that's fantastic. We need as many people as possible involved in this thing to get this thing up the mountain, the grand mountain. I'm talking about, making rugby a top 3 sport in America, that sort of thing. But it all takes money. It's not just good vibes, that will get this thing over the line. And to look at it more zoomed in, Carolina Rugby, we have to fund John Roberts' salary every single year.
Yep.
He is a paid coach. He does it all. Like, he put a lot of this together. Like, I did quite a bit as myself, but like the run of show and all of the notes and stuff like that, that's John Roberts behind the scenes working full time for Carolina Rugby to try to get this whole thing to where we need to be. And that doesn't exist without, making sure that he gets a full-time salary and benefits and whatnot. And it just requires it requires donations, and that's exactly what we need. And that's exactly why we're here today for Give4Garnet. And the update's looking good right now. We've got 33 donors out of our goal of 250, and we've got $2,180 of our goal of $50,000 just for today. So it's
How
super
much? Say
exciting.
that again. What did you get so far?
We've got $2,180. Our goal
Nice.
is $50,000. So we're well on our way. I know that Jeff Smoka will be contributing a large amount as well once some incentives are hit. So that's awesome. We're definitely, we're moving right along with the donations today, and I'm super excited to see that. I did
By
get
the
some.
way, one other, I know we're running light on time here, but one other thing, this is important for school recognition as well. It's kind of funny. My wife and I went over to Scotland a few months ago. We had never been there. We went up to Edinburgh.
Nice.
And when we checked into the hotel at night, I was wearing a Gamecocks rugby shirt. And when we checked into the hotel, the night clerk at a hotel in Edinburgh knew the Gamecocks rugby. He knew John Roberts' name.
What?
He knew some of the alumni. I'm like, how is this possible?
Right.
And he was well aware of our program. Now, I don't know if you're aware, do you remember Jack Chelly and Callum? There's a couple of people from that area that all played here. And, I'm sure they're around wearing their merch as well. It spreads for the school as well as the program. It's interesting.
I was just over there a couple of months ago, and I'm planning on going back next month with the Free Jacks as well. Their development team, the under 23s, are going to Edinburgh, so I'll definitely be wearing my Carolina stuff to see if anybody recognizes the colors.
They do. I thought it was funny. He came up to me and he started talking about the program.
Incredible. It is a global sport, folks. I did get a producer's note that I wanted to mention here. He's really banging the drum here. I had mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast here, if we get 200 donors by 2 p.m., so that's an hour before we go off the air, I'm going to shave my head in celebration of reaching that milestone of 200 donors. Our ultimate goal is 250, but if we get 200 by 2 o'clock, I will shave my head. I'll buzz it off. And that's also to support Big E, who's going through some cancer issues, right? Some health issues. We might have him on the show a little bit later on. Just, it's such a shame to have such a young man have to go through something like that. But, if I can, generate any type of awareness to what's going on, by also shaving my head for that as well, I'm happy to do it. And there's going to be a fundraiser tomorrow at the Russell House for any students that are watching. There will be a fundraiser taking place at the Russell House where if you pay $5 to donate to cancer research, the Ruggers are going to shave their head. You can shave a Rugger's head, I guess, is the way that it's going to go down. So
yeah, that's awesome. Super cool. I know they have a GoFundMe page set up for him, and Yeah, it's really, he's a great kid, and best to him. I just saw a note pop up here on the chain. Chuck Gorman is the first player to make a gift.
That's right. There it is.
That is
Chuck
awesome.
Gorman.
By the way, Chuck Gorman, recruited by Ryan McQuaid, my nephew. Ryan's picking up the recruiting. He brought in him. He brought in Cole Maney. So our family network is extended to friends now. People come in on the backs of my nephews.
It's a good point. Like, some of the best recruiters are current players, right? Like, they get their former teammates and, teammates coming up from their high schools to come in through the pipeline. So we've got a great pipeline in the Mid-Atlantic and New York State, and it's great to see. We've got a lot of great players from that area. But Chris, we're running out of time. What would you say? What is your final message to all of the Carolina Rugby fans and supporters out there watching this?
Stay on it. Great. It's great. I mean, anything we can do to keep this train going, man, it's going in the right direction. Keep it going.
That's right. We're chugging right along here. We're going to say 2 words to exit this particular interview and move on to the next. You know what it is. In 3, 2, 1, Spurs up. Thanks, buddy.
So long.
Bye. All right. That was fantastic. I'm always worried, like, we've got 45-minute intervals slots for these folks to come on and talk. And it's okay if we don't get to the 45, but man, Chris Golden gave us a lot in that interview. He did fantastic. So I appreciate his time. I wanted to update the tickers before we get to anything else. That is part of my job today, as I'm banging the drum for Carolina Rugby to get as many donations as possible. We are up to 35 donors. Okay, so in the leaderboards that I'm seeing in front of me here, in terms of student clubs and programs, that leaderboard, Carolina is currently in first place, and we are, at the moment, if we achieve this goal of staying in first place, we will receive $1,500 extra from the university for being the number 1. So let's stay on top of that, guys. You can donate as little as $5. You might be able to donate $1. I'm not sure about that, but if you want to donate $5 to add to that leaderboard, I would appreciate it. If you can donate more, that's fantastic too. Our ultimate goal today is 250 donors and $50,000 within 1 day of Give4Garnet. So let me update this leaderboard here. It's kind of wild to do this live on the air as you're as we're talking. Let me see here. 35. And what is our number at the moment? Let's find that out. Okay, I'm going to hit refresh. Okay, we're at $2,245. Fantastic. Love that. All right, let me update that. Great. Okay, update. There it is. All right, so you can see down in the ticker, guys, that is up-to-date information for our stats. We're at $2,245 out of our $50,000 goal, and 35 donors out of our 250 donor goal as well. Next up, we've got more parents jumping on here. Let's see. We've got the Rowland family. Steve and Mary Ellen are joining us right now. Hello, can you hear me? I believe you guys might be on mute. You can take yourself off of mute there below where the little microphone logo is.
There we go.
There we go.
Here we
are. Yeah,
there
we go. You guys look fantastic. I appreciate you guys wearing the gear there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. How's everything going? Where are you guys from?
Alexandria, Virginia.
Okay, I was just in that area over the weekend watching Old Glory beat up on my Free Jacks. So that was not the best experience, but I enjoyed hanging out with everybody there at Old Glory, DC. I know the owner, Paul Sheehy, great guy, super awesome dude. But let's talk about Grant is your son. He is the president of Carolina Rugby. How did this rugby journey start for him? Did any of you guys play? Like, how did this come about?
We didn't play. I watched rugby, always like, a sports guy. So way back in the day, Wide World of Sports, you'd get like one rugby game, you see, from England or something like that, but I always thought it was neat. And Grant went to Gonzaga High School here in DC. So the Sheehy family is obviously very involved there. And they had this incredible program. And he started out, he'd never played before. And, he played some soccer, but he said, I want to hit people. So he just took off from there, and I think he was on varsity all 4 years, I guess. It really is just
Wow.
a perfect sport for him.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, hitting people is a part of rugby, so that's awesome. I'm glad he was able to make that transition. I'm also a big soccer fan, but yeah, I can understand why somebody would want to be like, I want to have somebody. So yeah, that's totally makes a lot of sense. And yeah, in rugby, you can absolutely hit people.
I know
So
that Grant would say he did it because he wanted to hit people.
He actually said that. He said, "No,
I believe it.
I want to hit somebody."
I believe it. Listen, it's great. I wanted to ask you guys about the rugby scholarships. Is Grant involved in the Smoka scholarship program?
He is.
Okay.
And we just can't thank Coach Smoka enough. I mean, it's made all the difference. It's the reason why Grant is at South Carolina. We have 3 kids in
Wow.
college right now. So it's just unbelievably helpful. We can't express our appreciation enough to Coach Smoka.
I mean, 3 kids in college is wild to begin. That blew my hair back as you said that. I couldn't imagine, you know,
And one on the way.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Okay.
a junior in high school. Yeah.
Wow. So, you know, I imagine that financially speaking, that has been a lifeline for you guys with not having to pay so much money, and you're out of staters as well. So I'm sure it was a huge incentive for him to be, as you're saying, that's the reason why he's at Carolina is the Smoka program. So that's great. Love that. Let's talk about since Grant joined Carolina Rugby. What has been some examples? I know he's the current president, so he's stepped up in a leadership perspective. What are some examples of positive character building that rugby is known for? Have you noticed anything in Grant where it's like, oh, he's definitely doing this and this and this now?
No question. I mean, I remember when he first started at South Carolina. Of course, you know, we're 6.5 hours away if the traffic on 95 isn't bad.
Right.
I remember getting a call, and it was, they got there early to start practicing rugby. And he, you could tell he was kind of choked up. He was homesick.
Oh yeah.
And he just wasn't feeling it yet. And we were like, Grant, you just stick it out. You're bigger than this, things are going to work out. And I think a week later he called and he said, I love it. I mean, and it's a very real story. It's not just for the podcast here. He, I mean, so many people, it's so much more than rugby. It really is.
Right.
I mean, Coach Roberts is absolutely amazing what he's done with this program and his recruiting from some of the top rugby high schools in the country, Gonzaga being one of them.
Yeah. And internationally.
Yeah. I mean, Jeff Smoka's amazing. Danny Johnson, the Rent-A-Rugger, getting these boys out there in the community to help others is huge. I mean, the coaches are, it's an incredible program. I mean, Eric Elkin, the Faith. I know that Coach has, really been a great role model for the boys with that. But Eric Elkin, Grant, I mean, was always very strong in his faith. But to see a young man as humble, as smart, as unafraid to express his faith, it's just, I know this sounds kind of corny, but it changed Grant. I mean, he is very confident now. And I think rugby has so much to do with it. He's stronger in his faith. This program is so much more than rugby.
I would say Grant, Grant would say, I think that if anything, that the rugby team, it promotes leadership. I think Coach Roberts, he doesn't just recruit players, he also recruits leaders. And like I said, what happened with Grant, and Grant was always, I think, always leader, very strong, but, leadership is responsibility. And, that team, I mean, I think about it, it's amazing what the team's been around for almost 60 years.
Yeah.
And the more we've been involved with it, the more we've gone down, Hall of Fame night, things like that. You really see, I mean, that torch gets passed down. And, Grant came in, with, I guess, with Grant Howard and Dan Golden, kind of, his teammates, but those were kind of his mentors, and they kind of passed the torch to him. But Mary Ellen said that the big reason, when he first was down there and, kind of feeling down, just not sure about it, they picked him up. And like you said, that program, it's about leadership. It's about, bringing, kids along, and it's amazing. They're all strong. I mean, you know them, but I mean, if anybody on the outside, I tell them, if you meet this bunch of kids, I mean, they're amazing. They really are just a solid group. And I think that's the one thing that he's really appreciated about the team. I mean, it brings you in, and also just the way they run it. I think Coach Roberts, he sets the tone. He's the head coach, general manager.
Yeah,
he runs it. He sets the tone, but what he does, and in a lot of ways, it's kind of like the military, I think, in that he gives all, these young guys decision-making authority on a lot of facets on how the club is run.
Yeah.
But even, get a lot of input, I think, on play and games and practice and things like that. So that promotes that leadership, and it really spreads throughout the team. It's really something to see, I think.
I think it's a great description of successful programs is that successful collegiate programs are player run. I mean, but obviously the example is from the top, which is the head coach. And I think that John Roberts promotes accountability within the team and shows an example of, leadership and everything like that. But it has to come down to the leaders on the team. And, and Grant is one of those now. But a great example is, when he was down, he didn't quite know, in that first week, I'm sure the players were like, hey, man, you're going to be all right. Like, you're one of us now, so that's very, very important. And it's really, really cool to see that Grant has, continued to progress and has become a leader on this team. I've been really impressed with Grant during our our foundation meetings that we have for Carolina Rugby, which I'm a part of. It's the vice chair. He's on there as essentially one of the representatives of the club, the team. And he's always on it. Like, you ask him any question, he's got the answer. Like, so it's really, really cool to see. And as we're describing, as we're describing, it's rugby is just a great character builder. And I'm sure a lot of people can say that about a lot of sports. But from my experience, it's just really great. It's a great way to build people up in terms of confidence, self-assurance, because when you're out there, you get to make all the decisions if you've got the ball in your hand, right? And then off of the pitch, leadership is so important, as you're describing here. You have to have a lot of great leaders to run a successful program, and Grant is one of those. Let me ask you about the other household members there. Are they involved in sports as well?
Well, one of them, she was a high-level gymnast.
Oh, wow.
And she had a bad accident. She actually broke her neck, and so she is no longer doing that. She's fine now. We're very blessed.
Mm-hmm.
She's okay. So she's now running track and cheering.
Nice.
The other two are not doing sports in college.
Mm-hmm.
And they're having unbelievable experiences.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both in leadership positions. Well, the one is a freshman, so not as much, but the senior, he's doing very well. But I have to say, we've actually said it to our daughter that's currently a junior in high school, is Grant's experience. And really, I mean, I know rugby is a club sport at South Carolina, but it's run like a varsity sport.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I mean, his experience is unique, and his college experience is just unforgettable. Not to mention, I mean, rugby is, what do they say, a gentleman's sport, but the brotherhood that he has made through rugby, and the parents. I mean, rugby parents are just unique. Even in high school, I mean, our kids played, sports in high school. They were all great parents, but rugby parents are unique. I mean, it's a fun community. And when you see, the alumni come back, the Gamecock alumni, it's amazing. These guys, how involved that they still are, and they genuinely care about the program.
Yeah.
It's so yeah, I mean, we hope that our youngest will do a sport. Maybe she'll cheer at South Carolina.
Ooh, all right, yeah.
His college experience has been just truly rewarding, amazing. Just he's had a great experience, or he's having.
Yes. So is he junior, senior? Well,
He's a
where's he at?
junior.
Grant's a junior, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So he's got at least one more year. Any consideration of maybe graduate studies at Carolina where he can continue to play for the Carolina Gamecocks? Has that been discussed at all?
Well, he's been lobbied, I think, to that. So it's open. I think it's open for him.
Sure.
I think it's one of those things he's still trying to figure out. What's going to happen.
Right.
Year after his senior year, but
It'll be
he
a
loves
tough
it
place
there.
to leave.
It will be there.
It will
Yeah,
be
Right.
really tough
if
to
he
leave.
does. Yeah.
Well, we've had many people on the show over the years that wax poetic about Carolina just in general. I mean, the campus itself is so beautiful, but it's just a special place. And you guys are not from South Carolina. You're Virginians, right? Is that fair?
That's
to say?
correct. Yeah.
We always vacation at Hilton Head.
Oh, okay, beautiful. Yeah.
But yeah.
So
no, we're from Alexandria though. No.
Gotcha. So yeah, I mean, but you guys have seen the campus. I'm sure you went on the campus tour with Grant, and
Oh yeah.
were you kind of blown away at just everything that Carolina as a university offers?
Yeah, I mean, I was really impressed overall. We've been used to. We had our oldest son was actually accepted there to South Carolina business program, but he's more of a computer science guy, so he opted to another program. But that's when we first started, getting to South Carolina, and a lot of Gonzaga kids were actually going to South Carolina. Overall, I don't know if they're all. Not necessarily all ruggers, but
Right.
So it was kind of on our radar, and then we were down there, like I said, all the time. And I think for the first trip onto campus and everything, I was really, really impressed. Yeah, it's beautiful, it's great, and it's a neat college town too, because I mean it's obviously it's a state, it's a state capital. And it's and the state university are there. It's kind of where when I went to school, it was like that. So it's kind of neat. Those are the kind of the two big anchors there. But and everything else out there, it's you don't have like a big metropolis or anything like that. So it's kind of a nice community, I think, for any kid to be in for 4 years of college. But yeah, I was really impressed with it. And of course, Grant's a history major, and the history department there is really good.
Wow.
And really enjoys it there. So,
what's his plans after college? I mean, obviously he's still got plenty of time, but being a history major, is he thinking about teaching, or what's been discussed?
It's still open, I think, what he wants to do. I mean, he's always kind of I don't know, he's got a kind of a political bug, and he's kind of worked around that a little bit. So he might go into that. I think law school is a possibility, and so I think it's just kind of coming down to where he needs to kind of make a decision here pretty soon, but those are some possibilities.
Excellent. Highly recommend law, of course. That was something that I wanted to pursue, and I got involved in politics. I was originally in New Hampshire, which is the first in the nation. So that was very, very attractive to me. We won't go down that whole road. I mean, there's a lot going on, but we're talking about Grant now. But
yeah.
Let's talk about John Roberts. I know we've talked about him a little bit already. A lot of compliments, that we've had Chris Golden on in terms of how he thinks that, John has shaped this program and things like that. But what is your impressions? You guys have been around him for a while now. What's your impressions of Coach John Roberts?
I would say he's a straight shooter. He's been for, at least for Grant, and I think for the whole team, an incredible mentor, and the way he has the boys very involved. I mean, there's so many leadership opportunities. I mean, Grant is very fortunate that he's the president, and he works with so many other amazing guys, whether they're the team captain, Peter Bradburn. I mean, just so many. He really gives so many opportunities for the kids to play leadership roles.
Without Coach Roberts, you don't have what we have.
Yeah,
you could have a club, but you wouldn't have what we have right now at South Carolina. And I mean, just for him to come back and just
his
really to take over
unbelievable
recruiting. He's energized as a bunny. He's there everywhere. He's always on, and it's always he's always doing something, right? And the recruiting is a big part. He's on the road a lot, but he's also, participating so much in the fundraising, and then, running a team, and, setting out the practices and doing all that stuff. I mean, it just takes a lot of time, but we're really, really fortunate, to have him. And that's kind of why, for today, for, Give4Garnet, I mean, that's important because we got to help support him and keep him.
100%. A lot of this is what we're trying to do here is make sure that he is funded for his full-time salary as the coach of South Carolina. Now, this is an interesting thing. I mean, I don't know if a lot of programs at the D1AA level or AA, I should say, level have full-time coaches like Carolina does. And it has been a game changer for us. Like coming out of COVID, I talked about this with Chris Golden, John Golden's dad earlier. John Golden kind of saved this program and kept it together. I mean, that's where we were. That was like the almost like a rock bottom situation. I'm sure a lot of programs experienced, lack of membership and stuff like that, not access, no access to like practice facilities, and couldn't play against teams during COVID. I'm sure a lot of that took place. But John Roberts coming in after that point has really skyrocketed this program. It's really been a milestone for this program to be where it is today. And I think we have a clear vision of where we want to go in terms of, we've got the Hall of Fame now, and now we want to eventually get our own field and stadium. So John Roberts is like the key to all that. He's like the keystone to building the foundation of this program. So it's extremely important to continue to fund his salary every single year. And we've got to get into a certain amount every single year. So it's one of those things where like, we want to ask people for money, but it's a constant thing, fundraising and whatnot, because there's other opportunities and other funds like the Smoker Scholarship that could also be funded with donations. And additionally to that, we've got the student experience where these guys, we're going to talk about that a little bit later on in the day, where we've got parents that are helping fund charter buses and things along those lines, so that the experience, the comfortable aspect of travel is heightened, right? Like back in my day when I played for Carolina Rugby, we would just pile into Coach's van, Coach Jeff Mason's van or car. We'd get like 5 or 6 kids in there, and we would have to listen to his terrible punk music all the way up to like Chapel Hill or wherever we were going. So, it's a very, very different experience nowadays where these kids are getting like, decent meals and also, have their own seat and can stretch out on these huge buses, which is really, really, really important. But all of that doesn't exist.
McKernans.
What's that? Yes, the McKernans, exactly.
That's unbelievable what they've done. Yeah.
It is. And that doesn't exist with just like, good job, go team. Like it requires funds, as we've talked about. And we've got, of course, our ticker down here below, describing and tracking the Give4Garnet. We've got $2,245 so far of our $50,000 goal, and 35 donors out of our 250 donor goal as well. So we're chugging right along. I haven't updated it since we've been talking, so I'm sure there's more money that have come in. And I wanted to mention that in the description, we do have the link for your link to donate, and I'm also going to put it into the chat right now as well, if I can copy it. There we go. Got it. So we're going to drop that in there as well. So anybody watching this, if you haven't donated, please do. There is a comment that came in here. This is from Douglas. I'm so sorry to hear about your daughter's injury. That is a horrible thing to have to live through for everyone concerned. I'm glad she is back in good health. DGN. So yeah, I mean, it's very nice of him to mention that and send well wishes. Yeah, absolutely.
That's really sweet. Thank you. It's just such a beautiful community. The Gamecock rugby community really is just.
It really is.
It's wonderful. Yeah.
It's the best. I mean, I've been a part of a lot of rugby communities in my day, but I think Carolina Rugby is certainly the strongest.
Yeah.
And you were describing it earlier about like With You weekend and seeing all these guys come back together. I call it magical. I described that many times to witness these guys that were brothers then and are still today, seeing each other for the first time, sometimes in years. It's really, really cool. And I really enjoy all of the parents that are there too. And With You weekend, to see them interacting with their sons. It's just a good time. So I highly recommend anybody that hasn't been to With You weekend, when that comes up.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
It's, and that's the thing. I mean, we don't live close by. So I would say, anyone that's considering, South Carolina that is not from the area, it is just, again, the camaraderie, the brotherhood, it's a support network. The coaches, Coach Eddie, Grant just admires him. Coach Shu. It's an unbelievable community. And it's so comforting as a parent to know that our son is so far away, but he's being taken care of.
Yeah. Right.
But it's also, we try to get to as many games as we can because I mean, we're close to so many of the parents now.
Right.
It's just it's a fun, it's a really fun group. And one thing I wanted to mention, another thing with the leadership is the Fort Jackson thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yep.
That's such an incredible experience for the boys. And again, something that Grant wouldn't have been able to experience without Gamecock Rugby.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's great that Carolina is situated right there where the basic training for most of the Army takes place there at Fort Jackson. And I have to think that that's a great team bonding experience, right? In
Yeah.
the preseason that they do this, that's difficult obstacle courses that they have to face, and then you've got a drill sergeant either staring you down or possibly yelling at you as well. So it really brings people together. And I think that's really, really awesome. And I'm glad that they're able to use that as an asset for Carolina Rugby to have those preseason trainings. And I imagine that it's a great conditioner as well. I mean, that's difficult stuff.
Yeah, I think the first time Grant did it, he told us that he was going down to do this at Fort Jackson. We're like, what basic? What? Yeah, it's a day of basic training. Like, okay, and I don't think he was. He didn't know what he's going to get into, and I think at first it's fun. It's like anything. It's new. It's a little intimidating.
Yeah.
And then they got pushed, but it in a good way. But I mean, pushed hard, and they just had a blast. They enjoy it.
Yeah.
And when I say it's not just all fun. They know. I mean, it's really. I mean, the stories that come back from there are. I mean, they're really funny. But it's because they're also in. I think with some of the recruits too.
Yeah.
And they see what goes on there. So it's also good.
Against the recruits.
Yeah, they actually do. They do a competition. I think in some
awesome.
of those things like an obstacle course competition or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really it's interesting. It gets them really involved. They see a little bit of the military. They see these young kids that are going in to defend us and to our country, and it's good for that. But it really is. It's a great team bonding experience, and it's something different. I mean, you never think of that really happening, and when you first sign up, and it's great to have those opportunities.
Yeah, I imagine as a rugby parent, you don't think that your kid's going to go through a basic training obstacle course at any point during their college rugby career. But yeah, that happens at Carolina, which is really, really unique and awesome. Let me ask you guys because I'm asking every single parents that are joining us today, any embarrassing stories that you can tell Grant to let the entire internet know?
About
Grant or
any embarrassing stories?
I don't know how embarrassing this is, but at Fort Jackson, I think they were competing against the recruits, and Grant's canoe tipped completely upside down.
Oh no!
The video is so funny.
Yeah, there's video of this. Yeah.
Yes, there was one of the kids was taking video. It was hysterical. Embarrassing? Oh gosh.
There's something. It'll probably hit us after the show.
Yeah. And we'd be happy to share it.
Great. Yeah. Make sure you make a video and post that on the Facebook pages. We'd appreciate that. Let's talk about, we've gotten through a lot already here, but I've got a couple more things for you guys. This might be a loaded question. I think we've covered a little bit of it, but how has Carolina Rugby impacted your son?
I mean, his confidence. I mean, it really, his confidence, his faith. And, it's a public school, and it just, it really has been the most unbelievable experience for Grant, the community, everything. I know I sound like a broken record, but it's just very genuine. He's very confident now, and he didn't go in like that. He was fortunate that he was able to intern on Capitol Hill. Wow. And I mean, the stories that we heard, from his colleagues that he worked with, and his confidence, it was a humble confidence.
Again, I think
it's a hard work ethic, and I think so much of it comes from Gamecock Rugby.
Yeah. Again, it's the culture of the team, of leadership, and again of instilling leadership. And he said it repeatedly when he got down there. He was brought in to the team, and really, and not like he was some unconfident kid going in or whatever, but it's like anybody else, going to school kind of far away from home, and you're trying to figure things out or whatever. And that's the one thing that really clicked for him, that group of guys, but also the adults who ran it. And then, like I said, it instills leadership. I mean, they kind of give you responsibility, and you jump for the brass ring, if you will. And he really, I think that's what did it. It was that good challenge and leadership challenge, if you will. And that's something I think he just gravitated towards, and he just saw it in others. And again, like I said, it's that passing of the torch. It was, like I said, the guys he mentioned, his mentors, or Grant Howard or Dan Golden. Yeah.
I mean, unbelievable.
Great kids.
And those kids, I think, they have incredible jobs now.
Yeah.
They're right.
I mean, they're
doing really
very
well.
successful and just great
Really
young
confident
men.
kids.
Yeah.
So all that stuff, it just kind of flows. And like I said, it's kind of, we got down there, and I don't think it I guess this week, just thinking about, the show and all this, it hit me again, and I knew about it, but I started counting the years. I mean, that program's been around, 50
we're coming up on we're coming up on 60 years in 2 years from now. Yeah. So
that's amazing. And
isn't Coach Roberts the first paid coach?
That's right. Yes, that is absolutely correct. He is the first full-time head coach for Carolina Rugby. So, I mean, he's done great things for this program, as we've talked about, and we hope to continue to be able to fund his salary through things like Give4Garnet. And if you haven't donated, please do. I put the link into the chat, and it's in the description as well. But we're kind of getting close to the end here, but I wanted to ask you guys, as parents of a young man who is now at Carolina, if there's parents watching this, if they happen to stumble on it somehow, and they're saying, well, my son plays rugby, and I don't know, what would you say about them being on the fence for them to potentially go to South Carolina, about their kid playing at Carolina, and your experience as rugby parents here?
My first reaction is, I don't want to tell the truth about South Carolina because we want our daughter to get in. And it's such an amazing experience that if we tell everybody about it, then her competition is going to be greater.
That's true.
She really thinks that. So
yeah. But it's good. I do.
It's good.
It's an amazing school, but really the rugby program has just, we can't speak highly enough about it.
Yeah, I think anybody watching this, like you said, if they come across this, thinking about it, rugby, is just an incredible sport. I mean, you can have, and this, you can have kids that haven't played, and if they even get down there, they can start playing and they can learn it. Well, and they, it's a great sport. It's I think statistically it's going to be safer than football, and especially if you do things the right way. It's a physical sport, but it's great. It's coached properly at South Carolina. And then, like I said, just anybody watching this, if your son played rugby and you're thinking about South Carolina, look at the school. You're going to love it. You look at the team, and if they get involved with the team, they're going to be in a really good family and in a really good place. And you're going to be brought into it too, which is good in a good way, because you're going to enjoy it. So I have to say to anybody who does watch this, take a look at it and watch out, because it's going to bring you in. And especially if you understand this team and this culture, it's great. And like I said, we can't say enough what it's done for Grant, what it's done for us. I mean, we enjoy it, and I mean, we really do. And it's just a great bunch of people. And I don't know.
Yeah. And didn't they win like the last 3 Southern Conference championships?
SCRC 7s,
yeah. They're back-to-back champions of that competition. And we've done really well in 15s as well. We've beaten Clemson 2 years in a row. Not this year, but last year we had that experience. So, and that had been a long time. I hate to bring them up once again on the show, but that is our biggest rival. So to get those 2 back-to-back wins in the 15s was a huge deal for this program. And, we're talking about a great community. We're talking about a great rugby program. And I am really, as I said earlier, I'm really impressed with Grant's leadership ability to lead this program at the on-pitch level. Like I said, I'm a part of those foundation meetings every single week, and he's in there and he's just on it, man. Like, I'm really impressed. I think you guys have done a fantastic job. I'm sure you're super proud of Grant. Final question for you. What message do you have to the Carolina Rugby fans and supporters out there watching this?
I mean, We can't speak highly enough about this program, and it's not just about rugby. It's not just a rugby program. It's so much more.
Yeah. And support it. We all got to support it. So do whatever you can to support it. Today, Eric's, GoFundMe, support that. Take care of each other. But take care of this team and support it. And let's keep our good people there and our coach and our scholarships and all the other good things that these kids get to enjoy and make for a better team, for a better team family,
lifelong friends.
Absolutely.
Families.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Rollins. I appreciate you guys being on here so much. We're going to say 2 words to exit this particular interview. We're going to say that in 3, 2, 1. Spurs up.
Spurs up.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil.
Bye, Phil.
Bye. All right. That was fun. Yeah, we're getting right into it now. I mean, so, we've got these interviews that will continue throughout the day. I'm on here for another 4.5 hours. So yeah, we're getting right into it now. We're not just walking. We're starting to jog a little bit here, man. My voice is okay, I suppose. I mean, it sounds a little crackly, but I'm gonna grab another lozenge and we're gonna keep going here. Next up, we've got Rick LaBelle. He's gonna be on very soon. Rick is a buddy of mine now, like legitimately. Rick and I are, I would say, 25 years apart, like in terms of an age gap, but Rick LaBelle is just the man. Like Rick will call me like throughout the week just to check in, like we're good buddies because of the Hall of Fame committee. And we're going to talk about that very much here coming up when he is on. He is a part of the Hall of Fame committee. We are very recently, we've created a Hall of Fame for Carolina Rugby of our almost 60 years of illustrious history. We've got plenty of great players, supporters, administrators, coaches that will be elected into this Hall of Fame. And our first Hall of Fame, of course, was last year. Our first induction, that is, was last year. And Rick has been there from the beginning. I keep telling him that he is the glue that keeps this whole thing together in terms of the Hall of Fame committee, because he just knows everybody. He knows everybody involved in Carolina Rugby, whether it be the older guys from his generation or the guys from the 80s, 90s. Everybody knows Rick, and Rick knows everybody within the Carolina Rugby community. So I just see him as a huge asset to our committee that we have, and just to Carolina Rugby in general. Like, he has a gift for gab. He can talk all day. We're going to try to keep him to within 45 minutes here, but I'm just really excited to talk to him and see him again. It's been a while since I've seen. I think it maybe have been with you weekend since the last time I've seen him in person. We have our teams meetings where I can see him down there in Atlanta through the webcam. But it's going to be great to see him on April the 19th when he is inducted into the Hall of Fame and gets that Garnet jacket. Extremely, extremely well deserved. So he's up next at 9:45. So we got a little bit of time. Let's update these tickers, man. Let's see where we are in this process. I did want to give you the total amount, and I'm not talking about Carolina Rugby. I'm talking for the entire university, every single club, scholarship, food pantry, military scholarship, everything, Friends of Dance. There's just a ton of, things that you can donate, even to the other satellite universities like the USC Union and Bluffton. All of those, all of them have ways that you can donate for Give4Garnet, is what I'm trying to say here. Every little piece makes a big impact is the slogan. And we're at $648,028, and we have 4,280 donors in total for the entire Give4Garnet effort for the University of South Carolina, which is fantastic. We're so early on in this process, so I'm sure we're going to be exceeding $1 million very, very soon. Hang on. Sorry, I had to cough. All right, back at it here, where we are. Now let's get more zoomed in for Carolina Rugby. Where are we? Okay, here we are. So right now, the Carolina Rugby program Oh, John Roberts, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. John Roberts is #1 in the Media All-Star leaderboard with 48 donors. So Coach Roberts is getting after it. And by the way, the second place right now is at 28. So John Roberts is just, goose. He's doing what is it? The prime time, strut into the end zone here so far with 48 donors from the social media all-star leaderboard. Coach John Roberts absolutely getting after it with sharing the link that he has for Carolina Rugby donations. Let's see where we are. If I can find it. It seems to have disappeared on me, but here we go. Nope, that's the social media part again. Let's see. What I'm looking for right now is, so the top donors right now, wow, USC Carolina Fund has 839 donors. That's a crazy number right there. Student Affairs and Academic Support has 73 donors right now, so they're in the lead for the Power Hour. I believe that encompasses us, or maybe I think we're Student Life. What I'm looking for right now is the leaderboard for Student Life. We're up against the hockey team and things like that, and it seems to have disappeared on me. But here we go. They moved it over to the other side of the website somehow. All right. I've got my information here. So Carolina Men's Rugby Fund, which is us, has 52 donors right now, and we are in the lead for $1,500 as a bonus from the university. If we finish on top at the end of the day, we will get $1,500 extra going to the Carolina Men's Rugby Fund. So we're up to 52 donors, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to update the ticker right now. How's everybody doing right now? Everybody watching, we've got 8 people watching. I appreciate you joining. Let us know where you're watching from. So type in the little chat there. Let us know where you're watching from. Give us the state or the city, however you want to do that. So from 35, we've gone up to 52 donors out of our 250 donor goal. Let's find out the amount that we've raised so far. Let me log back in. $6,155 for your Carolina men's rugby team. That's fantastic. We're going to put that into the chat as well. I wanted to hit a couple things while we were waiting on Rick to jump on, and he's going to come on at 9:45. So don't worry about that. He's going to be on, no problem. What I wanted to do is quickly go over, as I did at the beginning of the broadcast here, to talk about some of these social media all-star challenge bonuses. As we know, as I mentioned, John Roberts is in the lead there. The social media ambassador with the most gifts through their unique ambassador link will get to allocate bonus funds to the fund of their choice. First place is $4,000. Second place is $2,000. Third place is $1,000. The gift from the furthest zip code, which is wacky, is $1,000. So if we know anybody in Alaska that can donate, that'd be great. If they could go donate like $5 so we can win that $1,000. The top 2 student groups or programs share $2,500. That's what I was describing earlier. Right now, Carolina is in the lead with $1,500 in our little subcategory there. So early giving is still taking place right now, folks. From 8 a.m. until 11 a.m., whoever attracts the most funds for Division of Student Life will also receive a bonus. Here's the big one. Well, this is one of the big ones. All of the Carolina rugby players right now, if you're watching, listen close. The player incentive, the player who is responsible for the most gifts receives 20,000 Chick-fil-A points. I'm not a big Chick-fil-A guy. My fiance, Crystal Lee, is. She loves Chick-fil-A. That sounds like a lot of points. That's going to get you a lot of chicken sandwiches and waffle fries right there, folks. So that's a huge deal. Good luck to the winner of that. Also, player who finishes in second gets 10,000 points. That's also a lot of waffle fries and Polynesian sauce or whatever it is. Now, here's the big one. Here's the true big one, guys. This is what you've been waiting for. And this is only for Carolina Rugby. This is not the university bonuses or incentives, all of that fun stuff. This is strictly for Carolina Rugby. All donors who make a $100 gift or more are entered into a Carolina Rugby Foundation drawing to receive, get this, a 3-night accommodation at Four Seasons Resort in Tamarindo, Mexico, and a 2-night stay at Four Seasons Resort at Punta Minta. These oceanfront resorts are adjacent to one another and can be combined for a 5-night lodging. So if you're donating $100, you're going to get 1 ticket. If you're donating, let's say, $400, that's 4 tickets for your name in the hat. So you've got to redeem this amazing prize by September the 20th of 2025. But what a amazing gift that you could be giving someone or yourself as a great vacation, 5 nights in beautiful Mexico. And it's beachfront resorts, folks. So that sounds lovely. Now, why are we doing this? Why is Carolina Rugby involved in Give4Garnet? Why is Phil Harris on here for 6 straight hours broadcasting, sacrificing his voice and his mental health? Well, we've got some things that we got to pay for here. We got to pay the bills around here at Carolina Rugby. And what does that mean? Well, our head coach has to have money to live. His salary, we must raise $100,000 each year to fund Coach Roberts' salary and benefits. Since arriving at USA more than 3 years ago, he's guided us to 3 conference championships, more than any other active coach in the Southeastern Collegiate Rugby Conference. That's right. Let me read that again. 3 years ago, he arrived. He guided us to 3 conference championships, more than any other coach in the Southeastern Collegiate Rugby Conference. John Roberts is more than a coach. That is absolutely true. He's our mentor, chief fundraiser, a top recruiter, and has elevated our rugby experience here at Carolina Rugby. All of this, absolute straight facts. Your gift supports his salary and will fund stipends for his assistant coaches. What's really cool is, we've got John Roberts with his salary. And previously, we had a group of dedicated and great volunteers that helped him out in assistant coach roles. But now we're able to fund stipends for these coaches. I mean, it's not a ton of money, but, it's a little bit that goes into their pocket and is a show of appreciation to their hard work, because they are hard workers. They do a great job in assisting Coach Roberts in coaching. Here's a couple other things that your donation will help fund. The SMOCA Endowed Rugby Scholarship. Currently, 38 members of our player team receive a rugby scholarship. Out-of-state scholarship recipients save approximately $11,000 a year on net tuition costs. Jeff SMOCA, our assistant coach, and his family have funded our scholarships. Please honor Coach SMOCA with your gift today. Any little bit helps, but if you're interested in that amazing beachfront Mexico vacation, you got to donate at least $100. So, and you might be asking, Phil, where's the link to donate? I'm thrilled. I want to know more. It is in the description of this video, or you can find the Give4Garnet link. And also, I'm going to post it once again into the chat here. Copy, paste. Here we go. Now you should be receiving this on your end right now. That is the exact link. You don't have to, when you click on that, you don't have to choose the rugby team or anything like that. It's all there for you. You just got to put in your details to donate for Give4Garnet right there. We got Linda chiming in from DC. Appreciate you, Linda, joining us all the way from DC. I was just there on Saturday. I was watching Old Glory DC beat up my New England Free Jacks, which was, it was a great experience in terms of, hanging out with people that I hadn't seen in a long time, and, introducing myself to some new people there in the Washington, D.C. rugby scene, and talking to my good buddy, Paul Sheehy of Sheehy Auto Sales, co-owner of the Old Glory DC team. What a great gentleman he is for those that know him. Great rugby asset for sure. What else here? Here's a big one. Here's a great thing that your money can go towards as you donate to fund our Student Experiences Fund. During the 2024-2025 season, a generous gift from rugby parents Bill and Cindy McKernan funded charter buses to travel to away games and team meals, creating a first-rate travel experience for our players, coaches, and staff. We invite everyone, particularly our parents, to join Bill and Cindy in supporting this fund. As I was saying with the Rollins on the interview earlier, back in my day at Carolina Rugby, we had to, take anybody who had a car and just pile in like absolute savages, like 7 people into a car, no room whatsoever. You have to travel hours and hours to go play a game. And if you got a hotel, it wasn't the best accommodations. Let's just say that, folks. So all of that is gone away now that we have the Student Experiences Fund, where our players are rolling up in charter buses and getting first-rate travel experiences at nice hotels for our players, coaches, and staff. So that in itself is worth every penny that you're able to provide. So next up, we're going to have our good buddy Rick LaBelle is joining us. Apparently he's having some technical issues, so let me see. Okay, so it looks like Rick is in frame, so we're going to have Rick LaBelle join us right now. Rick, how the heck are you? You're on mute, so if you want to go down there to the microphone and click the on button there for your mic. Can't hear you yet. So you see where the little microphone logo is down there? It should say mute as well, perhaps. And it should have like a slash through it. If you click on that, it's going to take you off mute.
How about there?
There we go. How's it going, buddy?
Doing great. Yourself?
Hanging in there, man. Hanging in there. We're an hour and 47 minutes in. My voice is taking a beating, but I'm gonna stay in the ring here. I'm getting beaten up by like Mike Tyson, but I'm hanging in. So, well, let's get right into it, Rick. I'm going to give you an amazing intro here. The man, the myth, the legend, Rick LaBelle. Rick and I are on the Hall of Fame committee for Carolina Rugby. In addition to that, Rick was a player in the 70s, a former Carolina Rugby Foundation board member, the team's unofficial historian. Most recently, Rick was unanimously voted into the Carolina Rugby Hall of Fame class of 2025. The induction ceremony will be held on April the 19th from 6 to 9 p.m. at the campus room at Capstone. Tickets are available to that event on uscrugby.net/events. Rick, how the hell are you, man?
Doing great this morning, Phil. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Let's go back to the very beginning. Okay. What is your origin story with rugby? How did you find rugby?
I found rugby in the process of fraternity rush.
Wow.
And I ran into an individual that was with Lambda Chi named David Ainsley, and commonly known as Rock.
Okay.
And Rock taught myself, and after we pledged Lambda Chi, talked myself and 3 other guys into going out for rugby. Rock was probably the best hooker in the Southeast at the time.
Wow.
And so we went out, and I just fell in love with it, and so did my other brothers. And we just continued to play the whole time we were there.
Was that a bit of a time commitment? Like, if you were pledging for the fraternity, did that take away a lot of time? Like, I mean, obviously you got involved in rugby, you became, a big fan of rugby and playing it. Were you able to continue with the fraternity throughout your entire time at Carolina?
No, I had to drop off something because I also had to work.
Right.
So, I kept rugby, dropped the fraternity.
Wow.
Still friends with, a few of those brothers.
The 70s were a benchmark for Carolina rugby with some of the best teams ever in the Garnet and Black. You were a part of those teams. What is your most cherished rugby moment for Carolina rugby?
It's hard to single out. And the reason I say that is because when I played, we went through such a great era of winning games, winning opponents that supposedly were top notch all along the East Coast, but also, getting invited and playing in 2 USA Rugby National Collegiate Championship tournaments, as well as playing against a British team twice and beating them. So, I guess if you look at it, those, if you were going to chart it, there would be several peaks, but the peaks were so multiple that during my time there, I was just very, very fortunate to be able to play with the guys I played with.
Yeah, for sure. How do you think, I mean, obviously, as we're talking about it, it's some of the best rugby that Carolina has ever experienced was in those 70 years that you played. How do you think that they would do against the current team right now with, a lot of our international guys coming over, being recruited by Carolina, some high-level rugby players being pulled from, high schools where they've played all 4 years or some even earlier than that? How do you think they would fare against this team nowadays?
I had somebody ask me that at our last Hall of Fame, and I told them I thought we would do very, very well. And the reason I say that is, the laws have changed a lot.
Yeah.
When we played, you only played with 15 players. There were no timeouts, no substitutions. There wasn't a blood law. We trained very, very hard, and we were in excellent shape. And, back then, you'd go to a tournament and you'd play 2 40-minute halves, and we'd have 5 games on a weekend. And we only brought maybe 18, 19 people.
Wow.
And we did very well. So I think that the desire and the love of the sport is probably, maybe the same. Being in shape, I think our guys are probably about in the same shape we are, but I don't, the substitution thing sort of takes it off a little bit. I think that we could beat them.
I love that confidence. I appreciate that. I mean, it's true. You guys were tough as nails back then. Like, no substitutions, no blood, subs, nothing like that. So I'm sure you guys were conditioned hardcore. If you could only have 15 on the pitch, you got to have the best guys out there that were in the best absolute condition and were passionate about the game. So you've been an unofficial historian for Carolina Rugby over the years. What are some of your favorite memorabilia that you've collected for Carolina Rugby?
Probably a ball I have, an old leather ball that I got after the Washington Elite tournament in 72. And I used that in 72 and 73 to get as many signatures on that ball from the guys that played.
Right.
We were very fortunate because we had some depth. There was a time in my period when I was there where we had an A, a B, and possibly a C team. So, if we had an injured player for the week, somebody else was there to step up eagerly. Mm-hmm. So we couldn't have done what we did if we wouldn't have had that depth.
Right.
So everybody that played during that period, it didn't matter what side you played on, you helped get the best team on the field for the game against our opponents.
Incredible. I mean, iron sharpens iron, so it's great to have that type of depth that you guys had back then, and somebody was ready and willing to step up if there was an injury and things like that. Talk about some of the other things that you have. I know you've got those photos and whatnot. What do you call those? The trifold thing. You've got all kind of photos from back in those days. What motivates you to continue on collecting things like that?
Well, it started out, I did a couple of the posters that you see for our game because I had originally majored in art.
Oh, wow.
posters and we put them around campus. Sometimes it's just a sheet of paper with scribbling on it with the game times and what field, the Blatt field.
Yep.
At the graveyard, which is up on the hill where the soccer field used to be.
Yep.
But I've had several people give me, photos and pictures over the years. And I've collected them, and I, have access to a lot of the Gamecock articles that we have. And that's how I just put it together. And I think putting that together for our history is not only important for the guys that played during that period to try to remember it because you're getting older,
right?
For the younger folks to see what kind of level we accomplished and to possibly attempt to pass that.
Right.
7 home game winning streak, undefeated at home in 4 years.
I mean, when you say those things, it's almost mind-boggling to think about like how good that team in the 70s was. I mean, that home record may never, ever be broken, regardless of how good Carolina continues to be. That may never, ever be broken. And it's crazy to think about how good you guys were back then. And you had some real legitimate athletes on those 70s teams. Let's talk about, our recent inductee who will be inducted in April, Warren Muir. Just talk about the level of athlete he was and how he was recruited to the Carolina rugby team. And what was your experience with Warren?
My experience with Warren was very good, but it lasted also past Carolina because, Warren was in graduate school after he played football for Dietzel, where he was an All-American fullback, and they won the ACC in football. Decided he was going to come out for rugby, and he was a hell of a runner. I mean, it was very hard for anybody to tackle Warren. He'd run right over you. I mean, real, strong, huge legs and a strong upper body. He was a great guy. And after he played at Carolina, he went to, Greenville and played maybe 10 years.
Yeah.
So played for Old Gray.
Yeah.
So, we had other people, another inductee, Dr. Frank, Walton. And, he played a little bit of pro ball, but I think in college they referred to him as Crazy Legs because he was a real good runner, but he's also a runner and kicker for us.
Yeah.
So in 1972, I think Dr. Frank maybe scored 16 tries and kicked 17 penalty kicks.
Wow.
Now, the thing is, there are a lot of records that don't exist. Like when we went to a tournament, maybe 3-4 games, I can't find those numbers.
Right.
Oh, they were a lot higher than that. But so were Warren's. But we had other people playing in the backfield. I mean, we had a lot of fast backs back then. Dr. Jim Wynn, Fred Holland, Burke Hayes, George Lucier. We had a great fullback in Jim Henderson, who passed away. But we had plenty of people, and we had people that were on the B side that if somebody got injured, they could come in and take their place. So,
right.
I mean, if I had to mention, a team, it would be 40 people.
Yeah.
Because, you get the 15 out of the 40.
Right. I mean, you're talking about some high level multi-sport athletes with Dr. Frank and also Warren having been very, very successful in American football and then transitioning also to rugby. I don't think a lot of teams really have that level of pedigree that you guys had in the 70s with some of those players that went on to play, very, very high level American football. And some were drafted into the NFL if I'm recalling correctly from that era.
That's right. I mean, we had, in the latter years, we had a guy like Brian Nemeth who played football, got it, upset with the coach. Dietzel decided that, he wanted to play rugby, played rugby for 2 years, and then went back out for football when Carlin came in because Carlin called him and said, we need you on the team.
Right.
And then he was Jeff Grant's lead receiver, and then ended up getting drafted and played for the 49ers and the Rams.
Crazy.
But, when I mentioned some of the guys that helped build this team, it's not just the guys that started the games, because we had a lot of people on that team that were B-side players that when they graduated, they went to another city to play for a city club.
Mm-hmm.
They were start, and I'd end up playing against them in games.
Yeah.
Because they raised their level of playing rugby, and they were very competitive and learned a lot. You know, had a great base from Carolina.
Yep.
So, you know, those are comrades of mine, friends, brothers from, 50 years.
Yeah. And it's so cool to see you guys interact at With You Weekend, which is a great, fantastic event that happens in the fall, where we can kind of come together as a Carolina rugby community and embrace each other again. And just talk about the bonds that you have with some of these guys. I know you call these guys all the time. You call me all the time, which is great. I appreciate it. But what type of brotherhood are we talking about here with some of these guys? I'm sure you were a part of their weddings and stuff like that.
I was and am involved with them a lot. I love getting in touch with them and talking to them. As you get older, there's a lot of other things that come into play. We've lost a lot of brothers because of either illness or age. But I consider them my best friends. It's just like the club that I have played with in the past. I went to Chicago Lions after South Carolina, played with them, learned a lot there. Went to Atlanta, played with High Country, and then I played with Old White. And I've got guys from all those teams, and Augusta too, right after college.
Right.
Those guys have been friends of mine for 50 years. And we played against each other. So it's a brotherhood.
It
and
is.
It's a love of something that you have, you get a deep passion for. It's not only just the camaraderie, but, sometimes when I sit down and I think, you think about, wow, if I could just play one more game, and you pick out the game that you played where you think you spent everything and you're tired and you won and you're sitting there and you might be bloody, covered in sweat. You take off your cleats, you unwrap your bandages from your hands and your ankles or wherever else you're hurt. And, you feel mighty good. And you're surrounded by a bunch of other brothers that went through the same thing.
Exactly. It's a global sport. It's a global community, but it's also within the United States. It's kind of like a small, weird club that we're all a part of. And it is, it's growing, of course, and it continues to grow. And we want it to be a huge, huge deal. But, when you wear a rugby kit somewhere, wherever you are within the United States, you're going to run into somebody that's like, oh, I played rugby this, there, and everywhere. And, you strike up a conversation, you get a beer with somebody, and it's a cool thing. We all have these friends through rugby. And it's great to see that on With You Weekend and the Hall of Fame that we're able to embrace each other once again, because it's a special sport. I mean, I've been talking about it for 2 hours. I'm going to continue to talk about it. I talk about it all the time on my other show with the Free Jacks. It's a special community. It really is. And you're a huge part of that. I talked about that. I was hyping you up before you came on, talking about the Hall of Fame committee that you're a part of. I have said this many times. You know what I'm going to say here. You're the glue that holds that thing together because you know so many people within the Carolina rugby community. And you're kind of like the link between us and them to a certain extent. So I'm just super, super excited for you to finally get that Garnet jacket, right, in our second induction class. And you're going to look great in it, and it's well-deserved. So well-deserved, Rick. I can't wait.
Well, thank you very much. I'm honored for what you guys are doing. I just, and I think I talked with a couple of people about this. One, Dana, about somebody has to carry the torch for history of our club. And we've got so many different decades that are not covered, which is why we're adding to our committee. Like we're adding somebody from the late 70s and early 80s.
Yep.
I want those people that played at Carolina to be represented by somebody that maybe overlapped in school. Because if you're there for 2 years, you knew the older guys. You're there for
Right.
another years, you know the newer guys.
Yep.
Unless somebody's been, in college for 7 years. Bless you.
Thank you.
But, we need somebody to do that. And we also need somebody to collect or take care of or have access to the historical record.
Yes.
Articles, pictures, posters. So, that's why when I come to these events, whether it be an old boys event or our Hall of Fame, I'll bring copies of those posters and pictures and give them out, because some guys have nothing
Right.
to show their participation. And, so I'm still looking for pictures. I'm still looking for a picture of our team after our first tournament, national tournament that we played at Washington and Lee in 1972. But we have a bulwark photo from the first game down in Charleston, but I can't find one for the one up in Columbia, strangely enough. So, I constantly ask people about that. And, recently I got some pictures in that I'd never seen before from one of our guys. So I think that we need somebody to carry the torch.
Definitely. I think an official team historian is something that should be discussed at the foundation meetings. And hopefully that comes to fruition, because we've got a lot of great history with Carolina Rugby. We're approaching 60 years of existence. So it's a special thing. And yeah, it definitely needs to be, cherished and shown to the next generation of Carolina Ruggers, because this is a serious program. Like it's very prestigious, and we have all of this history, and it needs to be protected and documented for sure. Speaking of photos, Rick, Carolina Gamecock Rugby is chiming in here. Everyone should check out Rick's photo on his Hall of Fame announcement on the webpage. That hair was something else, man, and the mustache. You were looking good back in the day, man.
Well, you know why that photo was used?
Why's that?
That the pictures that I have, I had a beard and long hair, and John Roberts told me, he said, Rick, he said, we can't see your face in any of those things. So I did what most guys do when they got out of college. I cut my hair, trimmed up, cleaned up, and
Right.
that was the best shot I had right after college.
Hey, you look like Ron Burgundy, if you're familiar with the character that Will Ferrell does. Very Ron Burgundy-esque. Speaking of cutting hair, I was asking John Roberts, I was like, how can I make an impact with this and encourage donations other than just doing 6 hours straight of live broadcasting? If we get to 200 donors by 2 o'clock today, I'm going to buzz my hair off. My hair's getting pretty long here. So if we can get to 200 donors by 2 o'clock, I will buzz off my hair. So there you go.
Well, I'll do as much encouragement as I can.
I appreciate that.
Phil, there's a question that somebody had. It says, I would like to know how conditioned, how many days you practice, and some of the drills run.
Yeah, here we go from Roy coming in here. So yeah, that's a great question. Like what level of, you're talking about guys being very, very committed to the process and the team, but how many times were you guys practicing?
Twice a week, Tuesday and Thursdays.
Wow. Okay.
I will tell you this. Sometimes, and this happened maybe 3 or 4 times, but we would practice in bad weather.
Mm-hmm.
And the school would shut off the lights on the field, and we'd still practice. We'd still be up. Okay. Mud, it doesn't matter. Rain, lightning, which was stupid. But, the thing is that we trained real, real hard.
Yeah.
The gym in the bottom floor of the Black.
Okay.
And I would work out there. But sometimes I'd work out, I'd lift weights for like a half hour before I played, and then come out, because I was getting good cardio. I was doing a lot of running.
Nice.
I lived up Barn Street and on the Horseshoe.
Yep.
And over in 5 Points for a while. But, we trained real, real hard, and we had full scrimmage on Thursday night to see who was going to play on Saturday.
Oh, wow.
Anybody that wanted to play the game on Saturday had to do their best on Thursday night and be at practice.
Wow.
A lot of guys were like me. They also had to work.
Yeah.
You know, so you go to school, you go to work, then you go to rugby practice. But we trained very, very hard. I know the Rock and I used to get side jobs unloading train cars full of 100-pound sacks of silica in West Columbia. You know, even during the summer, and Columbia is pretty darn hot.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, we did a lot of running, a lot of weight training, and we got a great education on the field with Jim and Freddie and Dr. Frank and our other captains, coaches.
I mean, it's incredible to think about the amount of training that you guys were doing. I mean, that was early on in the program's history too. It wasn't like Carolina had been around for 20 years and was an established program or anything like that. You guys really set the tone and set the bar really high for future generations doing that sort of thing. And we've got Dana chiming in here, who's also a Hall of Fame committee member. You stay classy, Rick. There you go. That's a callback to Will Ferrell's character. So let's talk about the Hall of Fame for a moment. I know we talked about it a little bit, but getting back to that, what has your experience been like on the committee? Because you're a founding member of the Hall of Fame committee, which started last year. What's your experience been like on the committee?
I think it's been very good. I mean, I enjoy putting things together. It's part of my creative person. I feel better when I do stuff like that. And I think coming up with a mission statement, you know, membership, the purpose, and everything else for somebody to see, you know, how it's laid out is something that people want to know.
Yeah.
I do think that, you know, sometimes in situations like this, some people might get their feelings hurt when they're not selected. But we have something in front of us, which is people have to understand. Since we're new, we have to cover 50 plus years.
Yeah.
In all those decades of people playing at the university and doing things for the sport of rugby in general, you've got to cover a lot of people, but you also have to have representatives on the committee that understands who was doing what at what time.
Right.
So that's a challenge. And I think it's good that we're going back as far as the beginning to start like we did last year.
Right.
Okay. With Dr. Wynn, with Sandy Frazier, and also Matt Godak.
Yeah.
You know, so you've got to take care of those older year first. I mean, I know some other groups have maybe started a Hall of Fame and, you know, they're nominating somebody that maybe, you know, played rugby 20 years ago and they've been around for 40.
Right.
They're forgetting their history. And history, I think, is a big motivator in the camaraderie and the club sport that we have at South Carolina. Okay?
Yeah.
You've raised the bar to a point, and we can do it as a committee.
Yeah.
We did it with history. We did it with players, and doing with this with a committee, I guess, tries to get everybody involved. The more people we get involved, the more they understand what our mission is.
Right.
We want to continue to try to preserve and grow rugby at Carolina. That's why we have these fundraisings. That's why we try to get every kind of membership involved. That's why we invite guys that hadn't been around to a rugby event in 40 years.
That's true.
It took me one time 30 years to find one of my brothers.
Wow.
And another one, it took me 20 years. I found him in Italy. But
long way away.
Another one in Toronto, Canada. But that's, you know, I get a lot of energy participating on the committee and accomplishing what we've accomplished so far, and I want to do a lot more.
It's been extremely rewarding to see where it started, right? For a period of time there, it was just me and you talking, you know, back and forth at our meetings. We didn't have a lot of engagement, but it slowly has built itself up. And now we're at a point where we're 2 classes in terms of electing inductees, or presenting our recommendations to the foundation, I should say. And in addition to that, we've got bylaws now. As you were talking about, the mission statement is a part of that. And I didn't want to give that a call out real quickly for people that are interested to see what the bylaws of the Hall of Fame Committee for South Carolina is. You can find that at uscrugby.net/about/hall-of-fame-committee. So, and if you don't want to put all of that in, just go onto the website and go to About Hall of Fame, and then click on the Hall of Fame Selection Committee within the second paragraph at the top of the page, and go to the bottom, and you'll see the PDF that you can click on to read our bylaws. We encourage people to, be aware of the process. There's a window for nomination that takes place on the website here at uscrugby.net. We receive those nominations in the fall, and we'll close that nomination period, and we will review all of the nominations that we've received. And with our decade representatives, they can talk a little bit more about these folks in addition to the testimonials of the nominations that we receive. That's why we have these decade representatives, in addition to the guys that have already been inducted and the surviving family member of inductees that are no longer with us. We all get to chat back and forth about, who has a strong case, all of that sort of stuff. It happens within the committee meetings, and then we come to a conclusion and then present our findings to the Hall of Fame, or excuse me, the foundation, to make the final vote. And it's been rewarding, I think, as well, because as we didn't have the bylaws originally, but now we do, and those are available for everybody to check out. And this is going to be our second induction. I can't wait to see everybody. This is going to be my first one that I'm able to attend, because the Free Jacks were at home in the previous one, but now they're on the road in Charlotte, as a matter of fact, the night before. So it's perfect timing for me to be there, and can't wait to see you in person again, and all of our Hall of Fame committee members, because we do. I mean, it's not like we're doing this 9 to 5 every single day, but we put in a lot of time to this, especially creating those bylaws. So it's very, very rewarding, I guess is the best way to describe it. And we got Roy chiming in here. Woo! Let's go, baby. He's fired up. Roy, I hope you've donated a little bit here for Give4Garnet with being that fired up. But Rick, I've got a couple more things here for you. You've done a lot for the program. I mean, there's no doubt about that. What are you most proud of when you look back on it all?
Combining as much history as possible from the past with the current, and laying down a good groundwork for the future.
Yeah.
So, I'm thankful to all my brothers that I played with, that I've known, and I thank them for their support. I thank them for coming out and showing an interest in the program. Because we had, and I didn't mention this, but we have a pretty big family tree from guys I played with in 72 and 73 and 74. The guys that started the Charleston Club, Tommy Usey and Jerry McMahon. Old Gray was started by Bob Grundahl, Dr. Frank, and a couple other guys.
Wow.
Hilton Head was started by Ed Hughes. Allendale Club was Frank Watford. So we had guys go up and start clubs up north and down south. Golden Isles Rock was a part of that. So, the guys that played good rugby at Carolina went on to develop a good network. And that today, to me, on a much bigger scale, because I'm still involved with men's club through Old White, our challenge today is having enough quality teams to play. So I like to tie it all in.
Right.
There's guys that want to maybe play at Carolina that, I'd like to get if they come to our area in Atlanta. I'd like for them to play for us.
Right.
Just like, guys that go to Charleston.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of our recent guys from 2 years ago is playing down there now. But, that's what I'm proud of.
Yeah.
That's what helps me, see a great future in the sport of rugby and see the growth and our involvement in it. I want USC to be able to provide new talent and guys that really have a passion for the sport, not drop it after a year and you never see them again.
Right.
But there's some guys that it gets in their head, and they will be good teammates,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll be part of our old boy network.
Yeah, it's incredible to think about that. What USC back in that time frame has developed, and in the branches that you're talking about within our tree, the clubs that have been created by those guys that you played with, that created other teams that still exist to this day and are thriving. And it's interesting to think that at some point, as our level of competition gets better within this club, we're eventually going to have guys that are drafted into the MLR and that are going to be USA Eagles, like that may be playing in the upcoming World Cup. That's crazy to think about, but it's definitely true. We've got a World Cup coming up in 7 years on U.S. soil. It's possible that a Gamecock could be playing for the United States of America or another country, perhaps, that walked through the horseshoe, just like all of us did. I mean, it's wild to think about, but it's fun to think about too. But you got to think also about the beginnings and the guys that you were around too that created this whole thing, which is fun. Let's see here.
I think that under John Roberts' coaching, I think we can get somebody to that level.
Yeah.
The big thing is getting them to continue playing the sport after they leave Carolina, especially if they're good.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. What do you think? I mean, you've known John Roberts a long time at this point, and now he's been the coach for the Carolina Gamecocks for 3 seasons. What's your impressions of him as the head coach of the University of South Carolina?
I think John does a tremendous job in not only coaching, but being a good, honest, hardworking human being around youth. And I think that he does a lot of really cool things, like his player walks that he does from one end of the field to the other.
Yeah.
I don't know what they call it.
Tri-time, Carolina Tri-time.
Yeah, okay.
Uh-oh, we've lost Rick. I think he nudged the screen there and he dropped off. Rick, if you can still hear me, I cannot see you or hear you right now.
You there?
There we go. I can hear you. There we go.
Yeah, somebody trying to call me. But I think John has taken rugby to a higher level in the past when he was at Furman.
Yeah.
And I think that if we make the right tools available to him at Carolina,
Mm-hmm.
with his size and the recruiting he's doing,
Yep.
We can do a lot better. So I have, he's got my full support.
Heck
and
yeah, me
my
too.
full faith in him that he can take those young men to a much higher level of rugby and be recognized nationally.
Yep.
What I'd like to see is our current team within the next year or so do an international tour.
Yep.
Either to the islands,
Mm-hmm.
okay,
Yep.
or to play a select side. And that's very possible now with the different levels of rugby that exist. I think it's good that if you play against better opponents or more experienced opponents, all that's going to do is lift your own game. Okay.
100%.
I know we beat North Carolina pretty handily. I was real happy to see that.
Yeah, me too.
Not necessarily that it had a 0 on the end, but we used to play, teams like that. People don't realize what we used to have to do, because when I played, they didn't have interstates. So the trip to Raleigh or up to Virginia, or to play in the Carling Cup up there, or go down to Florida State or Gainesville, I mean, those were long trips on back roads. And I heard a little bit about your talking earlier when you were discussing how it was when you traveled. Well,
Yeah.
you had interstates. We did. And
Yeah.
sometimes I think we got $2 for the entire weekend if we had any spending money at all. And the school gave us some vans, which was real nice. But I think John has helped take this club to another level. And I think that some of the giving that's taking place, where people are putting money to let them ride in buses and provide good meals.
Yeah.
It's not like they're using the money to buy beer.
Right.
That's the way it was when I was playing.
Right.
Okay. But, a lot of us had to work, play rugby, go to school. I want these guys to take advantage of what they have and realize that the moments they spend playing Carolina rugby today will be ingrained in their psyche for the rest of their life.
100%. Yep. You're absolutely right. It's a great thing to be a part of this brotherhood of Carolina rugby. And as we're talking about it, John Roberts, he's our first ever full-time paid head coach. And if you Give4Garnet today, which is our huge push, that part of that goes to pay his salary. In addition to it goes to pay the players fund, where it goes to do the charter buses and things along those lines that our club has now, that is really, really cool. I mean, it's how many teams that we play do they have charter buses? Not that I don't think a lot of them do. So it's very, very encouraging to see that we're making these steps towards success. What would you say to someone that's on the fence about donating today? If they're like, well, I don't know if I want to donate to Carolina Rugby at this time, what would you say to them about donating?
Well, I believe that if you believe in a program, you have a great passion about the sport, and you have a tie to its history,
yes,
it ought to be something that you should support.
Yeah.
Okay. And your contribution can go somewhere where it's well needed, where you're being a part of not only Carolina rugby, but growing the family tree and helping these young guys, establish themselves in a sport and possibly go further to higher levels, eventually to play for USA. Yeah. And to keep a good coach, to have a good field, and to have a classy, setup. I think it really matters. I mean, I remember several years ago, I was at Carolina, I think, and there was a bus, I think it was Alabama that they were playing, had a nice bus. There's no reason why Carolina can't get a nice bus,
right,
for a rugby team.
100%. Listen, I'm with you 100%. Like, I think that if you were a part of the program, you should definitely donate today. If you are a parent of a player, you should definitely donate today. If you're a player, $5, man, $5, donate today. We appreciate all the donations that we've received. Rick, you've been fantastic. I knew you would be. We're going to say 2 words to exit the video. I think you know what they are. In 3, 2, 1, Spurs up.
Spurs up.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you.
All right, man. Have a great day.
You too. All right, Peter.
How you doing, Phil?
Pretty good. How about you, man?
Pretty good. We were just doing some calls to alumni and stuff right before this to get more donors. So in the Give4Garnet spirit.
Love that. Love that. So I'm talking to Peter Blackburn right now. You are a leader on the team. You were just doing some calls, as you were saying. So I forgot to mention that. So some people might be receiving calls as we're doing this interview, or maybe they've received calls earlier. We've got an alumni list, and I think other people are on there as well that may not be alumni, that we're giving calls out to throughout the day, because I guess it is a telethon in that case. Like, I know that John Roberts kind of put this thing together as like a telethon. I'm like, well, wait a minute, nobody's calling me. Like, I'm not, answering the phone on the, to ask for donations or whatever. I'm not taking down people's credit card numbers, but you guys are encouraging people to donate right now as this is going on. So how far have you guys gotten into that process? When did it start and how's it going?
We started around 9:30 this morning. We have
Wow.
our 3 interns, and then there are 4 guys from the team there, calling. I think they're probably about halfway done. I know
Love that.
everyone's still going. I left a little early so I could come on the show.
Love
But it
that.
was
Appreciate
going
it.
well. It was good to talk to alumni I haven't talked to in a while as well.
Great. That's awesome, man. So happy that you're able to join us today. Where are you from originally?
I'm from Philadelphia, right outside Delco, PA, Delaware County.
All right. Love that. Love that. So I mean, we've got a couple of guys from that area that have, come into the Carolina program. We've got a lot of pipelines in the mid-Atlantic and New York and all these fun places where we get players from all over to come to play for Carolina. What is your origin story with rugby? How did you find rugby?
Yeah, so I started pretty early. I was one of the earlier ones. I think my roommate Tom Allison is the only one who has me beat. But I started in 3rd grade. I wasn't very good at baseball.
Whoa.
And I wanted to be outside, so I needed a new spring sport. And they just started a team a year or 2 before, just down the road from me. And my buddies played. I like playing football, liked hitting people.
Right.
So I gave it a try. I was probably 80 pounds. I just got ran over a bunch, but it was so much fun. I loved it. And yeah, I've been playing ever since.
That's great, man. It's so encouraging to hear because, I like to promote youth rugby on the other show that I do. We won't get too far into that, but it's important. It's super important to have those volunteers and those coaches that are, selfless people out there, devoting their time and money to create these youth rugby programs and steward those because it's really the future of the game, right? You're talking at 3rd grade is so early to start to be introduced to rugby. So that's super, super encouraging to hear. I was just talking to Rick about we've got a World Cup coming up, and those kids that will be playing in that World Cup are youth rugby players right now. So we definitely have to keep that in mind and continue to invest in that. I know that there's efforts within the state of South Carolina to try to build up the high school program and even younger than that. So awesome, awesome stuff. What position do you play, Peter?
I'm playing 8-man right now. We're in
Okay.
7th season, so I guess I play hooker or prop. But I've bounced around in my rugby career. Started at flanker my freshman year, played a
Nice.
little 2nd row, and now I'm at 8-man. So I guess I've been around in the pack.
I mean, a lot of big shoes to fill with some of those positions that you're referring to. Grant comes to mind. Grant Howard is a great loose forward, back in the day. One of our All-Americans, which is fantastic. So he's actually, I talked to him, I want to say about 2 weeks ago. He is now on the Hall of Fame committee representing your era. So that's fantastic. Can't wait to talk to him more. Are you going to be, I'm sure you're going to be there, you're going to be at the Hall of Fame committee because it's also the spring awards. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yeah. We'll
Yeah.
have all the teams. We'll be looking nice in our polos and khakis. We're excited.
Nice. Very good. Very good. Cannot wait for that. Obviously, we've got the Hall of Fame induction taking place this is April the 19th from 6 until 9 p.m. at Capstone. So if you haven't gotten your tickets for that, folks that are watching, you can do that on uscrugby.net. Go over to the events tab and buy your tickets today. I think it's $50 a person. Well worth it. A great time. Cannot wait for that event to honor the guys that came before us, right? Like that's what it's all about. But also to honor you guys because it's your spring award banquet as well. So it'll be a lot of fun. What is your major?
I'm an operations and supply chain major, and I have a minor in Spanish.
Wow. Okay. So is that like a logistics thing, or like you could be potentially working for Amazon down the road? Like what does that translate to?
Yeah, logistics. Right now I just accepted an offer in New Jersey, working at a company called NFI. It's a
Wow.
trucking company, so I'll be doing logistics on that end. I did an internship in that this summer. Really liked it. But yeah, Amazon, things of that nature. I was trying to get an Amazon internship last summer, but proved pretty difficult.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I like it. It's pretty interesting to me.
Good for you, man. What's the plans beyond Carolina in terms of rugby? Is there a club out there that you're looking at to continue rugby playing?
I think so. I think I definitely look around. My high school team, I'm living at home for the summer. So my high school team I played for also has a men's club.
Oh,
And I have
good.
a couple buddies that still play for that.
That's
But
great.
we're excited. We've entered a team in the Surfside Sevens for Gamecock Rugby.
Love
So
that.
we're really excited about that. That's always a fun tournament.
Very cool. We've got some comments coming in, so I wanted to get to some of those. Roy's chiming in here. International matches combined with recruiting would be a great way to advance the program. He's absolutely right. And even things like this, just within the scale of the University of South Carolina, by us collectively donating so much money, it gets the university looking like, whoa, look at the Carolina rugby programs. They're doing so well with, getting all of these donations in and that sort of stuff. It just increases our reputation on campus too. So it's all of those little small steps that equal big advancements. We've got Carolina Gamecock Rugby chiming in here. We know that you have given. I've donated twice, but just throwing that out there. Besides, we know you are busy. That's true. We're all very busy. Up to 64 gifts. That's something that I haven't done yet because we were able to just transition right into this next interview here, as I haven't updated the ticker. So I'm going to do that right now. If you just give me a moment, Peter, I apologize.
Of course.
Let me see here. Okay, I'm pulling up the numbers right now. We're at 7,675 donations. Thank you to everybody that has donated so far and that will throughout the day. Let me get to that area here. Okay, and we're updating that right now. Yes, okay. And let's see. Let me check the actual official donation number here. 71 donors on the club, the student clubs and program leadership board. We are blowing everybody out of the water, folks. With these 71 donations, we are in the lead to receive the bonus of $1,500. The closest one is Zeta Endowment Scholarship Fund, who has 27 right now. So, there's a lot of people looking at Carolina Rugby right now that's tracking these leadership boards are saying, wow, look at this team go. So that's very, very exciting. I appreciate you guys making those calls too. I'm sure that's a big help as well. Let's get back to the questions. All right. What made you choose Carolina over any other schools that you were looking at?
I will have to say my number 2 were here in Clemson. I didn't know much. I knew the rivalry was there, but I didn't know I didn't know all about it, I guess.
Sure.
But I came down here. It was during COVID. I did my tour in the summer, so there wasn't really anyone here. Didn't really get the vibe.
Right.
But I had a buddy who was a senior, and I wanted to come down again. I came down, met John Golden at rugby practice. Seemed like
Love
a good
that.
dude.
Yeah.
I really I'll never forget. I saw all the guys in the back of a truck coming to practice, and I was like, dang, that's pretty cool. I want to do that. And then my buddy took me out, had a great time in 5 Points, and I signed my recruitment letter the next day.
And haven't regretted it any time since then, I'm sure.
I thank myself quite a lot that I didn't go to Clemson.
Yeah, well, listen, you made the right choice, as we all know. Everybody watching this completely understands that. Let's see here. We got a couple more here for you, Peter. I appreciate your time. This might be a loaded question, but how has Carolina Rugby impacted you?
I think it's impacted me in pretty much every way, just like becoming a better person, just dealing with, just talking to everyone. And there's so many people from different walks of life and have never played rugby before, like me, have been playing for 10 years. We have people from Australia coming in and have been playing their whole life. And I think it's just a really good opportunity to meet a bunch of people, grow as a person. I mean, my freshman year, I remember we lost to Clemson by 60 points. And now we unfortunately lost this year, but we've had some really close games and we've beaten them twice. And just to see how far we've come has been really cool.
Listen, I agree 1,000%. It had been a long time before John Roberts got here that we had beaten Clemson. I want to say like 15 years. That's a long, long time that little school from the upstate of South Carolina was dominating this rivalry. But now, we're solidly in there and we're competing with them at all levels and sometimes quite often beating them.
Yeah.
We're the 3-time conference champions for sevens, and we've gotten a lot of scalps as well in 15s. So really, really exciting to see where this program was and where it is now. And that is all thanks to, the work of John Roberts and others that have really made a commitment to this program, financially speaking. And everybody can do that today with Give4Garnet. As I'm showing, pointing down here below, we've got a certain number of donors that we want to get to, 250 and also $50,000 today. And we're well on our way. We've got plenty of time to get there to reach that achievement. But let's go back over here. You're getting close to the end, it sounds like, of your playing career for Carolina. What is your favorite moment in the Garnet and Black?
I think it would be far and away my freshman year SCRC title.
Yeah.
I remember that year we didn't have a great year in anything. I think we beat Kennesaw and Bama in 15s, and we just weren't having great tournaments. And I don't know what happened, but we just clicked, and we showed up that day. And there's no one who could beat us. We beat everyone. We beat Kentucky, who had just been. Oh, they were killing us the whole year and letting us know about it.
Yeah.
So that was pretty awesome to beat them in the semis and then winning on that last second try against Clemson. That was just awesome. We all went to Cracker Barrel after, and no one knew what rugby was in there, but we were having a great time and they were loving it. But yeah, I'll never forget that. That was an awesome moment.
Such a South Carolina thing to do. Like, oh, we won something. We're going to go to Cracker Barrel now afterwards to celebrate. That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
That's an awesome memory for sure. My playing career I wasn't very good, but we had some good moments. We played Clemson hard back in those days. I remember some rucks that I was a part of that were really, really good against Clemson, just absolutely knocking some guys on their ass on the opposition squad, things like that. We were very, very scrappy back in my day for sure. But yeah, super cool. It brought a big smile to your face as I was asking you that question. You've had a great time with Carolina Rugby. Let's go over some things about your teammates here. Some fun questions.
Absolutely.
I mean, you got a great set of hair, but who's the best hair on the team?
Ooh, I don't know. I think Jonas definitely is up there. He's got the kind of bob I'm going right now.
Right.
I like Gavin Kern's mullet.
Yeah.
But I think he shaved it off, unfortunately, and he's abroad right now. But Matty Walsh's long, flowing hair, I think that's number one for best hair on the team.
All right. Who's the biggest prankster?
Ooh, prankster? I think Quinn Lafferty's up there for sure.
Okay.
We have a little feud going between our house and Chris Hankels and them.
Love that.
We freeze our stuff, so you get all your utensils and stuff.
Yeah.
You got to be sure to check your freezer before the end of the night. So that's been good pranks. Connor O'Keefe's got some good ones, but we got a bunch of jokesters on the team.
Love that. It's always nice to have some jokesters on the team, that compared to like more serious guys, it's nice to have that balance, right? It's always a good time. Let's see here. That's my captain coming in here. There you go. Love that. And we've got Gamecock Rugby chiming in. Pete is going to look weird bald. Okay. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting about this. I want to promote this as well. On Thursday, you guys are collecting donations for cancer research. And if somebody donates $5, you'll be able to buzz off hair for the Gamecock Ruggers. Is that right?
Yeah. So $5, you get to do a little line.
Okay.
And then we're gonna be bidding out the full heads of hair.
Okay, that makes more sense.
See how much we can raise for Big E and his family.
Yeah,
we'll be right outside of Russell House. It'll be live streamed on Gamecock Rugby. So yeah, if you can stop by, if you can't, watch us. We have a real barber there for all the parents who are worried. So we'll be going over it at the end to make sure we don't look too bad.
That's great.
But we're excited. Shout out to her, Lefty Barber. She agreed to help us. She's done some haircuts for us in the past, and I reached out, and she was more than willing to help.
That's great. It's so cool to see the community come together like that for a very, very good cause. Obviously Big E experiencing some health issues right now. It's so sad, but I know that he's in a good state, as I've been told. And we just hope the best for him, man. I mean, honestly, we really do. Big E Strong is the hashtag as well. So I did see that the GoFundMe that was started has surpassed the goal already, which is very, very encouraging. I did want to put in the GoFundMe link. I was just on it last night. I donated last night, but we'll get that. Somebody throw it in the chat, and then we'll send it out as well, because that is very, very important cause. In addition to Give4Garnet, obviously, that we're talking about today. But let's get back to the questions here. Who is a guy that you wouldn't want to mess with? Who has a bit of an edge about them that you wouldn't want to prank?
I don't know. We do it quite often, but AJ DeAngelis gets quite upset when you give him a prank. So then you got to deal with him being quite upset for a day or two.
Right.
Yeah, I think probably AJ. I wouldn't mess with Dre. I think Dre would just beat me up.
There you
So
go.
I don't know if I do that. But yeah, no, I think AJ or Dre would definitely be. Wouldn't mess with those guys.
Gotcha. Here's a good one. Who will be a billionaire before it's all said and done?
Ooh. I think Xander Toglia definitely has an opportunity for that. He's a real smart guy.
Love that.
Trying to think who else. Goose. He was shouting me out there. I'll shout him out. He's a pretty smart dude. He's got all his ducks in a row. Guy, he's in the business fraternity. Dylan Seymour, maybe. But yeah, there's a couple guys. We got some really smart guys on the team.
And once they reach that $1 billion, I hope they give a generous gift to Carolina Rugby to get them where they were.
You know? They can put their name on the field or something.
Exactly. Yeah, we gotta name them something after them. Who will be a celebrity?
Ooh, I don't know if celebrity's the right word, but I think Grant Ruhlen's definitely going to be a politician one day.
Okay.
I think he'll be on the ballot. We'll know who he is.
Love that. Cannot wait for that. Great future for Grant. You know, obviously he's the president of the club right now and does a fantastic job. I was describing this to his parents. He's always on it, man. In the foundation meetings that we have that I'm a part of, he's got all the answers, man. He's very, very good. A very impressive young man. Here's a weird one. Who will be a cult leader?
Ooh. Let me think. I think Eric is up there. He could be one. He leads the people.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one. I'm trying to think. I think Dylan Seymour could get a good cult going. He knows he seems to know what he's talking about. I feel like people would listen to him.
I hear you. All right, we got some Roy's chiming in here with some of these answers as well, and we were getting a question from me. So I was like, okay, how can I help beyond just doing the 6-hour broadcast? And I was thinking, okay, if we can get 200 donors by 2:00, I'm going to shave them all. I'm going to buzz it off as a better description. So maybe we can get to that. It'll be fun to do live on the air. I have not sanctioned this with my fiance, Crystal Lee. So I apologize, Crystal Lee, if you're watching. So, but yeah, if we get to that point, we'll see. But Dana's got a great question. Will the mustache go as well? I can't do the mustache, man. Like, it's so iconic at this point. I can't do it.
It's the brand.
It's the you're right. It's the brand, man. It can't be done. Okay. What else we got for you? Here's some weird ones. Do you eat or drink soup?
Ooh. I think that depends on the soup. I think if you're going Campbell's Chunky, you're eating it.
Yeah.
But if it's tomato soup, you're definitely drinking it.
A great thought out answer by Peter there. What's your favorite dinosaur?
Ooh, dinosaur. I might have to be lame and go the T-Rex. I mean,
it's an iconic one.
Yeah, I don't know how you can get much better than that.
True. For those that aren't aware, the whole myth of a velociraptor being super scary and could kill you, not really accurate. It was the size of a turkey in real life back in the day. So the author, Michael Creighton, was just like, I need something with a cool name that's going to be very, very intimidating. So he kind of, made the velociraptor more than it actually really was. That's just some weird fact for you there. Yeah. Yep. Check that out. So one more for you. That's a weird one. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
I've had this debate quite a few times, and I'm firmly on the no side. I think you need like bread, meat, cheese. I think you need it all, and I think that makes a sandwich.
I agree. I think it is a sandwich, and I think people that don't believe that are wrong. So there you go. I'm taking a hard stance on that one. We've got Katie chiming in here. Katie Lewis, who does a fantastic job for Carolina Rugby. Trying to click on it, it's not working. There we go. Phil, I think you need to pull out these questions for inductees at the Hall of Fame. You're absolutely right. We're going to get some weird and fun answers to those for sure. I've asked these questions from time to time to our Free Jacks players for the New England Free Jacks, and we get some wild answers from time to time. Do you believe in ghosts, Pete?
I don't know. I used to watch those ghost hunter shows all the time as a kid, and they kind of threw me off because I feel like it was so obvious there weren't. Yeah. But I think I definitely I don't know. There's been times I put something down, go to get it the next time. It's moved. So I
Right.
don't know. I'm so on that one. I haven't fully decided.
Yeah, me too. It's just fun to think about, though, isn't it? It's like
Yeah,
fun, aliens, Bigfoot, ghosts. It's just fun to think about. It might not be true, but it's just fun. Let's move over to
absolutely.
some serious questions here. What makes Coach Roberts good at what he does as the head coach of the University of South Carolina?
I think he's a good motivator, and I think he does well bringing people in. I mean, my freshman year, he had just gotten here, so there wasn't really any time to recruit, and the 5 of us showed up the first day. But every year since, we've gotten more and more players, really great players like Dwyer from Australia. We get Hendry from Marion, a really great school. Chaz from out in England. But yeah, I think recruiting, just motivating us. He's been doing really well with Big E things as well. Just we've been praying a lot for him and just getting the word out. But yeah, I think motivating and recruiting.
Yeah, I mean, recruiting is the lifeblood of college athletics, and if you can't motivate guys, you're probably in the wrong position as a head coach. So, I mean, he does things so well. I've talked about this as well, additionally throughout the day, is that he's just really good with communication. Like our communication game from where we were previously to where we are now is just night and day. We've got these newsletters that go out to keep everybody informed. The website looks fantastic. That's all John Roberts. And I will give him a lot of credit. I put a lot of the questions together, but the run of show and a lot of things that I can, go to and talk about, that's all John Roberts too, like for this broadcast. So he does so much behind the scenes, not just recruiting and not just coaching, but every little thing John Roberts has his hand in, and he does a fantastic job at it. So I've always been super impressed with him. I think he's a fantastic leader of men, and we're just lucky to have him here. We really are. And that goes back to Give4Garnet once again. So if you want to donate, please check out the link in the description to continue to fund his salary. And beyond that, getting these guys the charter buses that they have to be able to, fund those things and fund With You Weekend and the Hall of Fame, all of that requires donations from our wonderful and awesome supporters and parents and everybody else, alumni. It all comes together with Give4Garnet. So that's what we're doing today. If some sort of high school rugby player, transfer student, international player is watching this now or in the future, what would you say about them to coming to Carolina and playing rugby as a Gamecock? What testament would you give to them?
I think our main thing is just our culture. We have 60 guys on the team, and like I can really have a conversation with any single one of them. Like we're all good buddies. Like we do the spring break trip every year. We had 20 guys, and this year a lot of guys couldn't go, and it was a group that usually doesn't hang out together, but we had a great time. I think, yeah, just the culture, just looking at other teams, like when we're at these tournaments, we'll be sitting around joking the whole time, and the other teams will be staring at the ground all upset and like super serious the whole time. And I think there's times for that, obviously, but it's a fun game. We're a club sport. Like we're all out here just to have fun. So yeah, I think we have a great time. We play some really competitive rugby. We're at all these big tournaments. I think for D1 AA, you'd be hard pressed to find a better conference than the SCRC. Kentucky's won 15s the past 2 years. We have people in nationals every year. So I think, yeah, we have some really good rugby and a great group of guys.
That's a great way to describe it for sure. I mean, you're going to get that fun atmosphere, but it's also, it's a competitive environment here at Carolina. We want to be as good as we can be possibly. So yeah, it's just a great overall experience. Great university as well. We haven't talked about that, but fantastic, academic programs, fantastic campus, great medium-sized city. You've got everything in Columbia that you would possibly need. So absolutely. Let's continue on here. What message, the final one, what message would you have for the Carolina rugby fans and supporters out there that are watching this right now?
I think, yeah, continue to support us. I think everyone who's been following us has really seen how much we've kind of leveled up over the past couple years. My freshman year, we were staying in red roof inns and driving in little vans or driving ourselves. And now we have nice hotels and big vans. I'd say we'd really, really love the support for our SCRC in 2 weeks. We're going for a 4th. I haven't lost yet, knock on wood. So we're going for number 4. Planning to go 4 for 4 here. And then also tomorrow, yeah, we're doing the shave head event for Big E. It really means a lot. He's one of the I mean, if not the best, so you'd be far to find a better person on our team. He's
Right.
just a great dude. And it really means a lot to him and his family and him and his mom to be supporting. So please support.
Yeah.
If you want to come by on Green Street, feel free. You can come shave my head.
Love that.
But yeah, we're excited. A lot of good things are coming, and we just really appreciate everyone's support, whether that's watching or donating or just coming to the games. But yeah, thank you to everyone watching.
Heck yeah. It's super exciting. Everything's so exciting with Carolina Rugby right now. It's a really good time to be involved in the program. And I appreciate your time, Peter. You've been fantastic. We're going to say 2 words to exit you from the video here in 3, 2, 1. Spurs up, baby. Woo! Thanks, pal.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yeah. Here we go. We got Roy chiming in here. All of our supporters should pack a lunch and go up to Greer for SCRC. That's right. I keep forgetting that it is in Greer this year. So all of the supporters, if you're a supporter, you're a parent that is local, relatively local, make sure you're coming out to Greer to cheer on the boys. It's going to be a fantastic event as well. You know, it always is. And as we're saying, Carolina's going for a 4-peat in this tournament. So super excited, wish them the best. And, you know, regardless of how the outcome is going to come out, I know that they're going to represent the university very well. So, okay, folks, we're into it now, baby. We're 2 hours and 55 minutes into the live broadcast here for Give4Garnet. I'm going to update the numbers momentarily. We're waiting on Dana. We're not waiting. You know, Dana's going to come on in shortly, and we'll get to talk to him. One of my favorite people in the Carolina Rugby community. Impressive guy for sure. Just very articulate, is on his stuff, and he's been a great asset to the Hall of Fame committee. We're up to 83 donors so far, folks. This is Carolina Men's Rugby Fund. I'm looking at the student clubs and programs leaderboard right now. Right now, we're in prime position to get that extra $1,500. As long as we stay in the lead, we will get that money coming in. Now, we have 83 donors. The next rival, I guess you should say, in second place has 30 right now. So we're kind of running away with it at the moment. There's still plenty of time left, but that is super encouraging. For everybody watching and everybody that's donated, I thank you very much for doing that, for helping this program. You are the change. Be the change that you believe in. I think that's the quote. And you're doing that today. Okay, there we go, 83. Now let's find out what our total number is. Now the goal is pretty high. I mean, we've talked about this earlier in the broadcast. I think it was 36,000 our first year, 40-ish last year. We're aiming high for $50,000 today, and with your help, we can get there. So make sure you Give4Garnet today. Let's go to our total number as it updates. $9,300, ladies and gentlemen. That is fantastic. We are approaching 11 o'clock in the morning, and to have $9,300 already this morning is a great accomplishment. I appreciate all the people that are calling right now. If you guys are watching me, you can hear me in the background. Thank you for making those calls to our alumni, engaging our alumni to donate today. You guys are the real heroes, man. Okay, so everything's updated. That's all well and good. I've got some stuff to talk to you about that is separate from just the actual numbers. Let me pull that up right now. Let's once again talk about why we're doing all of this, right? Give4Garnet is an initiative for the entire University of South Carolina. There has to be hundreds of things that money could potentially go to for the donors that are giving out there. The incentives that we're shooting for right now, as I speak to you, is one of them is the social media all-star challenge bonuses. And I think John Roberts is doing really, really well with that social media all-star challenge number. I'll get that in a minute, but let me tell you all about it. The social media ambassador with the most gifts through their unique ambassador link will get to allocate bonus funds to the funds of their choice. First place is an extra $4,000. Second place, $2,000. Third place, $1,000. This is a quirky one. A gift from the furthest zip code. So all of our Carolina Rugby alumni out in Alaska or the West Coast, Make sure you donate today. Even if it's $5, we could get $1,000 based on your donation. The top 2 student groups, as I was describing earlier, are going to win either $1,500 or $1,000 for their fund. Early giving is almost done here. So early giving was from 8 a.m. until 11 a.m. It attracts more funds for the Division of Student Life. I think there's a bonus as well with the early giving race. Hopefully Carolina will come out on top of that. Let me pause before I get into the player incentive because that's really cool too. But I wanted to move over to see where John Roberts is on the leaderboard here in terms of social media. And they keep moving the information around on this page. So I'm trying to locate it right now. But yeah, we're up to 92 donors as I'm speaking here. Let's see. Yeah, John Roberts, here we go. Social media all-star leaderboard. The social media ambassador with the most gifts through their unique ambassador link will get to allocate bonus funds to the fund of their choice. First place is $4,000. Second place, $2,000. Third place, $1,000. John Roberts is prime time stepping his way into the end zone. If it was to end right now, John Roberts runs away with it. John Roberts has 77 donors. The next biggest donor has 36. So there's still a long time to go here. I think it's a full day and 2 hours that they're tallying all of these donations. But John Roberts is kicking everybody's butt at the very beginning here. So shout out to him for doing a great job with social media to get this thing out and in front of everybody, because we are absolutely running away with it right now as well. As I was saying earlier, with the donations, 92 in total, compared to the next closest fund is 30. All right. Ice hockey, what I thought was going to be a big contender for us in this race to the first place, is only at 20. And they've had a lot of success. They've got a lot of social media engagement. They do great with merchandise. But right now, rugby's running away with it. So it feels good to be good, ladies and gentlemen. So let's keep that going. I've got one more ticker here that I wanted to mention. This is for the entire Give4Garnet effort, not just rugby, not just club sports, not just, everything in total right now that has been collected today is $695,624. And the donors is $4,522. That is an amazing accomplishment considering it's so early in this day in the process. To be over $500,000, easily over $500,000 is super impressive. Thank you to everybody that has donated so far. We appreciate you guys. You are the lifeblood of this program. It's all nice to, it's all great to be able to recruit, great players and have success on the pitch. But if the money's not there to fund Coach Roberts' salary, if the money's not there to provide these charter buses, if the money's not there for With You Weekend, all of this slowly crumbles. And that's not what we want to see. So appreciate everybody doing this. Love the Gamecock rugby culture. That's from Tom Darlington. It is a special, special culture. And we keep hearing about this throughout the day. People have mentioned culture over and over and over again, because it is true. It is a unique and amazing and special culture here within Carolina Rugby. And it's a great time to be a Gamecock, but it's especially a great time to be a Carolina Rugby Gamecock. So what else do we have going on? Let me see here. Oh, yes, I wanted to talk about player incentives. The player who is responsible for the most gifts, now listen to this, this is good, receives 20,000 Chick-fil-A points. I don't really know how they quantify the points. Like, that surely can't be $20,000. Maybe it's $2,000. I don't know, but that's a lot of points, right? Has to be. So the player who encourages the most amount of people to donate will receive 20,000 Chick-fil-A points. That's a lot of waffle fries, ladies and gentlemen. The player who receives the second most will get 10,000 points. That's also a lot of waffle fries. So, but here's the big one for everybody, right? I say everybody, but you have to make a donation of at least $100 for Carolina Rugby. And if you do that, you're entered into a drawing here to receive a 3-night accommodation at the Four Seasons Resort and Somebody help me with the pronunciation of this. Just sound it out for me in the chat because I feel bad. Tamarindo, Mexico, and a 2-night stay at the Four Seasons at the resort at Punta Meta. These are oceanfront resorts. They're adjacent to one another and can be combined for a 5-night stay on a beautiful resort beach in Mexico. So, I mean, do you need a vacation? I know I do. If you donate $100 today, you're entered into a drawing that could get you a 5-night stay at 2 amazing locations on the beach in beautiful Mexico. So for each $100 that we receive, you're going to get 1 ticket. So if you donate $500 today, that's 5 tickets that's going to go into that hat, those raffle tickets. And if we pull your name, you will be going to a beautiful resort in Mexico. You don't have to pay for anything for that lodging. It's free. That's awesome, huh? And you have to redeem that by September the 20th of this year. But hey, everybody could use a vacation right about now, I'm sure. So even if you come back, you just came back from a vacation, you could use another vacation. So, all right, let's talk about the talking points of why we're donating today. What is all this going to? You may ask yourself. Well, one of it is our head coach's salary, who's done a fantastic job. John Roberts has turned this thing around, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to anyone before John Roberts, but this thing, it barely survived COVID with John Golden helping keep this thing alive. But since John has been involved, John Roberts, that is, everything has gotten better and better and better. The competition level has gotten higher. The recruiting classes have gotten better. The results on the pitch have certainly gotten better as well. And we can point to those milestones, I'm sure, of what has taken place, beating Clemson 2 years in a row, winning 3 straight SCRCs. That's kind of hard to talk about. SCRCs championships, conference championships, going for a 4th in 2 weeks. So he's guided us to these 3 conference championships more than any other active coach in the Southeastern Collegiate Rugby Conference. That's what it's called. John Roberts is more than a coach. He's our mentor, chief fundraiser, a top recruiter, and has elevated our rugby experience. Your gift supports his salary and will fund stipends for our assistant coaches. So it's not just John Roberts' salary that's funded here. We have these fantastic assistant coaches who were previously volunteered positions. They were just doing this out of the goodness of their heart and the passion for the game. But if you donate, we've got these stipends that will be continued to fund. So they have a little change in their pocket too, as well. Next up, we've got our SMOCA Endowed Rugby Scholarship. This is something that is an absolute game changer for this program. Currently, 38 of our players receive a rugby scholarship. Out-of-state scholarship recipients receive approximately $11,000 a year on net tuition cost. Jeff Smoka, our assistant coach, and his family have funded our scholarships. Please honor Jeff Smoka with a donation and gift today for the SMOCA Endowed Rugby Scholarships. And when you're doing your donation, there's an area on there where you can specify where you want your money to go to. The next one up here that we're helping with today in terms of making awareness and directing donations to is our Student Experience Fund. During the 2024-2025 season, a generous gift from rugby parents Bill and Cindy McKernan funded charter bus travel for away games and team meals, creating a first-rate travel experience for our players, coaches, and staff. We invite everyone, particularly our parents, to join Bill and Cindy in supporting this fund. Now, Bill and Cindy will be on later on today to talk about this a little bit more, but as we've heard today, even as early as Peter's first year, Peter Blackman's first year, they were having to share rides and stay at kind of dingy places, but that no longer exists thanks to this fund where they're getting room to stretch out in a charter bus wherever they're going throughout the Southeast for away games, and additionally they're getting good meals on the road and first-rate travel experiences. Much better hotels, much better lodging. So these guys are taking care of unlike any team that has been at Carolina, there's been, generations, almost 60 years, but this is definitely the most well looked after group of players of all time, and that is solely based on the Student Experiences Fund. And finally, I didn't mention this last time, but to fund top shelf alumni and parent events. It's true. Each year we host several first-class events, including our annual With You weekend, which attracted nearly 150 participants, and our Hall of Fame and Club Awards banquet, which attracted 135 participants last year. I'm so proud of that. These outreach events are expensive, it's true, but they are vitally important as we make memories, create memories, and build our Carolina rugby family. We've talked about community all day. We've talked about culture. This helps with that. It's certainly, bringing people together that haven't seen each other for years and years. So very important to continue this Carolina rugby family legacy. So yeah, all of these things are what you're funding, what your donations are going to. And we just got to keep this thing moving, man. I'm super excited about the donations that have been received so far. As I mentioned earlier, if we can get to 200 donations within the next 4 hours, I'm buzzing my hair off. So yeah, here we go. Chris Golden chiming in. John just donated from Wales. How's that? So that's a pound. What's the transaction rate on that? I wonder. Let's see here. Does that count for zip code? It surely has to, right? I don't know. Maybe it has to be within the United States for the zip code to work. I don't have the terms and conditions on that one, but that's a long way away. It's a long way away. Thanks. Thank you, John, for making that donation. Hope you're watching in. Appreciate you. I just heard from him maybe a month ago talking about potential Free Jack players that he's playing with overseas. So yeah, that would be great if we could get a pipeline going for the New England Free Jacks, just for my own selfish reasons there. Let's see here. What else do we have? My son was Frosh and was down there last weekend for the UNC match and was so impressed with those boys. There you go. That's from Tom Darlington. All right. Well, we're getting close to the time where Dana is going to step in here. Dana Cochran, of course, a young alumni, I think it's fair to say. He graduated not too long ago, much, more recently than I did. And he was a part of some really, really good rugby teams that won some significant silverware over the years. And I believe he's joining us from his workplace. So I appreciate him being able to jump on here. But one of the things that we're going to talk about with Dana is his Hall of Fame experience. He is a first-year Hall of Fame committee member. And we're going to talk about how he's enjoyed that and what's his experience been like being a part of and being a huge part of the committee. He and I were kind of working together with the bylaws to get that stuff sorted out. So we'll talk about that in a moment. I did want to check the ticker one more time before we get Dana on here. In terms of total funding raised for the entire University of South Carolina Give4Garnet, we're up to $706,079, 4,557 donors for the entire effort today for the University of South Carolina. That's a ton of money so far. Let's get over to the University of South Carolina one. The last time I checked, we had 92 donors. Where are we at now? Let's find out. Let's see, it's moving around on me. Here we go. 100 donors. Let's go. Let's go. All right. 100 donors, ladies and gentlemen, so far for the Carolina Men's Rugby Fund. Let me update the ticker. There we go. 100 donors, ladies and gentlemen, already so close to where we want to be. Now let's find out the total amount. We were previously at $9,300. We're at $9,760. Thank you so much for everybody's donation that has donated so far. And if you're going to donate today, I'm going to say thank you once again. If I don't see you, I'm going to say thank you now. All right. So that is updated. We're going to bring Dana on right now. How are you, sir?
Hey, is this thing on?
Yeah. How's it going?
It's good, man. It's good. It's a good break from the day. How you doing?
Good. Hanging in there. I'm getting a little tired. I think my voice is suffering, but we're just going to keep going. We're going to push through. We're gonna push.
Yeah, I'm curious. So you're going to be there all day. So are you? Do you have like a pee jug, or like how are you going to survive this whole telethon?
We'll
These are the
see.
questions
Maybe.
people want to know.
Exactly. Yeah. No pee jug. I might just jump up when somebody's doing a long story and just go real quickly and come right back over, because the bathroom is just literally maybe 20 feet away. So it would be a quick little trip, but I haven't needed to go. We'll see. Well, I'll have to cross that bridge when I get there, right?
Well, I think you need to hydrate more, my friend. I think if you don't have to go yet, but maybe you're thinking the long game.
Yeah. Let's see. I've got this much left of my water here, so we'll see how it goes. You're at work right now, so I appreciate you joining in. Let me pull up your questions because I haven't done that yet. That's there we go. Here we go. All right. So Dana, you and I are on the Hall of Fame committee for Carolina Rugby. This year, the induction ceremony will be held on the 19th of April. Starting to lose it here. It's from 6 to 9 p.m. at the campus room at the Capstone, which is a famous structure there at Carolina. This event is available for tickets to be purchased on uscrugby.net /events. Yeah, that's where you can get those tickets. How the heck are you? How's it going? How's work going for you today?
Work's great. So my wife and I, we just had our first kid 6 months ago.
Wow.
It's baby Clark, he's happy, he's healthy, and he loves to wake up in the middle of the night. It's probably his favorite thing to do. We had him. So around month 3, Clark was sleeping through the night. And I remember looking at my wife, Jen, and being like, this parenting stuff is easy. Right? I don't know what people are complaining about, who doesn't have time, who's not getting full sleep. And I think Clark heard that and was like, oh, you're saying I don't have to sleep through the night. Right. And it was like next week, he starts one time in the middle of the night, and then it's a couple times. And now we're at month 6. And he's waking up pretty consistently 1 to 2 times in the middle of the night.
Wow.
So I'm good. Everything's great. He's happy. He's healthy. So we're happy. Work's going great, man. We just moved to Winston-Salem area. Yeah. It's like central North Carolina for people that aren't aware. And we moved in July of last year. It's been awesome. Really happy to, put our roots in place and build a foundation here.
That's great, man. I'm originally from North Carolina, so it's nice to see that you're enjoying my neck of the woods, my old stomping grounds for sure. Let's get into. You might be more tired than I am, and I'll pull the curtain back a little bit here. I stayed up until I want to say about 12:45, just preparing for this because I had 3 interviews for the Free Jacks. I'm not complaining, but the day before. And so that was a late night, just trying to put all that stuff out there with work and whatnot. So, yeah, I mean, but you're potentially more tired than I am. How do you a lot of coffee, like energy drinks? How do you?
Yeah, I had to quit the energy drinks a long time ago because I used to do them in college, and I tried to do probably too much, like clubs and everything when I was in college, and I remember drinking like at least 2 Monsters regularly, and like I was the weirdo who like I could drink a Monster and then go take a nap and like be like, okay, let's go, right? Wow. So I do drink a lot of coffee now, but I quit that habit once I realized how bad that stuff was for you. Mm-hmm. But I do drink a lot of coffee. I don't want to lie. I'm definitely at least 2 cup a day type person.
There you go.
Sometimes 3 if Clark was up a lot, right? So last night we were kind of lucky. It's funny, like he times his wake ups pretty strategically, I think. I mean, so at first the 2 a.m. one, that's just the most inconvenient. So I think that's his favorite wake up time. But then when he wakes up again at like 4 or 5 a.m., it's kind of a tricky in between period, because if you try to go back to sleep at 4 or 5 a.m. and then get back up an hour or 2 hours later, right? It's like kind of impossible. So so sometimes I'm up at 4 or 4:30 in the morning and just it's time to get stuff going, because that's just when I'm allowed to do it.
Right. Yeah, totally. Interesting enough, I was just thinking about something like waking up in the middle of the night. Our ancestors in the early American days, way back then, Revolutionary War times, they woke up in the middle of the night. They would go to bed at like, as soon as the sun went down, I think, for a lot of them. And then they would wake up at like 2 o'clock in the morning and be up for a couple of hours and then go back to bed. It was like this weird thing that people did that we've completely forgotten about all over the world, is people would wake up in the middle of the night and like do work and stuff. It's strange, like write letters, write in their journal, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, we don't do that nowadays, ideally,
No.
unless you have a 6-month-old, right? So, yeah, very, very interesting. Let's talk about your origin story with rugby. How did you find rugby?
Well, actually, rugby found me. So I was in high school, and so I'm like 5'8", and on a good day with like socks, I'm 5'8", and I played football in high school. I was actually a lineman, offensive lineman at a pretty decent football school in South Carolina. So junior year, I didn't make it to the varsity team, and all my friends did. And it was a big, like, do I want to stay on JV? I'm clearly not going to go to the pros as an offensive lineman, right?
Right.
I laugh about it because my dad was an Olympic swimmer. So like being an athlete was something that was pretty motivating for me to try to do.
Sure.
But again, being 5'8", there's not too many like short swimmers. And then obviously in the NFL, unless you're like a scat back or something like that, like which I was not, I'm notorious from the team for not having the best hands. That was never me. So I realized that I needed to make an adjustment if I wanted to like keep playing sports going forward. So I actually tried sculling first, which is a type of rowing. But, I was a big band nerd. And because sculling wasn't a school sanctioned activity, I was going to get, anyways, like punished for it basically with my grade. So I had to find something else. Right. One day at lunch, this guy from the Charleston Outlaws, I'm from Charleston, South Carolina. He did a lunch presentation and got me interested in it, started talking. I was watching YouTube videos and I was like, holy cow, you have to do everything. You have to, you'll get to catch the ball, you get to throw the ball. Some people kick, but then you also have to tackle. You also have to run lines, all this stuff. And I just found it very appealing to play another contact sport. Yeah. So I actually was part of the first Wando rugby team when we were just a club. I was like one of the founding leaders there. And, the rest is kind of history. Wando has obviously done a pretty amazing job for those of you that aren't aware. But when we were playing, I think we lost every single game except against the other new high school team, the School of the Arts. I think that was the one win we got that first year. And then like the next year was my senior year. We maybe won 2 games against a B side. But then after that, they were third in state, and then they were winning state every year after that. Incredible. So I was a backup player. Like I really I had no idea how to play. I was an absolute liability on the pitch. Like it was tough, but I was pretty determined to learn how to play the game. And so I knew I wanted to go to school in state. Yeah. Basically that kind of left me with a couple options, and, I could have stayed in Charleston, could have gone to Clemson or something like that, but I wanted to go to business school really. And Columbia was a city. Yeah. I say city because I've lived in Boston as well. And and even Boston's a small city, but anyways, South Carolina, it's a city. Yeah. So wanted to live there and try it out. I walked on the team. I came in second semester that freshman year. So I didn't go to school the first semester. I actually took a bit of a gap, came in second semester. I was on the C team. And then by the end of that season, I was like a reserve player for the A team.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I played, I tried to play 9, but I really didn't have the technical skills for that. Like maybe I could throw the ball off the base of a ruck, but like in a scrum or any other kind of technical situation, I was a liability, but I was a brick. So I could totally be a forward, and I wasn't scared to tackle anybody or when you got this nose leading the charge, you got a little extra protection. You know what I mean? So I felt pretty confident in my ability to do that. And man, I absolutely fell in love with the game. I was, besides practicing with the team every time I was back home in Charleston, I was practicing with that team and doing sevens with them in the off season. Like, I was absolutely obsessed with rugby, especially after that first year, my freshman year.
Sorry.
No, I was just saying I love it. Like, I love rugby. Yeah.
Same here, man. So I have a similar experience. I love rugby. Similar experience, obsessed with the game. Not a great player, definitely a liability on the pitch for the vast majority of the time I played. But, you fall in love with it, and it stays with you. Obviously, it has with you. It has with me. It's just, it's something that'll never leave me, for sure. So it's awesome that you chose the University of South Carolina. That's why we're talking today. You played for the Gamecocks, and you're part of our alumni, being an active participant in our process here. But what are you doing in the real world? You got your office there behind you. I see your rugby wall, but what do you actually do there in Winston-Salem?
Yeah, I'm an advisor at Merrill Lynch. I help people with their financial planning and investment planning strategies. A lot of times it can be as simple as a cash management strategy, or helping people with, executive compensation, or literally retirement planning. How do I want to have my investments allocated for retirement? What's my withdrawal strategy? Things of that nature.
Gotcha.
Pretty exciting stuff if you like that side of thing. I grew up kind of, my mom always worked 2 jobs, and my dad worked construction, and then I had 3 brothers. So it was like, it was a bit crazy. We weren't particularly wealthy. And when 07, 08 happened, and there wasn't a lot of construction work kind of going around, there was a lot of like, well, what's going on, right? Like, what's going on in the world? And it got me really interested in business. It got me really interested in economics. And then it got me really interested in, are there things you can do to prepare yourself for these volatile moments in life? And the fact is there is, and that got me really interested in that. Went down a big, deep rabbit hole. I got my start actually in the industry because of rugby. So I graduated in 2016, and then, my brother on the team, Michael Rudzensky, he lived in Boston. His little brother was going to college in Miami, and he was like, Dana, like, come on to Mass. You'll find a job here. Stay in my little brother's room. Play with I'm about to say the Free Jacks, but obviously Mystic River. Come play with us at Mystic River, and you'll find, we'll get you something. We'll get you some work. Incredible. And I think I spent it was a few months anyways, and I probably did like hundreds of applications. I remember Rudy making fun of me, because I knew the address. I knew his address better than he did, because I was putting it in online, so many applications, like zip code and everything. And I got my start with JP Morgan there. And it was kind of funny. I laugh about it because I really had 2 job opportunities coming out of college in Boston. And it was like, I could either be part of a small business sales solution team with Staples, or I could be a marketing associate for a wealth management team at JP Morgan. And it was like, it was either or. It was literally kind of that kind of situation, like feast or famine. And I was like, okay, let's do it. And frankly, I was just more excited about the medical benefits, so I could kind of keep playing rugby, and because I was getting hurt in some capacity every year, whether it was like a pulled muscle or, getting a cut or something like that. I was always going to need to kind of get checked up on something. Right. And anyways, that's kind of how I got my start there.
Incredible. I had totally forgotten. I remember talking to you previously about you being in the Boston area and playing for Mystic, but I'd kind of forgotten about that. And it just rushed back to me as you're talking about that. We have that connection with Mikey, because Mikey, his dad is like Mr. Free Jack. Like, Buzz is just like, he's all over the place, man. Buzzy's the best. And for most people, they're like, who are these people talking about? But he is one of the best Free Jacks fans of all time. He goes to like almost all the away games. I remember we went down to New York to watch them play the Free Jacks against the New York team that no longer exists. Rest in peace. But Buzzy had flown from like Miami to New York and was leaving the same day just to go back home. Like his away trip was, I'm in Miami right now, but I want to go see my Free Jacks play, so I'm just going to commute to New York, no big deal, and then fly back to Miami the same day after the game. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, going from the South to the Northeast in terms of rugby culture was night and day difference.
Right.
So when I first started playing, I was really playing with Charleston Outlaws, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the men's team. They were a D2 social men's club. I think they're a D3 now. And obviously it was social, right? So going to the games, being a part of the games, but really it was more about camaraderie and, just everyone's there for the love of rugby.
Yeah.
When I was in Boston, people were competitive. People really wanted to win, right? Yep. Everyone was watching games all the time. We were talking strategy. Mm-hmm. People were in the weight room 4 times a week. It was super awesome, right? It was an incredible environment. Like I was a Free Jack hopeful. They weren't a team just yet, but everyone knew it was on the horizon that they were trying to do something. And at the same time, when I was there, they had I believe they won the national title, the Mystic River Club, the USA Club Rugby national title in 2016.
Right.
And then I can't remember what happened in 2017, but then in 2018, they won it again as well. So like a lot of these people were really trying to like just play to that next level.
Right.
And it was great. I mean, it was crazy how I went from, the Carolina rugby environment and the Charleston rugby environment to like this competitive environment. And then, kind of getting my butt kicked pretty regularly by some of these people that have been in this environment for a long time.
Right.
And learning from that, it was such a unique experience. Like I still miss it. And, Buzzy was such a huge part of that. But there are other people besides Buzzy up there that are trying to do the very same thing. Like they're diehard rugby fans true and through. Even now, like we're talking about Six Nations, you know what I mean? With a lot of these guys in the group text and everything, like it's just, it's the best, honestly, because a lot of times when I tell people about here, in the South, and I'm saying, I used to play rugby, and rightfully they think I'm a badass, which is true, but they're also have no idea. They just know. It's just like a talking head type thing where they're just like, oh, this guy, what's going on? But like these people, other people, they actually know the game. And it was incredible, like being a part of something like that. I'm hoping, talking about the Hall of Fame committee and being back in the South, I'm hoping to, be able to contribute to something like that down here as well. Like, it's my, besides the Hall of Fame committee, which when we think about culture, culture is really driven by leadership, and being a part of a leadership committee and being able to authenticate what we're doing and legitimize what we're doing. That stuff trickles down. It's very important. So, I'm super happy and proud to be part of something like that here. And I'm hoping could do some more, maybe get some more youth rugby going on in North Carolina. That would be awesome. Certainly the long-term goal,
Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely necessary for the success of this sport within our country. If somebody's like, how can I get involved or where should I start? It's definitely at the youth rugby level that continues to need to be built up. We know we need great coaches, we need great referees, but we have to have the pipeline of great rugby athletes from a very, very young age. So that's a great place to start for sure. I'm super happy that you're a part of the leadership within the club at this level, because you bring some enthusiasm and passion. I know that you love the game. It comes across very, very quickly that you absolutely love rugby, and I think you're excellent at what you do within the committee. And I think, one day, I think you're going to be a foundation board member. I really do. I think you're very articulate. You're a smart guy. And we definitely could use someone like you on the main board as well. So one of these days, old Dana is going to be the president of the foundation. I have a feeling. So
you can't call me old Dana yet. I'm a young alumni, right? So I'm still, I still got a few years. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it'll go silver or white, but I think I'm a decade away from that, Or I don't know. Maybe Clark keeps waking up in the middle of the night and I start growing gray hair next year. We'll see.
Yeah, I feel like that's might accelerate it potentially. We'll see. We'll see.
Totally.
What's your favorite moment in a Carolina Rugby jersey?
Wow. In a Carolina Rugby jersey, I would say, easily winning the 15s championships. The first one we did was we went to 4 15s championships. We won 2.
Yeah.
Getting to the first one was a huge achievement anyways, as it is a huge achievement, but we had just kind of really committed to a big turnaround in the club that freshman year. We had a amazing class of freshmen that came the semester after I did. A lot of those guys were from Philadelphia. We had some people come from New York. We had some people kind of come from that little concentration in the Northeast there that just made such a big difference in terms of not even just talent, but people committed to the culture of the club in terms of, working towards, studying film and all that, but then also culture, like having that community of people to support each other. Like my favorite jersey moment is probably when we hosted the 15s title at Columbia. And we were all part of like setting up the pitch, and we won the title there. It was crazy to be able to do something like that. We did something very similar with sevens too. That was great. But I had a very strong personal moment that I'll never forget. Going into my senior year, I had a bit of a personal tragedy in my life where someone really close to me had passed away. It was very tough for me to deal with. I was living in Colorado for a little while to kind of get away from everything. And, a couple things happened. I had some amazing outreach from players and brothers on the team, but this was also around the inception of the Jeff Smolka Scholarship. And so when we were kind of looking at finishing up my degree, because I was just a few classes short, I wasn't even sure I was going to finish college because I was just kind of in that state. And the team pulled me back, really. Like the team pulled me back from all levels. I mean, Jeff Smolka being a part of, like, I'm pretty sure they took care of all of my fees when it came to, being a part-time student at that time and playing on the club and everything. It was great. It was a huge relief for me. And then also when I came back, I remember our captain, Tim Hamill, he had him and a few of the guys had a house together, right? That they're all renting. He literally set up like a welcoming party where like everyone from the team, A, B, I don't know if we had a Seaside at that time, but A, B, and reserves literally welcomed me home.
Wow.
And it was crazy. I've never had anything else like that happen in my life, but just the absolute support that we got, that'll live with me forever. Those guys are always my brothers. I'll never, I'll be there for them at a dime if I need to be, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like that was, I think about, I see Rob Davila wrote a comment.
Oh yeah. Let me grab that there. There we go. There it is.
Guys was like a mentor, when I first came in. He was an amazing guy. But yeah, that's just what the club meant for me. Like it was an on the field, off the field type thing where it was just so easy to live, breathe Carolina rugby because the culture was so strong.
That's a huge, strong testament that you're describing to the culture and the brotherhood within Carolina rugby right there. Like that's one of the best examples I've ever heard of just how special this whole thing is to all of us. And, it's also, describes why you feel so strongly about giving back and helping out because they helped you, it's very, very cool. Awesome stuff.
Definitely.
What else? Let's talk about the Hall of Fame committee really quickly.
Let's do it.
You're a new member of the Hall of Fame committee. What has been your experience like being a part of this new thing that we're doing?
Well, it's great to meet new people. It's been great to really meet Rick. He is an absolute, he's just an absolute presence in terms of talking about passion for the club, right? And as you mentioned earlier, I think he's like the unofficial historian of the club. I mean, this guy's kept up with it for years. So really getting to talk to him and learn about it was amazing. When we had nominees too, as I'm sure you remember, we were really trying to drill down who is best, what is best for the club, who is most deserving. Right. And at that time, I did a couple phone interviews with people that were nominating to get some more background. So it's been a great experience, meeting people. It's been a great experience learning about everyone's histories and like how things used to be. I mean, obviously rugby is a brutal sport, but we're talking about the 70s and 80s. I mean, those people, like I laugh about when we would get our boot check, before the game, everyone would be on a knee, both knees, they check your cleats. And I always thought it was so funny. I was like, why do they even do this? But when I hear about Rick's stories and like some of the things these people used to do, people used to put like screws and nails and they would be like gashing and cutting and all that and like really scraping people. Just insane way to play the game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I would have played, like I don't think I was that tough, like I really don't know how those people do it.
Rugby's a tough sport, but those people were tough as nails back in the 70s.
Yeah, they were crazy.
They were tough.
They were absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
I think, probably like the early 2000s, I think is when the game really started to get a lot more modern. I definitely remember when I first started playing, that's when they started, trying to make the scrums a lot safer in terms of how they were engaged. Right. Yep. Anyway, so kind of hearing those war stories from people and like, I bet they really think, that these people are their brothers because it seems like people were dying left and right in the field. You know what I mean? So like if someone was doing something, like you had to really back them up.
Right.
Kind of reminds me of, this is kind of a funny story, but it was, we were playing in Tennessee and we were playing Auburn. And it was towards the end of the game. I think we gave them a pretty solid thumping. We were up by a few tries, and there was a tackle was made, and it's me and one other guy. And I tried to be like a pretty high engine player. Like I felt I wasn't the most technical person, but if I could be there, like I could make a difference. And this guy was kind of slow to get off me, and I gave him a shove, and this guy immediately comes and punches me in the face.
Whoa.
He immediately comes, punches me in the face, and I take the hit. And before I know it, our enforcer from the Bronx, I don't know if he wants me to say his name, so I'll just say the enforcer from the Bronx. Anyone knows who that is. This guy comes in to go take him out immediately. Now, luckily, he totally whiffs. So like he goes to cock up to hit the guy.
Yeah.
And just completely tumbles and just absolutely whiffs, which thank God, because we had the championship game the next day. You know what I mean? Yep. That happened. Yep. But when you have people kind of go to bat for you like that, it just makes such a, like, this guy's really my brother. You know what I mean? Yes. Like this guy's really looking out for his teammate and really doing all that kind of stuff. He didn't even hesitate.
100%.
Thank God he missed, but it's the thought that counts in that type of action.
No hesitation. He was ready. He had your back, man. He had your back.
That's right, man. That's right.
Yeah. Heck yeah. So what's been your impressions of Coach Roberts and the program since he's taken over? We've been able to see this. It's 3 seasons in now. We've got a clear picture of what's taking place. What's your thoughts?
Yeah. So, top down, right? Coach Roberts succeeded Mark Morris, and you could tell at that time, not even just within the club, but within the league, the competition, the rugby competition was going straight up, right? So Tennessee has always been a pretty consistent powerhouse in our league, right? Mm-hmm. And then during our time, Alabama was a really up and coming club. Like they played spoiler for some amazing moments for them. Obviously, they ended up going to the CRCs and they ended up beating Tennessee in a conference title match, which was great. But then, after we leave, we if people have kind of kept up with it, you learned that like Kentucky rugby was really like this. They were really establishing themselves as doing something. Mm-hmm. So you could tell there was a big shift going on in the competition, and there needed to be a rallying of the alumni, right, to kind of get really engaged with the club to do that. And after talking to John and talking to people that know John, it was pretty obvious that this was kind of the perfect guy for that job.
Absolutely.
This was even really like I'm talking about like Charleston rugby guys that were talking to me, that were old Gamecock people, were saying like, this guy's the real deal. Like, you're talking about passion about the sport. Absolutely. Yeah. But then when you meet John, you can just totally, that he's a player's coach.
Yeah.
Right. This guy isn't like maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I haven't been to a practice, but I don't get the impression that he's like a Bill Belichick, right? I think he's more of a, I couldn't even tell you right now, but anyways, he's a player's coach. He's there to support you. Like, it's not just, rugby's important, but he's there to make sure you guys are together. He's there to make sure you guys are being good students at the same time.
He's a Shane Beamer. He's a Shane Beamer.
He's a Beamer.
Yeah.
Beamer ball. Yeah. But when I first met John, it was really in passing. So I was still at Carolina, and we were playing Furman in just an exhibition game. Yeah. And I will say, we had a good bit of our starters out for the A team.
Right.
We were expected to win, of course.
Sure.
We lost to Furman.
Ooh.
And it didn't make sense. Right? Yeah. It really didn't. Yeah. But I could tell looking at the sidelines, I could tell with the way the players interacted with the coach, and then reading about all he did for Furman rugby. It's just an incredible resume. Yeah. And I knew who he was before I even learned about him being a potential coach or anything like that. But when I found out that's who he was, I was like, whoa, this guy's the real deal, and then talking to him, like, it's just obvious, like, that he's just got a certain passion for the game. He brings a certain sense of legitimacy to it. And the fact that he's done a friendly dictator. I'm sorry. I guess I have access to the comments. So I
here we go.
Something.
Coach Roberts is a friendly dictator.
Benevolent king, maybe, is a good way to put it too. But yeah, I've caught up with him a few times. He actually reached out to me to be part of the committee, and I was very excited to do it after getting that phone call. I think he's great. I think he's the coach for the future.
I agree. Every time I get a phone call from John Roberts, I'm fired up, man. Like, I can see how players would be like, yeah, we'll run through a wall for Coach Roberts, because he just has that aura about him. Like, he's super nice guy, just, personable, great communicator, great recruiter. He's really done great things for this program, and the whole point of Give4Garnet is to generate funds to make sure he continues to receive a full-time salary, to make sure that these guys continue to ride charter buses, which didn't exist in my day. I know they didn't exist in yours either back in those days. So,
yeah. For sure. When I remember hearing about the buses and being like, wow, it's a big upgrade from the Enterprise rental vans. But, obviously we were lucky to have those. You know what I mean? Because I know, obviously, for Rick's people and everything like that, everyone was just kind of sharing cars and everything.
Right. That was my time frame too. Me, Jeff Mason, and a couple of other players, we would all pile into a vehicle, and he would drive us to Chapel Hill or wherever we were going, and we'd have to listen to his terrible music. People trying to do homework, and he's listening to the Smiths at full volume. Like, come on, man, help us out here.
Yeah, I can't imagine him trying to do homework on the way up or the way back. It gets a little rowdy on the way back. Maybe it's different when you got a bus like that, but when you got the vans and everyone's like on top of each other, it gets a little rowdy, but it's really fun. Honestly, some of the best moments were like the long drives back from Kentucky or Tennessee, and just having fun with the guys, playing games, singing songs.
Yeah, man. Good times.
Best time.
Good times. GTs. Let's see here. What else do I got for you, Dana? How does this thing continue to progress? Like, not just the Hall of Fame, not just the foundation, not just the team itself. How do we get all of this moving forward? Like, what is the recipe for success in your estimation?
So, I talked to this guy who is an alumni with Indiana Rugby. So he was a guy I met, Johnny Bryant, in Charleston. Yeah, and he was a young Eagle and everything, and I talk about he tells me about how him and his dad were just such big pillars to their rugby community, and really what that kind of tells me is it's just engagement, right? Getting more and more and more and more people engaged to the point where now Indiana Rugby, there's this recent contributor. You may have heard of him. His name's Mark Cuban, right? And so billionaire who has agreed to help support the club, but only not just as a sole benefactor. He's matching contributions. So he's willing to match contribution up to a few $1 million or something. I can't remember what the press release was, but
Incredible.
you know, what this guy said was like, I'm not going to just give you guys money. You have to build the foundation, the endowment, and then I will double those efforts. You know what I mean? Like this can't just be on me on one person.
Right.
But what that shows is that there are those people in the, you know, very successful career-wise, right, that want to get back, that want to be part of it, but having that full type of legitimacy of the alumni and everything like there, it makes a huge difference. I think there are things to do still. I think obviously the support of the university and the pitch is amazing. Being able to go out and recruit people and talk about South Carolina's ability to grant in-state tuition based off of your GPA and SAT scores and such. There are like maybe a few other schools like that in the country. Like it's fact, right? So like and you got a top tier business school. I mean, for those people in the international business school, they know it's, you know, top
it's
1,
the
2,
best.
3 any given year. Supply chain logistics, you know, a top 10, 15 program, right? Like there's a lot of really great things you can do by going to the University of South Carolina. And then of course you got awesome football games. And the women's basketball team is amazing. But you know, kind of getting back to the rugby part, you know, when they do their alumni engagement, they do some really big things. I mean, I know they host some of their games even in their like football stadium, right? They can do some stuff like that. And I think just growing the base of supporters, having people be more engaged year after year just frees up the opportunity for a guy like John Roberts to be a top tier recruiter and then a top tier coach, you know, because
100%.
ultimately that's what he wants to be doing. He wants to be coach. He wants to be coach. He wants to be doing, you know, advanced tactics. He wants to be playing a contemporary modern game, but you can only do that with contemporary modern players. People have been doing that for a long time and who are aware of what's going on. And the best way to do that is just to have more people engaged, more people donating, and, you know, just being out and showing their support, you know, having a home field advantage, right? Having people show up. I think that's huge. Everything.
At some point, and we've had to slow down the progress of this, not of any fault of our own, but at some point, Carolina Rugby is going to have its own field and stadium, which is amazing. It's going to be unreal, and our own, you know, changing facilities and stuff like that, our own space for that. So that's another big hurdle that is coming up, obviously.
I think even Virginia Tech has I think they have their own dedicated pitch.
Good for them.
And they've had a lot of really good success. But it just kind of shows the legitimacy of like what you're doing, right? I think that's huge.
If you've got your own stadium, you're a legit rugby school, because not a lot of them do, as we've talked about, you know, on the show.
Got to fill those seats.
Got to fill those seats,
man. Got to fill those seats.
Let's talk about donating to Give4Garnet, and we will be updating the ticker right here. I'm going to bring up Gamecock Rugby's comment. Phil, we are over 100 donors, so that triggers a $10,000 match from Jeff Smoka. Also, we have a $500 gift now showing on our ambassadors page. So add $10,500 to the total showing. That is a ton of money that is coming in here, and it's going to get us closer to our goal. So that's very, very exciting. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you to everybody that's donated so far. You guys are the real MVPs. We'll get that updated momentarily. Unreal. I mean, we're so much closer to this huge milestone of $50,000. We're getting there slowly but surely.
I mean, just kind of show the progress of like what Jeff Smoke was talking about, right? I mean, you're talking about progressing from people just driving their cars up to games. You're talking about having a hotel stay, right? You're talking about actually being able to have like a team dinner, you know what I mean? Of like actual good choices. That's not something that was always available. Jeff Smolka is just, this guy just loves the club, right? Like,
Living legend.
What else can you say about a guy
No,
who's just like, he's contributing every year, clearly doing everything he can to help take this club above and beyond.
Right.
Love the guy. Absolutely love the guy.
Living legend, I think, is a great way to describe Jeff Smolka. I mean, he is the biggest. I mean, everybody, there's been contributors that have played fantastic rugby in a Carolina uniform, of course. There's been amazing coaches within this program. There's been amazing supporters over the years, including the McKernans, who's going to be on later on today, that secured those funds for the charter buses. That is a huge, huge accomplishment, and it's awesome. But nobody has all of the resume put together like Jeff Smolka has in the money that he's contributed. So he's a legend. Jeff Smolka should have a statue when it comes time to us having a field. There should be a
probably
Jeff
have to
Smolka
use his
statue.
money. So maybe so maybe down the line, right? But he certainly is deserving of.
Totally.
Whether, I think someone said earlier, like having such a big gift or naming someone after someone. Smolka, that guy, certainly deserves it for all he's doing.
100%.
Definitely.
100%. So if there's a high school rugby player or transfer player out there that's watching this, what would you tell them about their experience, coming to Carolina and playing rugby as a Gamecock? What would you say to them about that?
What would I say? I would say that it's the smartest thing you can do, right? I think 100%. It's certainly not a bad choice, right? You can't go wrong by going to Carolina to play rugby there. First and foremost, I remember kind of telling this pitch to somebody that was a Charleston rugby player, Wanda rugby player, and he was kind of talking about, oh, should I go to like Clemson or should I go to South Carolina or should I go somewhere else? And, rugby is a huge part of it. Being a part of a competitive environment is totally part of it. But also try to start to get an understanding of what you want to do for a career, because South Carolina is an amazing school.
Yes.
And what do you want to be doing in your free time, between SEC football, and then I mentioned obviously the women's basketball team earlier, and the baseball team is absolutely amazing too, right?
Softball's doing great too, man. Softball's killing it this year.
Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, there's just so much to do.
Yeah.
And you're not just confined to kind of, house hopping, like I think they kind of do in Clemson for fun. You know what I mean? Like there are places to go, people to see, things to be a part of, and there's nothing else like it, man.
Nothing else like it. You're absolutely correct on that. So in closing, Dana, you've been fantastic today. I appreciate your time joining us. But what would you say to, you're welcome, to the Carolina supporters and fans of this program? What would you say to them in closing?
Thank you for everything you're doing. Keep on keeping on. Tell your friends, tell your family, put it in your Christmas cards. Like, let everyone know we are open for business, right? Let's do it. We can be part of something great here.
Heck yeah, man. All right. We're going to say 2 words to get you out of here. I appreciate your time. In 3, 2, 1, Spurs up.
Spurs up, baby.
Hey, thanks, Val.
Thanks, bud.
Okay. That was fun. Always enjoyed talking to Dana. He's a great young alumni within Carolina Rugby, doing great things on the Hall of Fame committee, helping me out with that. Got those bylaws that people can view that have been voted on by the committee and also the foundation. So they are live. Let me get you that area. So if you go to uscrugby.net, you go over to About, and you go that drop-down menu, click on Hall of Fame at the bottom. Check out, this is a good section of information about the Hall of Fame committee and our Hall of Fame inductees. But in the middle there's a second paragraph. If you click on that link where it says Hall of Fame Selection Committee, you're going to see all of us, including myself, William Wynn, Declan Reed, Rick LaBelle, Philip Rockefeller, Alex Feltman, Dana Cochran. At the very bottom of that, you're going to see Read Our Bylaws PDF. Click on that and enjoy checking out our bylaws that are now available on the website to the public to see how this thing comes about with our Hall of Fame committee and our selection process. Definitely look into that. So, all right, let's get back to the awesome donations that have taken place. I want to also, of course, give a shout out to the entire effort for the University of South Carolina for our Give4Garnet campaign for the entire university. We have raised as a university $720,459. That is 4,666 donors in total for all of the funds. This says the USC Sumter Outergate Fire Ants Athletic Scholarship Match, the USC Union Student Food Pantry Match. Like all of this is, all together. That is the total amount that has been raised. But let's get back to the University of South Carolina's men's rugby program fund here. We're up to 112 donors. Fantastic effort by everybody involved. Make sure you're sharing the link on your Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or X, I should say, Instagram, all of that fun stuff. Share it in your Instagram stories. Let people know that they can donate to the USC or Carolina. I love to say Carolina over USC. That's just my personal preference. But to the Carolina Men's Rugby Foundation and Fund here to get things going. And we've got a thanks Dana from Gamecock Rugby. Awesome guests. He's always very, very good. So what else here? So I wanted to update the ticker in terms of the donations that we have received. Let's do that now. The total donations. Okay, 112 donors so far. Now, here's where it gets a little weird in terms of our total amount. Now, if I'm looking at the website that I was provided, that number is going to be, let's see here, $10,445. Okay, but I'm being told because we've reached the 100 donor level and exceeded that, I'm adding $10,000 from Jeff Smoka, who has donated that graciously. Build the statue now, folks. Jeff Smoka has contributed $10,000 on top of this number that I'm looking at right now. So I'm adding that number right now onto the ticker. It's so cool, man. It's so awesome. Let's see. Working on that right now. So the grand total, drum roll please. The grand total is $20,445. We are so close to the $50,000 mark. I mean, we're not halfway there yet, but we're getting close. We're getting super close. And this is now marking 4 hours that I have been live on here right now. We are anticipating the USA Rugby Hall of Famer Matt Godek to join us. He was a part of our first induction class last year for the Carolina Rugby Hall of Fame. Cannot wait to talk to him. I just actually spoke to him on Saturday, believe it or not, at the Old Glory DC game out there in Maryland at the Maryland Soccerplex. He literally introduced me to about 25 people. So, I mean, Matt Godek knows everybody, and everybody knows Matt Godek. So, can't wait to continue to talk to him on here. He's a part of our Hall of Fame selection committee because he was inducted last year. That is something that the Hall of Fame inductees are, encouraged and are able to participate in our future nomination process. He's been fantastic with really establishing that we needed bylaws. We needed something written down, something in stone that we could show people that, this is how this process goes about. And initially, I'm not going to lie to you folks, I was a little skeptical. I was like, no, we don't really need to do that. But when the process began and we were able to look at other Hall of Fame, collegiate rugby Hall of Fame bylaws, we're like, wow, people have really put a lot of thought and effort into this, and we should be doing the same. So we were able to use those as a foundation to create our own unique Carolina Rugby Hall of Fame bylaws, which are now available for everybody to check out on the website, as I was mentioning earlier. As we're waiting for Matt, I'm going to take a second, and I'll be right back with you. I wish I had some hold music, but I don't. So just think in your mind, Higher by Creed. That would be my hold music. Be right back. All right. Guess who's back? Back again. Philly's back. Tell a friend. Here we go. All right. So next up, we're going to have our good buddy, Matt Godak, who is a USA Rugby Hall of Famer and also a Hall of Famer within Carolina Rugby. He was part of our first induction class. I just saw him over the weekend, as I was telling you guys. Matt, how the heck are you, sir?
Good. You got me?
Yeah,
Good.
I got
We're
you.
live.
Yeah, we're live. Here we are. How's
Good.
everything going?
Great. Hey, before this call, I called a couple people and
Yeah.
kind of got their opinion on what and how they do things.
Yeah, let's hear it.
You know, I got it from, God, I've got these names. William, Pat O'Mahony,
Uh-huh.
Jay Hall, Jack McGonigal, all of these are pretty high up level, rugby people, but they're also involved with their schools as they go back. And they've given me a lot of ideas. I'll try to pass them on as you ask questions.
Okay.
And but they're not all my ideas. Some are, because I've seen a lot of what clubs have tried to do over the years.
Right, right. Let's get into
So
it
ask
really
away.
quickly here. So I'm going to give you a little bit of an introduction. Not like you need one, but I will anyway. Matt and I are all on the Hall of Fame committee for Carolina Rugby. In addition to that, Matt was a player in the 70s, a trailblazer and pioneer in the field of rugby equipment entrepreneurship. Matt was unanimously voted into the Carolina Hall of Fame in our first ever class last year. This year's induction ceremony will be held on April the 19th. From 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the campus room at Capstone. Tickets to the event are available on uscrugby.net/events. So let's go back to the beginning, Matt, all the way back. Let's talk about your origin story with rugby. How did you first learn about rugby, and when did you first play?
I learned about it at South Carolina. I was playing football. That career ended, and I was just reading the state newspaper, and they asked about tryouts or coming out. I was playing all types of sports, and I met Sandy Frazier, and kind of welcomed, and it was a good sport, good fraternity. It was everything. The competitiveness was there, the travel was there. But there's one other thing, is that you got to meet the other team afterwards, which is what you didn't get to do in varsity sports, because you just traveled, played, and left. And that aspect always enlightened me as a part of rugby. I mean, you got to know your opposition.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's such a brotherhood and fraternity within the sport, not just on
Right.
your own team, but other teams. You can go anywhere in the country, and if you say the word rugby, somebody knows somebody that's played rugby. And if it's another player, you get a beer and you talk about your stories with that person. It's a very, very special sport, and you know that better than anybody. Let's talk about, the 70s were a benchmark. We talked about this with Rick LaBelle. It was kind of like a great time to be a part of Carolina Rugby, with all of those historic wins, those winning records, those winning streaks, all of that sort of stuff, fun stuff. Some of the best ever teams to play for the Garnet and Black were around that time frame. What is your most cherished memory in a Carolina Rugby jersey?
Probably playing in Atlanta against Old White, driving down in 2 or 3 cars, only 2 showed up, and getting beat up, like, and it just pulverized, because back then you couldn't have substitutions.
Right.
And Old White, I think it was Old White, I'm not sure, our Atlanta Rugby Club just made us play as we were, and I think it was probably 10 or 11 to 15, and as South Carolina had a pretty bad loss to Life a few weeks ago, those things happen in the sport, and does it make us stronger? Yeah, it does. I mean, back then, even my first game, my first game, Sandy Frazier said, I think they had me at wing or fullback, and they said the deal was you come out, you go to 2 practices and 1 game. If you don't like it, quit. Went to 2 practices, played 2 games, went to 1 party. That was it. This is up in North Carolina, NC State or North Carolina. I don't remember who, but suddenly you got the fraternity of the sport. And back then, I think it's even closer than it is now.
Yeah. This is, special moments reliving or talking about your beginnings in the sport, because you're such a titan within USA Rugby. We've got people commenting here. Tom Darlington saying, you're an amazing person. Thank you for all you do for rugby. And also, we've got Linda chiming in here. My husband and I got our jobs up here in DC through rugby. Jay Keller bought many boots from Godek Rugby Store. And we're going to talk about that here momentarily, about you just kind of being a trailblazer within this industry for rugby equipment and your trials and challenges of doing that. But how did that come about? And, what was the concept of doing this, and talk about the success of it?
As a business, I mean, I was in the service. I played rugby. Once as soon as I got out of school, I went right in the Army. And this is 1970, and rugby allowed me to go anywhere and get out of the Army. You even though people might have known you were in the Army, you were still accepted as an athlete. Yeah. And you got to socialize with them. You got to know the community. You got to know people that were most likely not in the service. And you were just accepted as a person, because in the 70s, you were either pro-military or anti-military. Mm-hmm. And that any Tuesday or Thursday, anywhere in the world, you can go out and somebody's going to be practicing. Right. So, I went from South Carolina to Indianapolis to Columbus, Georgia, to all over the place, and just played, and that was something that I always felt was my passion for rugby, because it gave a person traveling an opportunity to get out and see the community and be part of it. Yeah. And it still continues that way.
Right. You're our rugby celebrity, says Gamecock Rugby. I think that's a fair description. I think you're our number one alumni in terms of Carolina Rugby. We've got Darius Rucker at the University of South Carolina level as our celebrity alumni, and I think you are definitely that for the rugby team specifically. But let's talk about as a Hall of Famer for Carolina Rugby. You're a member of the committee now that you've had that experience of being a part of the committee for this season. Last year, you got word that you were selected to be a part of this year's induction as a Hall of Famer. What was going through your mind when you were selected for Carolina Rugby? Like, who told you that? And maybe I called you. I can't remember. But what was your thoughts when you were?
It was actually Rick LaBelle, and he said, "Make sure you save this date. Make sure you're available." And I didn't really know what was going on, but they have had, and they continue to have, these kind of spring meetings where it's a social and a dinner and a drink up and such like that. So I said, if Rick calls 2 or 3 times and says, I want to make sure you're there, you make sure you're there. I didn't know anything about it. It was nice. It was nice to be recognized along with Jim Wynn and Sandy Frazier, because they really did it. I mean, I just played it forward, many years later, in the business community, and I enjoyed it. I mean, and it's fun. They're great people, because you get to meet people outside their profession, mm-hmm. and whether they're in the military, as a flag officer, or they're, in the medical profession, or whether they do something, on, we're all rugby players,
Yeah,
no, it
exactly.
doesn't matter. I mean, you're just a rugby player. And, and only when push comes to shove, do you ever say, okay, I'd like to, talk to Dr. Jack Gordon, uh, you know, about helping me out or helping this player out. At that time, do you ever pull out your trump card knowing that he's a doctor? But, he's a scrum half. Baltimore, he's always a
Right.
rugby player, but he will help
Exactly.
you out.
Yeah, exactly. For sure. Tell me about starting the business though. Like, how did that come about? What was the challenges involved in doing the Godak Rugby store? Like, give us some information about that.
Okay. I got out of the service and there were no jobs. So I went back to being an iron worker, which is how I got through school. I made a lot of money, just enough to pay my way through school.
Right.
So, but the deal was I worked with a company from California who recognized, or they knew I played rugby, and they said, yeah, you can play. You just sneak off on Saturday and make sure you come back Monday. And I did. And,
Yeah.
for about 8 months, and then I separated my shoulder and I couldn't climb steel and stuff like this. But I never forgot that, in that they realized that was my passion.
Mhm.
I trained, they let me out. Then while I was injured and I couldn't work, I just helped the company with their marketing, a company called Leather Balls out of Arlington, Virginia, get stuff going. And part of the deal was you would get part of it. Well, that didn't materialize. So I said, I can do this myself. So I was going to graduate school. I said, I can do this. So I
Yeah.
did. And I had to invent the wheel.
Right.
Because
Whoa.
when you leave a company, it's not all fun and games, and people don't love you, and suppliers stick with who they know best.
Right.
So I had to find new suppliers. They wouldn't sell me shirts. Canterbury wouldn't. So I went to finding products that they didn't carry, which
Mhm.
was educational material, boots. I had shorts. I found Maxmore Knitting Mills, who made shirts, and I kind of pieced it together over the years, and it was just one step at a time, doing things differently, but still supporting the rugby community.
Yeah.
Going to events. I mean, a lot of people know me from going to events, and my thought process in going to events is, if you've got a problem, face it. Go and meet the team, find out what you did wrong,
Right.
and solve it. Too many other suppliers won't do that. You don't know who runs World Rugby Shop, or you don't know who runs Akuma. And, you'd be hard pressed to find out anybody to talk to if everything goes south.
Right.
So I put my name on the business, only that in the mail order business, I think that you should be upfront, honest, personal, and face your problems if you've got them.
Yeah. I mean, you as you're saying, you had to invent the wheel with all of this stuff. It's pretty incredible to think about all that you've accomplished, and all the rugby players that you got involved in the sport just by providing, good equipment that they could use. It's pretty wild. I mean, what you've done a lot for USA Rugby, obviously, for so long. What are you most proud of, though?
I was just thinking a second ago. Do you know Gary Lambert?
Mm-mm. No.
No, he was probably one of the first early Eagles, and but a good player out of New York. And a guy came up to me, the coach of the Sevens. He says, Matt, can you help me out? This guy needs boots. and Gary Lambert, who was just a high school player at the time, I just gave him a pair of boots. We just gave it to him, and he played. But he went on to captaining Life College, putting Life College on the map, putting the Eagles on the map, putting USA Sevens on the map, putting USA 15s on the map. And he was probably in the 80s. I don't know how many caps he had or anything else, but Gary Lambert, just a great person, and we still laugh about those boots.
Right.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to be able to interview. You and I actually, I kept telling people this before you were able to come on here, is that we got to talk on Saturday at the Old Glory game. It didn't quite go my Free Jacks way, but it was great to interact with you and when you were in your element there, and talk to all the people that you introduced me to. And I even used an example of an overseas player coming over here and playing randomly in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and then becoming USA Eagle for the gentleman that you introduced me to that's Scottish, that guy.
Yeah, so. Jerry.
Yeah.
I can't think of his last name, but I mean, who would think a person would visit his brother in Tulsa,
right,
as a baggage, doing something with the airlines, playing rugby, then going on to getting many caps as a prop. Now, I would never tell you how many caps or anything, in front of him, but I do.
Right.
He told you he was an Eagle. I don't know how. I mean, he had a lot of caps, and and you would not believe how fast that little guy is. I mean, he's not big, but I mean, he's unbelievable, and he's coached, and he's done it all. He's just a great person,
Yeah. I mean,
Jerry, go ahead.
I was telling everybody, everybody and everybody knows you. And it was very evident to me, as we were, you were introducing me to literally everybody under the sun there at Old Glory DC games. Are you a season ticket holder for them?
No.
Yeah, you decided to go to a game?
No. Janet Young.
Yeah.
I'm her, what did I call it? I'm her bait to make a game interesting.
Gotcha.
Everybody knows me. I mean, and the players know me, and there are people that just like to say hi to people and stuff like that. And if you're around me, you saw what happened. I mean, pretty much know everybody, and I just ride. I think she gets 3 other tickets with her season pass. So we ride up together. It's a good time. She knows. I mean, she knows so much about the sport, having never played or followed it. I mean, she follows it. She knows all the players by, something I don't know, but we, it's fun. And she's my meal ticket to the games.
Love that.
I know she, and I know Chris Dunleavy, and at one time those two guys never talked to each other.
Right, because they were on opposition teams, right?
Oh yeah, I mean in the 80s, I mean Washington never talked to Washington Irish. I mean, but it's changed, and it's a great adventure at those games.
Yeah. It really is. It's a good time. I mean, the Free Jacks are the standard bearers in terms of having a fun festival atmosphere, but definitely DC has picked up their game for sure. And obviously on the pitch, they're doing really well as well, defeating the 2-time defending champions in the New England Free Jacks over the weekend. So, it was great to see you. And of course, it's so awesome to have you on here during our Give4Garnet campaign. Let me ask you a couple more things here, and then we'll get you out of here. What is your impressions of Coach John Roberts, who is the head coach of Carolina Rugby now?
I think that one, he's present.
Yeah.
He makes himself front and center. He goes out and visits the parents. He's a deal maker.
Yeah.
He goes out and is not afraid to shake a parent's hand, talk to the kids, and sell the school, sell the program.
Yeah.
And that, even for a small sport like rugby, is pretty impressive. And I know he spends a lot of time doing it. And I think that to be out in front and personable, it's worth its weight in gold.
100%. You're absolutely right. I mean, he's an extremely personable guy. I always enjoy talking to him because you're always going to get some new information, some new knowledge is going to drop on you. So yeah, I think he's done a fantastic job. I think we all understand that where the program was and where it is now, there is definitely elevated. And that's what it's all about today, is trying to give for Garnet and providing more funds to make sure that he continues to stay paid as a full-time coach. But I wanted to ask you, does this program, the team, the foundation, all of it, the Hall of Fame committee, the Hall of Fame, how does it continue to get better? What knowledge could you provide us about just trying to escalate this thing and make it better?
I think it's got to be quantified, and that the blueprint be set out, saying that we, as a line item, and I think, what the coach is paid as a line item, what the assistant coaches are paid as a line item, what it costs to travel, so that if people are giving, that they're giving with a purpose, and knowing that it's not going to snacks, that the things are quantified, and that the alumni are informed. If they're informed, they'll feel, what can I say, a little bit more responsive to giving. Now, I'm not sure the best way to give, but, is it through the Alumni Association? But if it's quantified, the Alumni Association will see what you're doing. There are parents that'll see what you're doing. There are so many people that will see what it takes to put a program together financially, and very possibly contribute, and maybe contribute over 5 years.
Yeah.
So that if they commit to, let's say, $5,000 for 3 years or 5 years, that's $150 a month or something like that. But I think that the giving has to be based upon something quantifiable that they can see.
Right. I agree.
Okay.
Listen, I think we're trying to move towards eventually having our own stadium, our own field that we can call our own. Obviously a lot of programs in this country, collegiate programs, have to borrow practice fields and borrow grounds to play on. So if Carolina at some point can get their own field, I think that would be a huge recruiting advantage.
Will the university donate land?
That's the thing, is we've been talking about that with the foundation. And so it would need to be either through the university or potentially through the leases that they have in surrounding properties, or maybe working with the city. So that's something that we're trying to figure out. It's been a slow process, but I think that is definitely one of our main goals that we want to have in the future. So we'll continue to work on that.
Would you look at that in a 5-year plan, or a 10-year plan, or 15-year plan?
I think we're much closer than 15 years. I would say that five years is an attainable goal for Carolina Rugby to have our own pitch. And what's exciting is if we can get some real excitement behind this, that would be, help us with funding and stuff like that. If people can see like renderings of a stadium and stuff like that. So hopefully that's right around the corner, that we can, present that to people and say, well, listen, if you donate to this, this is what the end result will be. So I think that's something that we need to be focusing on going forward. It's just a matter of where is it going to be.
Well, if you quantify your dreams, your wish list, it's very probable that people will contribute, and it might be to a long-term plan. But I think that you know, if people are, I'm trying to look at some, you know, if you look at your vision, and I'm taking this from Pat O'Mahony, you know, if you look at your vision for staffing, your vision for facilities, and your vision for operations, and budget that, and look at that, you know, short term, 3 years, 5 years, 10, and see what it's going to cost to do that. I think that people will contribute if they're looking at the short term and longer term. But there should be some visions that that I want to call them entrepreneurs have down there. You, Jeff, John, sit around and say, okay, this is what we're looking at.
Yeah.
What's it going to cost? And this is how we're going to get it.
Yeah.
And attack the Alumni Association for assistance if you can. I don't know. Are the relationships good there?
I think there's good relationships all around within Carolina, the University of South Carolina, and the rugby program because of, you know, our endowments are through them. You donate to the university, and that eventually trickles to John for his salary and things like along those lines. In addition to that, he's a part of the recreation student life on campus. He has an office there, so I think the relationships are really good within the university. So obviously, that's a huge part of it.
Has the program, this rugby program, quantified the long-term needs and desires so that they can explain this to somebody and that they can visually look at why dollars are needed?
Yeah, I'm sure that has been a discussion within the university to talk about the potential field or stadium. It's just a matter of securing the grounds and then working towards, you know, renderings, and then locker rooms have also been discussed. And then, you know, trying to get that stuff to become a reality is all a part of the short and long-term goals of Carolina Rugby. I think the sky is the limit, Matt, to what could be achieved.
But I think you got to quantify this and say, okay, a stadium's going to cost us, you know, $25,000 or $250,000, or coaches' salaries are going to coaches and staffing salaries are going to be $118,000, $120,000 for year one, and year two, you know, and then if we have additional expenses, this travel expense, this travel godsend is not going to be there forever.
Right.
Okay. So if that will be an administrative expense 2 years or 3 years down the road, you know, so I think that if you start quantifying this with some bean counter alumni,
right,
that can put together an operational budget based upon, you know, at least year 1 and 2, it can be extended out 5 and 10 years, but it's got to be quantified. Nobody wants to just say, okay, I need to give this amount because it's going to help pay the coach's salary. I mean, and that, I think that all alumni want to be informed.
Yeah.
They all want to feel a sense of connection. I think that the success of the program, 7s and 15s, stirs interest and will generate support.
Yeah.
And whether it's a newsletter physical or whether it's a the electronic media, I think that you need to get these people on it.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know how many people you have, but my guess is that you're missing a whole bunch of people. I mean, only because they've gone, they're out of the woodwork.
Yeah, that's the thing is we've always tried to reach out to alumni and get them more involved. We do have quite a bit on our email chain, but yeah, you're right. We are missing some people, and that should be a focus going forward to get everybody back into the fold. I will say that John Roberts has done a fantastic job over the past 3 years of communicating. The website looks great. The newsletter is fantastic, and it is consistent. So, everything's moving in the right direction, but I think you're right. We need more quantification of the budget and things along those lines to give people more understanding of what the money goes towards, right? Or what it would go towards in the future with long-term and short-term plans for sure. Let me ask you a question, Matt, though, real quick. If there was a high school rugby player or a transfer player out there that's watching this, what would you tell them about coming to the University of South Carolina and playing rugby as a Gamecock?
I would tell him, and I tell this to all athletes, make sure that if for any reason that you get injured and you can't continue to play the sport you want to go to school for, that you like the school, and that you want to graduate from that school. So if you're going there for journalism, you make sure the journalism program is something that you will enjoy and profit from. And I think that, colleges now are a business, and if the students can learn enough to earn enough to pay what they cost them to go to school, it's a blessing. But they have to like the school. They have to like the environment. They have to like the coach. They have to like the program. I mean, the program. A lot of people go to school just to play sports, and I'm going to give you a couple of examples because I've dealt with so many. Going to Penn State with my daughter, because she was interested in a program at Penn State. Mm-hmm. And we went to one of the assistant deans, a bunch of us in a room. He says, people can go to Penn State, 52,000 people, and they can graduate from Penn State. Mm-hmm. Or you can go to Penn State and get a Penn State experience. And he stopped. He says, by that I mean, you get to know your professors. You get to join clubs on campus. You get to join a fraternity, and you get to play club sports. You get the experience of going to Penn State.
Right.
And I think that if you get a Carolina experience, knowing your professors, getting to know the South and the South community, getting to know, all of that, and having a good coach that has a concern for your graduation is pretty important. And I think that the Carolina experience with rugby is as good as any, because John and his staff really care that you graduate.
Right.
They want you to graduate, and they want you to feel proud about it. Does that answer the question about that?
Yes. Listen, wise words from a wise man. We've got a couple of comments coming in here. Gamecock Rugby says, thanks to player Charlie Dwyer. He got a few mates from Australia to donate so that they could trigger a $1,000 gift from the school for donation from furthest zip code, which is an interesting bonus that we have here. That's awesome. $1,000 could be coming our way because they got them to donate from Australia. That's great. And so going back to the what you were talking about earlier, Linda says he's exactly right. Run a capital campaign. There you go. And one more thing here from Gamecock Rugby. We communicate to school on retention rate, recruiting, and alumni engagement and gifts. They love this. So there you go. the lines of communication are completely open with the school. So that's very encouraging. Final question for you, Matt. I don't want to keep you too long. I know you're a busy man. What message do you have for all the Carolina Rugby fans and supporters out there watching this right now? What do you have to say to them?
The fans. I think that there's another thing that I learned from my daughters, and both, one went to Charleston and one went to George Mason.
Mhm.
And one of the things that they looked at when they went to the school, do the students walking around campus wear the campus gear?
Mm-hmm.
Do they wear George Mason? Do they wear College of Charleston? Do they wear Gamecock gear? Do they wear Gamecock rugby gear? They do. And that shows a sense of pride in the students that are there, like the school,
Mm-hmm.
and that the students that play rugby are proud about being part of the program.
Yeah.
So I think that when you're looking at the school, look at the pride of the other students going to the school. And it's just an indicator, in just my just what I see,
Yeah.
But there's a couple other things, a couple points that I'd like to make.
Sure.
Am I into somebody else's time?
No, we've got about 4
12.
minutes. We got about 4
Okay.
minutes left. Yeah.
Uniform advertising and uniform sales. Okay. Get the manufacturer's name off the jersey unless they're going to help you pay for it. They don't give you any discounts. Get rid of those logos that are not helping you reduce the cost of the uniforms. Okay, just my 2 cents. Having been in the uniform business so long.
Okay. What else you got for us?
Resale of the school gear, of the team gear.
Mhm.
It's all over the board. I mean, there should be a year's plan. Okay, we're going to do the C with a Gamecock on it with rugby below it for 2025.
Right.
We're going to do golf shirts. We're going to do sweatshirts. We're going to do this. And there be a school store a team store, but possibly handled by one parent.
Okay.
Let them do it at games only. Jay Hall, whose son played lacrosse at USC, is an attorney now in Florida, but is working with the lacrosse program. And I think it might be good that you guys talk to him and just see where you might cross paths. I mean, in the vision for USC rugby, has it ever thought to become a varsity program?
We were just talking about this a couple interviews back. I wonder if that might be the long-term accomplishment of Carolina Rugby, going from Division I AA to a varsity program. I mean, I think a lot of things have to fall into place before that takes place, but it might not be out of the realm of possibility.
Okay. You're explaining the Alumni Association. I think that the scholarship program needs to be explained in writing and quantified so that students that are going down there, I was befuddled by why would anybody go to school for a $500 scholarship or $1,000 scholarship? But then when I realized year 2, it got you in-state tuition, that saves a lot of money. And I think that go ahead.
I was just going to say there's an exciting development where freshmen can also receive those scholarships now, which is great. It's a great recruiting tool.
But I think it needs to be explained, and these high school coaches need to know it so that they can pass it on to the high school players if they so choose. I think that long-term visions, quantifying stuff, And these are all the results of Williams College, Washington College, Naval Academy, and other colleges and people that have passed through that have given me ideas that I pass on to parents as they try to make this selection. But I think the biggest thing is the player has to like the school and then buy into the program. Because this work, I mean, this is not, if you want to win, you're not going to do it, you're not going to do it with a lot of work. So that's my 2 cents.
I appreciate it. You were right at the time for you to come off of the interview. So I appreciate your time, Matt. You're a living legend. You're fantastic. I appreciate you providing all of this knowledge to us. I mean, you're like I said, you're a living legend. There's no better way to put it. So Matt Godak, thank you so much. Hope you have a great day, and I hope to see you at the Hall of Fame induction ceremony in April. Bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Bye. Hi.
Oh, that quick!
Yeah, it's a quick transition here. I love you guys wearing the merch. How's it going?
Yeah,
I'm talking now to.
I'm in it.
Yep. Let me move over here. Sorry. I'm going to pull up your little questions here. Sorry about that. Here we go. It's on here. There we go. McKernan's. All right. So this is Bill and Cindy McKernan. How's everybody doing? How's your afternoon going so far?
We're doing great. Thank you.
Doing awesome.
Good. So let's talk about this really quick. You're a part of the 6-hour broadcast that we're doing for Give4Garnet. I do need to update the ticker at some point, but your son, Will, what's his origin story with rugby? How did he get involved in this crazy sport?
Well, yes, crazy for sure. I didn't know anything about rugby until I went to one of his first games, and I quickly was like, what is going on here? He started in high school. So we live outside, we're in Pennsylvania, we live outside Philly, and he went to a St. Joe's Prep. Give them a little shout out, because I'll be honest, it was their program that is where I think all kind of fell in love with rugby.
Okay.
So Will started his freshman year, just kind of walked onto the field with, no previous experience, and fell in love with the game. And I think what we'll probably end up talking about with you is fell in love with the community of rugby, which this is year 7 for us.
Yep.
It's like nothing else I think we've experienced. It's pretty amazing.
It is an amazing community within itself, and it's obviously not just the collegiate level; it's also high school. I'm sure you guys have plenty of rugby parents that you're still friends with to this day. Beyond
we are.
this, yeah, exactly. So, what was your initial thoughts? So, Mom, I want to play rugby. Like, what was going through your mind at that time?
Well, I kind of originally said, well, it sounds like it'd be better than football because football's so violent. And then, like I said, I went to the first game and was a little confused as there was no pads or helmets or anything. And I know this might not be popular, but I still struggle to understand the game even to this point today. And the coach in high school even had like little tutorials to try to understand it. And as soon as I think I understand it, something happens at a game that I'm like, what just happened? So, and I still love it. So what does that tell you? I'm not sure, but
I would say that's a great endorsement of the game.
I was definitely concerned. But again, he loved it so much that it's kind of just, it was what it was. He has had his share of injuries. And he still keeps coming back. So
wow. Okay, great.
I guess tells you how much he loves it.
Yeah, I mean, it's people get very passionate about the sport. They get obsessed with it. We've had many people on the show that have been lifelong fans, supporters, and they're in their golden years at this point. So it never really goes away from you. I learned at 17 that this is something that I wanted to do forever. And then once I could no longer play, I tried to do some other stuff outside of that, with the media aspect of it. So there's a lot of avenues that you can continue to pursue beyond playing years, and it's just a great, awesome community. It's very inclusive, because if someone is willing to get out there and put their body on the line the way that they do in rugby, that you have to do, there's immediate brotherhood or a sisterhood that is created because we have each other's backs on the pitch. So great sport. I'm glad you guys are involved in it as well as parents here for Carolina. What was Will's process like to choose Carolina? Like, how did that go?
I think he visited his junior year of high school, and candidly, he came back from that trip that he was all in. It was St. Patty's Day weekend.
Wow.
And he absolutely had a blast. And he came back. That's where I want to be, Dad. That's where I want to go.
Wow.
And, luckily for all of us that he got in and immediately, set his sights on playing on the rugby team. So it's been a tremendous experience, phenomenal experience.
I bet so. Listen, I mean, St. Patrick's Day is a great time to be in Columbia. But a lot of people don't realize this, but it's one of the best St. Patrick's Day festivals and celebrations in the entire country. You've got Boston, you got Chicago and Savannah, but Columbia, at least while I was there, was like a sneaky good place to be for an excellent St. Patrick's Day festival. So
I have to share with you, Will was just recently there for St. Patty's Day, and there was a parade or whatever, they're all out. And I said, how's it going? And he said, I think this might be my favorite day of the year here. People come out of hiding or out of the woodwork here. So,
totally.
So it's and he's the face of, every year they put him on the.
That's right. Yeah.
He's got a little reddish beard there. So.
Yep. So he's the poster boy. Yeah, exactly. So currently there's 38 players within the Carolina Rugby landscape that are receiving the rugby scholarship, the SMOCA scholarship. It's, of course, an incredible thing to think about and really helps our program and the students. It's a great recruiting tool as well. So it's a win-win. But you wonderful folks were able to give a generous gift as well, which became the Student Experiences Fund. Talk about how this came about. What was the origin story for this? And how does it benefit the players exactly?
So Will immediately when he got to South Carolina was, honestly, before he even was a freshman there, when he decided to go and he got accepted, was in touch with the rugby team, and they did his little announcement that he was coming, and just was automatically a part of it, which was amazing. So his freshman year, while he was there, Bill and I came to the With You weekend that first year, and which was amazing, and got to meet some of the players and parents, and again it was such an immediate feeling of being part of something, not just for Will but for us. So that just led us to kind of wanting to be involved. Obviously we support it and we continue to Coach Roberts, because without him being there, the program I don't think would be where it is. He certainly elevated it.
Yes.
We only know the program with Coach Roberts because he was there a year before, I believe. So I guess during that freshman year and talking to Will, and he was traveling to games and they were doing their thing, I would ask just in conversation, and he was telling me how, they have to go get the van at the rental location. Right. And I was like, what do you mean? And that led to you're driving these vans or coaches or students that were old enough and driving sometimes very long distances.
Right.
So as a parent, as a mom, I was like, I'm concerned about that safety factor.
Sure.
And that had to be exhausting, to be honest with you, that the players had to, and the coaches had to deal with that. Honestly, that selfishly kind of led to a conversation with Coach Roberts. And I have to give a shout out to Rebecca Lancaster, who is in advancement, because we became fast friends, and she actually helped me determine what that fund should be called.
Right.
And we just talked about what's the possibility of these kids should be traveling like the other teams travel, and they should have buses, and they should have some team dinners. And that's pretty much what that Student Experience Fund is about: the transportation, team dinners, meals on when they're traveling.
Right.
And that's kind of how it started. We Bill and I made a commitment to support that.
Cindy gets all the credit.
No, I know.
It was just along for the ride. She gets all the credit.
And
I
we
hear ya.
hope that, people realize that there's so many different ways to support this program.
Right.
And I'm just going to say this, you can't just do one thing. You kind of got to do it all. You got to support Coach Roberts. You got to support the experience.
Yeah.
You got to support Smolka. You got to do it all.
Yeah.
And so we hope people will, obviously add to that.
Yeah.
So that long after Will is no longer there,
Mhm.
that future players are still traveling safely on buses and having team dinners and whatever else that
Yeah.
needs to do.
Totally. I mean, it'll be a great legacy for him and you folks if it is continued to be funded, as we hope that it will be,
Right.
so that all future Gamecock rugby players are able to, take advantage of this and be on these awesome travel charter buses. Like when I first heard about this, it reminded me, and I've talked about this already throughout the live broadcast, of me being in Coach Mason's car with like 7 other guys in a 4-door vehicle, crammed in, listening to terrible music on our way up to Chapel Hill, and then driving back, trying to do homework or whatever. It was just, it was like the Wild West at that time.
Right.
And
I can imagine.
and some older guys, way before my time, Rick LaBelle was on here talking about, think of that experience, but without interstates. And I'm like, oh yeah, that was not a thing back then.
No.
So they were taking back roads to get there. I'm sure it took a lot longer. It was super uncomfortable as well. So,
Right.
And you're stopping at gas stations and just getting whatever you can, like a Twinkie or whatever on the way back. So it wasn't the best food, but it was a great experience. But, I would much rather have been in a comfortable environment, right? Like a huge charter bus where I can
Right.
stretch out. So this is great. And I hope it continues. And you guys have been fantastic with this. I think it's a great initiative where you guys saw a problem and provided a solution. And I think that's great. I think more parents should be more engaged in the process. Now, we have a lot of great parent group within Carolina Rugby right now. But yeah, I think you guys have done a fantastic job.
Thank
Of course, you're welcome.
Yep.
Any embarrassing stories that you can share about Will on the internet?
Oh my God, don't kill me. I don't know about no.
I don't think-
Okay.
There.
maybe we'll come back to that.
Yeah,
Who
maybe
knows?
All
I'll
right.
text you on the side.
By the way, every single parent has said we'll have to come back to that one on
I
this
know.
one. So there you go.
I have a ton. But I don't know if I can share them.
I did want to make note of the Give4Garnet link is in the chat, and it's also in the description, folks. We're getting close. I mean, we're getting closer and closer every single moment to our goal of $50,000 for Give4Garnet, and we're up to 121 donors out of our goal of 250. So we're chugging right along.
True that you're going to shave your head at 200?
I will buzz it off at 200. That's right. But that has to happen by 2:00. So we've got an hour left.
Okay. We already,
That's not a call to action per se, but that will happen. So
yes.
there's also this cool video that Gamecock Rugby is mentioning. So everybody that can see the chat can also click on this to check out the short that you guys created. So we appreciate you for doing that little video there. So
You did.
all right. I guess there was a video. I don't know.
I don't even
know.
I'm not sure.
All right.
And obviously, we would be remiss not to mention the boys on this team. I mean, we talk a lot about the coaches, but I have to say,
Yeah.
we have 4 kids, and Will's the one that went the furthest school-wise.
Okay.
And I was nervous. And again, talks about the rugby community, but I can't. I'm not even trying to put into words what these boys are amazing.
They're tremendous friends. They're like brothers to them. They're there when they need
Yeah.
each other, but they're there to pick each other up. But he's made just a tremendous amount of friends, and these guys they're great.
Yeah,
They're
like
unbelievable.
lifelong friends. I feel like they
Yeah.
will be in each other's lives.
Absolutely. There's so many examples of it. You just have to go to a With You weekend. You see these guys with gray hair showing up, and they're hugging their best buddies who were in their wedding that they originally, became friends because of Carolina Rugby. So it's a lifelong friendships that have, formed through this team that will continue forever. So yeah,
we're very thankful for that. So thank you.
A lot of good vibes all around with that sort of stuff. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
What kind of impact have you seen from Will since joining Carolina Rugby? Like, can you quantify that into words about like the differences that's taken place?
I would just say I think it continues to build on his character and his integrity.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's a great young man already, but just being around all those guys and the coaches, they just, they value the friendships, they value the respecting other people, being part of a team, doing things right. And yeah, the Renner Rugger days are great. I know he loves doing them. They get to meet a tremendous, bunch of people that they work with or work for. I think it just, continues to build him as a human being. So, not just on the pitch, but off the pitch. And candidly, off the pitch is probably more important because I doubt he's going to be playing, pro rugby just because it's not there. But I think rugby is always going to be a part of his life.
Totally.
Important.
Absolutely. And my dog Ace is a little excited right now. So hopefully there won't be too much more barking in the second place. He's been fantastic throughout this entire broadcast. He's more cat-like than dog-like. He just kind of hangs out. He's great. He's fantastic.
We have 2 dogs, so it's not a worry.
Love that. Thank you. Where was I going with that? Oh yeah, just character building. Rugby is great for that. Like when I found rugby at 17, I wasn't a bad kid, but I would say that rugby definitely established more of like leadership, self-care, like, determination. There's a lot of determination involved in rugby because it's such a physical game, right? It's also mental, but there's a lot of physical, like, oh gosh, I'm getting beat up out here a little bit. Do I want to come back the next day? And, when you do come back, you're like, I've accomplished something here, and you play a game and you get better and all that sort of stuff. So it's great for building yourself up. It's great for confidence for sure.
Agreed. And we are fortunate. Will is one of the SMOCA recipients.
Nice.
And I know he takes great pride in that. And he wants to continue to be at that level. So I know that encourages him and motivates him to not just do well with rugby and life, but academically, which is, they kind of hit all aspects of so
it's true. It's absolutely true. Quantifying the amount of money that's involved with the SMOCA scholarship. I mean, I'm sure that's saved you guys. I mean, you've got 4 kids, right? Like, so the financial aspect of that, I'm sure, has been definitely helpful.
It all helps for sure. Yeah. It allows us to give back too.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's what we, pay it forward.
But my hat's off to the Smokers because,
it's amazing what they do.
It's amazing.
Unbelievable.
They do it every year, and it's not a small amount of money.
No.
Again, it truly changes lives. So
it does. You're right.
Gratitude to them for continuing to step up year after year.
I'm starting the whole campaign right now. Once we get our stadium built, whenever that happens, SMOCA's got to be the first statue, right? Like,
hey, we are
bronzed.
We would love to see that happen.
For sure.
Yeah.
What's your impressions of Coach Roberts? I think you described it a little bit earlier, but you guys weren't around before him. But what's your impressions of him? Like, how has he been so successful? This isn't his first stint. He was at Furman and won multiple national championships. But why do you think he's so successful? And what's your impressions?
So again, I can't speak for where the program was prior to us, being there. But from my understanding is that he's implemented a lot of, not just like with the alumni, he's elevated the program to, obviously you've always been a part of it, but I don't know to what extent, the fundraising aspect was done or him attracting recruits. I think he has done an excellent job at that. I know Will's year, there was a pretty good number. I believe this Karen senior class, there was maybe 3 or, 3 players that are currently seniors. So I just think he's done an excellent job at being an ambassador for South Carolina program. And he's passionate about it. And I think he's a great motivator for that.
I think he's just made it real. Your program and, per the earlier call, hell, it'd be great if he became a varsity sport at some point, if that made sense. But you just look at the size of the program now compared to when Will started, and even I'll go back to Pete and Tom and Quinn in their year, it's probably triple the size. So it just shows you the success has bred success, but more importantly, it's something that these young men want to be a part of. And that, to me, I think that's awesome.
Right.
Totally. Super awesome for sure. Do you guys have any personal experiences when you've talked to John Roberts or anything that you wanted to share about just how awesome he is?
with him when we were setting up this experience fund,
Yeah.
which obviously he was, you know, on board with it. But most recently, you know, with everything going on with Big E,
Yes.
who Eric is Will's roommate and has
Oh,
been
okay.
since freshman year.
All right.
So we're very close with Eric and the family. And I will tell you that, you know, yes, Coach Roberts, rugby, it's the program. However, you know, so quick to make sure that the boys were covered
Yes.
and they had resources. And I think, like Bill said, that's just as important or more important. So that was my most recent experience with Coach, just, you know, reaching out and making sure, and he was already on it, just to make sure the boys were okay. It's a lot to process, and
Yeah.
obviously support Eric and the family and this journey they're about to go on. So I appreciate, you know, I'm not there with my son, like a lot of families aren't, and you worry about them anyway, but it is a nice feeling knowing that he's got them covered.
Yeah. Again,
The whole coaching staff, I will say, the
Yeah.
coaching staff,
they're taking care of them
they're
on the
taking care
pitch
of
and
them.
off the pitch.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's right. Yeah.
So-
It's one of the aspects that, you know, we talk about sometimes, but it's mainly, you know, on pitch performance that we discuss. But there's an aspect of this, like, okay, here's my son, you know, here, try to take care of him while we can't do that because we're, you know, 1,000 miles away. Like, there is that aspect. It's not just on the pitch and at practices. It's a lot more than that a
Right.
head coach has responsibilities for. And John Roberts certainly does a fantastic job off of the pitch as well with helping these young men become men. That's a part of athletics at the college level, even though it's a club sport, there is that part of it too. So, and of course, we wish the well for well for Big E, and his journey that he's experiencing or will be experiencing soon. You know, I wanted to post the actual GoFundMe link. If somebody wants to send that over to me on Facebook Messenger, I'll get that out there too, because I know that they've exceeded their goal.
They have. I can forward
yes.
that to you as soon as we're off. Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate
Yeah,
that. I appreciate that very
absolutely.
much. What else do we have for you folks? I appreciate your time. Let's see here. This is a good one right here. What would you say to someone that is on the fence about donating to the Give4Garnet campaign today? What would you say to them about, you know, participating in the donation process?
I would just say, go ahead and do
Come
it.
on. I mean,
You're changing lives. You're impacting these young men. And,
Right.
you know, I think we're all very lucky. And I think, you know, it's our duty to pay it forward. But more importantly, you know, if you go to a game, if you meet these young guys in a bar, you meet them at a house, you're going to immediately like, wow, that was time and or money well spent, because they're just tremendous. They're respectful. They're always willing to help, always willing to give a hand. And, you know, that makes it really easy. It's, you know, it's hard to say no, candidly.
Right.
So, saying yes is always easier. So just say yes.
There you go.
and even I know that the players all give or encouraged to give, you know, I mean,
That's right.
of their own, like, you know, we as parents do our thing. And then I know that, and I think that's really important for them to learn now about giving back. Because hopefully as they continue in life and get more successful, they'll just continue to donate.
That's right.
But I think it's important for especially the young alumni and kids to learn to pay it, you know, to give back.
100%. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, if you're a young alumni out there and you're not currently donating, I would just encourage you to at least participate in some small way, you know, $5-10 towards this campaign, or just $5-10, you know, on a monthly donation basis. You know, you're paying it forward. You know, if you had a great experience with Carolina Rugby, you know, go ahead and put that little amount of money towards this main goal of just continuing this thing on, because, you know, I talked about this earlier. It's not just good vibes that we need to keep this thing going. There is a financial requirement that has to be met, you know, specifically for, you know, Coach Roberts to continue to do his thing and be an excellent coach for our program. It requires some monetary you know, stuff going on.
And I would just stress that no amount is too little.
Right.
So just give whatever you can. Yeah.
Absolutely. Give what you can. We appreciate everybody that's donated so far. We're killing it. I was looking at the leaderboards earlier, and we're just, we're running away with the early donations. So, just keep that stream going. And I think we've talked about this as well throughout the day. Is I'm sure people at Carolina are looking like, look at this rugby program that's generating all of these donations. So it's just a nice reputation builder as well. They know about us. We've been around for almost 60 years as a club sport. We're the oldest club sport at Carolina, but to see us bring in a lot of money, I think is always a good thing, right?
Of course.
Can't hurt.
Yeah.
Can't hurt.
Yeah.
This is a big one too. If as you guys are parents, you've sent your son off to the University of South Carolina to play rugby and whatnot. If there's a parent out there for a high school student or a transfer student, what would you tell them about their son coming to Carolina and playing rugby as a Gamecock?
I mean, I could probably talk to them for hours about why they should do that. As a mom who tends to be a little more of I guess I've been known to be a helicopter mom. I'm trying, but it's hard when you send your child off to college in general, but especially at distance. I never really felt like he immediately was embraced. South Carolina is a huge school. So you go there and you normally need to kind of find your, people. And I mean, he went out a little early his freshman year for rugby. He had to go like a week early. And I mean, his people were found immediately. Yeah. The way that the upperclassmen and even his peers in his class embraced him and each other. Yeah. I mean, you have all these kids coming from different backgrounds and different experiences, and it's amazing how they take care of each other and how that became his fraternity. That became his, because I remember when he went there, he's like, obviously I'm going to play rugby, but I'm not sure about a fraternity. Well, that was his fraternity. That way.
Yes.
And and obviously the school in general, he's had an amazing experience just with South Carolina, but I question what it would be like if rugby wasn't at the core of it.
Right. Sure.
And I think that's what's made the experience as amazing as it has. So
I think
tell them to go.
Yeah. I think that's a great endorsement for sure about, I'm sure there's some folks out there watching that's not just, Carolina supporters and fans. There may be some guys out there that are considering the University of South Carolina as a destination to come play rugby here. So, and maybe their parents are watching as well. So I think that's really good information to provide, and hopefully they come and play rugby as a Gamecock and then can donate as well. That would be great.
If anybody has any questions, we're happy to answer
There
any.
you go. There you go.
So
Love that.
Yeah.
Final thing here, and you guys have been great, but what message do you have to the Carolina Rugby fans and supporters out there watching this right now? What would you say to them specifically?
I would say continue doing what you're doing, because obviously the program wouldn't be where it is today without their continued support and dedication to it.
Right.
Whether it's the alumni, the coaches, all the folks over the last 60 years, people like the Smokers, it sounds corny, but their time or treasure, it makes an impact. And you can see it, every Saturday in the fall when you're down there. You see it in the spring on the sevens. So, I mean, continue to do it because it works and it truly is impactful.
100%. You got anything to add to that, Cindy?
I agree. No, he said it all. I mean, I think you just have to continue showing up for the boys because, I do wish that sideline was packed. I would love to see, like you mentioned, I think they should have their own field. Like I want like an actual scoreboard, scoreboard, whatever he wants it to be.
So if anybody from the university is listening, they need to do their job.
No kidding.
So they need to get on it.
Kidding.
I think
they need to get on.
That would be our ultimate goal. And listen, we get it. Our son's not going to benefit from that field, but you have to pay it forward. Like if we only thought about our own kids, we wouldn't. That doesn't help.
Right.
So we plan on being part of the program for a long time.
Great.
So that's what I would love to see for their future. to see it more university support it. Am I allowed to say that? Okay.
Yeah, of course you are. Yeah.
So
that's great. Well, we definitely want more university support. I think we have it. There's not a field yet, so that's like one of the top priorities is having our own field, having our own practice area. Yeah. I actually went. My fiance Crystal Lee. She went to the Coast Guard Academy. She didn't play rugby there, but she was a softball and a basketball player. So we went to a rugby game, and I was shocked. They have a legitimate nice scoreboard, and I think they're a D3 program there or D2. So they're not to the quite prestige or reputation of the University of South Carolina, but they have a scoreboard. I was blown away by that. So, we've got a couple things that we want to have take place for this program in the very near future. So. Yeah. And money's required. It's just not all the good vibes. Good vibes are great, but money is also necessary. So you guys have been awesome. We've got Tom Darlington chiming in here. Great dialogue. My son Tommy leans on these boys, and they are there for him. Great culture at the University of South Carolina rugby team, for sure.
Yep, for sure.
All right, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you for what you do.
Happy to help. Happy to help. We've got 2 words to exit this particular interview here in 3, 2, 1. Spurs up.
Spurs up.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay. Man, we're getting down to the nitty gritty now. We got 45 minutes until 2 o'clock. We're at 121 donors out of 250. I will also mention that we have 21,180 dollars out of our 50,000 that we are hoping is met as our goal. That it just continues to get more and more each year. I think 36,000 was our first run 2 years ago, 40-something thousand last year. So that the mark has been set at $50,000. And with your help, everybody watching right now, you can help us achieve that goal for Carolina Rugby. All right. So we're galloping now, man. From the very beginning of the live stream at 8 o'clock this morning, I'm going until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's been a blast. We've had some great conversation, some great interviews with excellent people so far, alumni, players, parents, as we just had on the McKernans, who've done a fantastic job really seeing, what is the phrase? Being the change that they want to see in the world with the charter buses and the nice meals and nice accommodations for their son, and all potentially future Gamecock rugby players don't have to experience what I experienced back in the day with uncomfortable car rides and gas station Twinkies as a meal. But there's something to be said about that as well. But I would much rather have been in this current class where you're traveling in style to these events. So let's get the updated ticker going here. Let's see where we're at. And then I also want to talk about these incentives that I haven't mentioned in a while. Let's see here. So the current amount raised is very even. On the actual website, we're looking at $1,500, but we have to add in that $10,000 from Jeff Smoka because we've reached that milestone, the one that I described earlier. So our total right now is $21,500, folks. We are really close to halfway there. We are so close to our goal of $50,000. So if you haven't donated, now would be a great time to do that. You can follow the link that's in the description of this video. I've also posted this at 12:53. Here it is right here in the chat. That is our Give4Garnet unique link. And I will describe a little bit more about that here shortly. We've got some stats to go through, but let me update the ticker first. Ooh. Okay. Let's see how many donors that we've had in total so far. Let's get back to that. 126 donors, ladies and gentlemen. That is awesome. And as we have been for several hours now, Carolina Men's Rugby Fund is #1 in the student clubs and programs leaderboard by a country mile. We have 126. The next closest has 50. So we're doing really well. We've got 1 day and 40 minutes left for this tally to be completed. So if we're continuing to stay in that leadership area of number 1, we will get $1,500 as a bonus to go on top of the money that we raise here. So that's great. Let me update the donor amount here. There we go. So now we're up to date on the ticker that's right below me here, describing the amount of money that we've raised and the amount of donors that we have towards this amazing, great day for Give4Garnet. Let's check out the universities as well. I'm curious to see what the total amount is for all aspects of clubs. I mentioned earlier the USC Sumter Fire Ants Athletic Scholarship. All of this is, adding up to. We have $766,258 raised in total today for the University of South Carolina. 4,853 donors, which is a lot of donors. Let's continue to move down here on this list that I have in front of me. This is the social media all-star leaderboard. The social media ambassador with the most gifts through their unique ambassador link will get to allocate a bonus fund to their fund of choice. The number 1 slot, when this is all said and done, the number 1 person will receive $4,000. The second will receive $2,000, and the third will receive $1,000. I mentioned this earlier, but we do have an updated amount. John Roberts has 110 donors that he has used with his link. So that is awesome. He is running away with it so far. There's still a lot of time left, but the next closest social media all-star is only at 46. So we're really kicking butt in that avenue. All right, let's talk about the Hall of Fame committee real quick. Different than what we're doing here, but the Hall of Fame committee has inducted a couple of gentlemen into the Hall of Fame class. This is our second year doing this. So the class of 2025 are going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame on April the 19th of this year. It's a Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. at Capstone. You can go if you want to go to this event, and I highly recommend it. It's also going to be coinciding with the spring awards ceremony for our Gamecock Rugby men's team. Check out uscrugby.net. Put that into your URL and hit enter on that bad boy. Go over to the events tab, which is to the far right, and click on that, and it's going to bring up the Hall of Fame. You can fill out this little questionnaire here, but below that is this big box here where you click to purchase your tickets. Tickets are only $50 a piece. That's a pretty good deal, I would say. Excuse me. And that's my little 2 cents about the Hall of Fame. Hope to see everybody that's watching this and everybody at home that watches this in the future. And if you've donated, make sure you come out to this event. It's going to be great. I mean, we have to honor our legacy of great rugby teams over the years. And a great way to do that is the Hall of Fame, recognizing these individuals. And I'll let you know who they are right now. Warren Muir, Rick LaBelle, who's been on the show earlier today, Dr. Frank Walton, and Jeff Smoka, who has already donated $10,000 because we reached 100 donors. All of these guys are extremely worthy recipients of that Garnet jacket that they will be putting on for the first time at the Hall of Fame committee induction ceremony. So all cool stuff. What else we got for you? I wanted to talk about some of the other bonuses that are out there and available. I've already mentioned the All-Star social media All-Star Challenge bonuses, which John Roberts is leading right now. As we mentioned earlier, and we showed in the chat, the furthest zip code will receive $1,000. So if we get somebody from really, really far away, like an Australia, like a Wales, that is able to donate any amount of money, the furthest that donates, that club team or whoever it is, that fund will receive $1,000. We definitely want that to be us. Another thing is as the dust settles a day from now, if Carolina is number 1 or number 2 in the club sport area, the student life area, they will receive $1,500 for finishing first place. If they end up in second place, they'll get $1,000. So that's just bonuses that are out there and available for the club to achieve. Early giving has passed, so we don't have to talk about that at the moment, but I'm sure, our numbers are pretty high with early giving as well. Let's talk about the player incentive really quickly. Players can influence other people to donate, like family members, their friends outside of rugby, all of that sort of stuff. So there is a nice player bonus that is involved in this, and I'm not sure how they're going to tally that up, but that's beyond my pay grade. But the player who is responsible for the most gifts receives 20,000 Chick-fil-A points. Folks, that is a lot of chicken sandwiches, I'm sure, and waffle fries. The player who finishes with the second most donors gets 10,000 points. So that is also a lot of waffle fries and chicken sandwiches. But here's the big one. All right, if you're watching, you're saying, Phil, I'm not a player, but I am a supporter and I want to donate. Well, here's a nice incentive for you. All donors who make a $100 gift or more are entered into the Carolina Rugby Foundation drawing to receive a 3-night accommodation at Four Seasons Resort in Mexico. And the place right beside of it, you get a 2-night stay at it. It's also the Four Seasons in Putamente. These oceanfront resorts are adjacent to one another and can be combined for 5 nights lodging. So if you do, let's say, a $500 donation, that's going to be 5 raffle tickets that will go into the hat, and that we will draw one name, and that person will receive these 5 nights of lodging at this very nice oceanfront resorts. This, of course, has to be redeemed by September the 20th of this year. But do you need a vacation? I know I do. So hopefully one of you fine people that are watching this right now will win that. But you can't win if you don't play. And the way you play is you got to donate at least $100. And your name will be included in the hat. So what does this go towards? We're going to get here momentarily to our next guest. But what is the whole point of all this, Phil? You may be saying to yourself. The whole point is, John Roberts, the head coach of the University of South Carolina, we have to raise $100,000 each year for his salary and benefits. Since arriving at USC more than 3 years ago, he has guided us to 3 conference championships, more than any other active coach in the Southern Collegiate Rugby Conference. John Roberts is more than a coach. He is our mentor, chief fundraiser, and a top recruiter, and has elevated our program and rugby experience. Your gift supports his salary and will fund stipends for our assistant coaches. In addition to that, there's this little awesome thing called the SMOCA Endowed Rugby Scholarships. Currently, 38 of our players receive a rugby scholarship. Out-of-state scholarship recipients save approximately $11,000. That's no chump change, folks, especially in this economy. A year, so that saves a year of net tuitions of $11,000 on average. Jeff Smoka, our assistant coach, and his family have funded our scholarships. Please honor Jeff Smoka with a gift today. Another thing is, we just talked about it. Bill and Cindy McKernan, lovely people, were on the show. I interviewed them just not too long ago, talking about the Student Experiences Fund. During the 2024 and 2025 season, a generous gift from rugby parents Bill and Cindy McKernan funded charter buses to travel to away games, team meals, creating a first-rate travel experience for our players, coaches, and staff. And we invite everyone, particularly the parents, to join Bill and Cindy supporting this fund. Final thing here, and I was just talking about it a little while ago, to fund top shelf alumni and parent events. Each year we host several first-class events, including our annual With You weekend, which attracts nearly 150 participants, and our Hall of Fame and Club Awards banquet, which attracted 135 participants last year. These outreach events are expensive, but they are vitally important as we create memories and build our rugby community here at the University of South Carolina. Continue to build that up. All right. Our guest is in the green room right now, so we're going to get to them. Let me grab my questions. We got 5 new chats as well. We'll have to get to that. Let me see here. All right, I've got Mark's questions in front of me right now. Here we go. Mark Rockefeller, how are you, sir?
I'm good, Phil. How are you?
Hanging in there, hanging in there. Let me reduce our size here. There we go. Okay, let's get right into it. You're joining here on the 6-hour broadcast for Give4Garnet. What is your origin story with rugby, sir?
Well, I started watching rugby back in the 70s when I lived in Wales, and my uncle was playing for a first-class team over there called Pontypool.
Wow.
And I used to watch the games on TV, and ended up going to South Carolina thinking I was going to go to small college possibly before that and play football, and realized I was probably a little bit too fat and slow to do all that. But luckily found the game of rugby in my sophomore year at Carolina, and never looked back. I just fell in love with the game. I knew a good bit about it from my early years of watching it, and just naturally kind of had some really good mentors along the way and some fantastic friends that kind of helped me along. And it just really turned into a great, probably 20-year run there for me.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's amazing. What were you doing in Wales? A military family, or what was that?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's a family resemblance that I'm seeing because your brother is on our Hall of Fame committee. I'm like, oh yeah, I see it. I definitely see it. So
especially now since he's lost weight.
There you go. Yeah. So we talked about your origin story. What position did you actually play though for Carolina?
Started out in '83 playing second row, and I think I'd been to practice maybe 2 weeks or maybe a week before we had our first game against club side Greenville, and really hadn't this first time I've been playing, so I really hadn't had a chance to learn the position well, and they just had me follow. I'm sure you know Howard Hunt.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Howard was one of my teammates, and they said, "Listen, just follow Howard everywhere you go, and everywhere he goes." And I said, "Okay." So before the game started, I'm following him around everywhere. We're warming up. He all of a sudden just runs off towards the woods. I thought I was supposed to run with him, so I go over there. He starts throwing up like he did before every game. I'm like going, "Okay, I don't think I'm supposed to follow him this much," but
right.
So I played second row for about a year and realized that that was a good position for me. But there were some bigger guys that came in, the taller guys that probably fit the role a little bit better. And I moved back to 8, and I ended up playing 8 for the rest of my career, and really enjoyed playing on the back row of the scrum.
Incredible. Yeah, a second row guy here for sure. I wish I could play 8. I was never fast enough to do that. So yeah, you'll have that. You'll have that.
I wasn't that fast, but I was a little quick maybe. But I made them believe I was fast. How about that?
There you go. That's right. That's half the battle sometimes, man.
Right.
You were selected as an All-American as a player for Carolina. How was that determined back then?
I don't really know. There was because we really didn't have the organization that they have now, and I'm very, very impressed with what they have going on right now. Particularly what Jeff Smoke has been able to do for not just for Gamecock Rugby, but for USA Rugby as a whole. He's been very instrumental and very giving of his time.
Oh yeah.
Back then, there were I think there were selectors for the Eastern Rugby Union, and we had a reputation. Our club, Gamecocks, had a reputation of being a very big, forceful team. And I think I was one of the smaller guys at about 240.
Oh wow!
And our pack was very large. We'd go to these men's tournaments, and back then the collegiate teams were few and far between. We didn't have nearly as many organized teams as they do now, and so we played a lot of clubs. And I think there were selectors from each club possibly, and after watching few of us play, they were able to say, "Hey, we'd like this guy to represent us at the ERUs or whatever."
Right.
And from that, I was able to play at different higher levels.
Gotcha. What was your playing career beyond Carolina like? Did you continue on to men's clubs and things of that nature?
I did, yeah. I ended up graduated South Carolina in '86. stuck around the extra semester because I was 6 hours short and would rather hang around and play another semester of rugby and go to football games than graduate and not know exactly what I wanted to do. Graduated in '86 and went over to Wales to visit my family, and my brother and I, my uncle who played for Pontypool in the '70s, put together a charity match and against. It was a local charity, local wine bar, which is like a pub, their team against a select side of what we would call Hall of Famers or professionals. They included folks like J.P.R. Williams, who was a world famous fullback, Terry Cobner, captain of Wales, Bobby Windsor, Charlie Faulkner. All these guys are people, if you're in anything to do with Welsh rugby, you would know those names. And we happened to be on the all-star team. And it just so happened the coach of the Pontypool team, which my uncle had played for, was there, and his assistant coach was playing in that game. And they watched me play and invited my brother and I to come play for Pontypool Athletic, which would be their B team. And so I was able to, we played for them for a couple of weeks, and Philip and I played. It was probably one of the proudest moments, playing on the same team that my uncle had played for, and playing on the same pitch that he had played on. We were able to move to the first team, and so I played for Pontypool in the Schweppes, which is their big beverage company, the Schweppes Cup in the Pontypool against a team called Aberavon, and from there, the coach of Pontypool had reached out to Ed Burlingham, who was at the time the Eagles coach. And he said, "Hey, you need to take a look at this kid." And I just did what I did from learning from playing with the folks I had played with in the past, and came back and got picked to play for the Junior Eagles. And so that was quite an experience in '87.
Wow, incredible. I mean, are you alone in that selection? I feel like there hasn't been, obviously, a USA Rugby Eagle coming through Carolina, but at the junior level, are you the sole participant in that, to your knowledge?
I don't know. From what I understand, I may be. There may be one. I'm not sure if a good friend of mine, Kim Pipkin, I think he may have made it that far.
Potentially.
I was fortunate enough and enjoyed that little run we had. I was teamed up with a fellow, actually I was a roommate with a fellow named Tom Billups, who became not only the starting hooker for the U.S. Eagles for many years, but he ended up being the coach of the Eagles. Friend of mine. Tom was my roommate back in when I was a Junior Eagle. So it was a lot of fun, great experience. A lot of the guys I played with on Junior Eagles did make it to the next level, which back at the time was quite a thing. The problem was back then there was absolutely no funding for it. So everywhere we went, I will say that South Carolina, the guys pooled their money together and helped me get out there. We had a travel agent on the team, a fellow named Keith Charette, who helped me book some. You probably know Keith. He helped me book some travel, and the guys got behind me and helped me get out there.
Incredible. That's awesome, man. Yeah, great story for sure. We got some comments coming in here from Carl Casper, one of my favorite personalities here. Most handsome man in rugby. Very good. And your brother chiming in. I heard that weight comment, brother. There you go. From Philip.
He looks good now. Looks really good.
Yeah. Hey, good for him, man. Good for him. All right. Let's talk about some more stuff here. Was there any overlap between you and Philip playing at Carolina?
Yeah. I tell you, when I first got to Carolina, I was 3 years ahead of my brother, and he used to come down and visit me while he was still in high school. And he had football game maybe that Friday night, and the Saturday he'd come down and visit me. Well, half the time we'd get him in a B game. And here's a kid, that's 16, 17 years old, playing in a collegiate a B game, and he'd show back up to school, his high school, the next morning or that Monday morning, all bruised up and beat up. They can't figure out how he looked like that after a football game, but he would show up with his face all scraped. We stick him up front as a prop, and he did a great job up there. But so we did have a chance when my senior year to play together at Carolina, and we had a lot of fun playing together. We had a
bet.
great time when we went overseas playing together.
Yeah.
Probably one of my fondest memories of rugby was playing with him alongside with me. And a second thing I was really proud of is watching not only him play in an old boys game, but he had both his sons out there playing at the same time, which was,
wow.
I thought that was really, really cool.
Yeah, that is super, super cool. I mean, what a moment, I'm sure, for him and your family to experience that. Let's go over to the printing business. You're
Yeah.
involved with it's screen printing, right? Is that?
Yeah.
Yep.
We do everything. We do. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, how did that come about?
I was in at Carolina that extra semester and really didn't know what I wanted to do. And we had a really good lady, Ada Thomas, in the business school, who took an interest to all of her students, not just me, but she said, I think you'd be great in sales. And I really didn't know what I wanted to do at the time. And there was several companies that I interviewed with, and one came up and I think I was changing the oil in my motorcycle, and she called my roommate and said, hey, you need to send Mark up here. I think he'd be a good fit for this. And I went and met this company, and we hit it off, and it was a sales position. And I really liked the fact it was a consumable product that I'm not just selling one thing and never seeing you again. I'm selling you a box of something, and hopefully you use it up, and we'll see each other every month or whatever. But so I got in the printing business and moved with that company from Columbia to Memphis, Tennessee. And I remember I was playing for Old Gray at the time. And I remember my boss asking me if I'd move, and I met him in Atlanta, and I reached into my briefcase at the time and pulled out the ERU directory, which was a Eastern Rugby Union directory. And I flipped through it, and I looked, and I said, okay, there's a club in Memphis. And he goes, what was that? And I said, well, there's a rugby club in Memphis. So yeah, I can go to Memphis. And he goes, well, what happened if there wasn't one? I said, well, I guess I'll be starting one.
That's right.
He was pretty insistent on me going. So I was able to get out there and play with a club side over there, which was great.
That's awesome. Yeah. So we, pulling the curtain back a little bit, I do another show for the New England Free Jacks, and we had a sponsor for quite a while called Inkify, and they're right there in right outside of Gillette Stadium there in Foxborough area. And I went to visit their facilities. It's incredible what you can do with the screen printing business and their whole operation. They do stitching and all of that sort of stuff. It was a fascinating tour that I took, and I was really, really blown away with what you can do just to print stuff on T-shirts or stuff like this where it's like
That's right.
out, like it's just really, really cool. It's fascinating for sure. But how long have you been involved in that and now at this point, and what's your favorite design you've ever done? Because I know you've helped out with Carolina Rugby over the years too.
That's right. I think the interesting thing to me about our industry is how rapidly it's changed. When I first started in this industry is we've had to adapt along with it. The technology is certainly it's getting stronger and stronger every year.
Yeah.
When I first started, it was multiple part carbon interleaved forms, which most people on here that are under the age of 40 probably have never seen. But that's how we started, and we did a lot of ink on paper. Then we started getting into the advertising specialties, which is your screen printing and embroidery, purely out of necessity. And it kind of went hand in hand because the people who were buying the printing also were buying the ad specialty items. I think that one of the coolest designs that we have done was the tent that we did for Gamecock Rugby. It turned out really, really well.
Nice.
Always proud to be able to help Coach Roberts where I can with that kind of stuff. I know that those guys are doing the best they can, and this is the industry I'm in. So if I can help them along the way, then I'm happy to do so.
No, it's a huge resource for sure that we can reach out to you to get this stuff that we need. It's really great, and I appreciate all of your hard work over the years, getting involved in that and helping us out. What's your impressions of Coach Roberts? Speaking of Coach Roberts, what's your impressions of him and his time since he's taken over the program at Carolina?
I think when we first, I had a great friend of mine, Neil Corey, and I. we were running the club. We had to back in the 80s. We'd have a coach come in, a coach leave, and that was just normal. We'd have a player coach most of the time. I filled that role for a year or two. But Neil and I would go and we would organize, we'd get the money, whatever little money we could from the university. I think at the time, the first time I went and got a check from the university as a sports club, I think it was like $600, and I think Neil was able to talk them up to $2,500 because we had upcoming trips for different tournaments, and we had a good track record from a standpoint of our play and our record. I think the biggest thing what I see from Coach Roberts though is taking what we had back then and making it, using the technology that's available today and using his resources. When I say that, his players make a big impact on. I just got a phone call this morning from Sturgis Trentis, I think it was.
Yeah.
And he was such a polite young man on the phone. And I purposely asked him questions to, because I wanted to hear his story.
Right.
And I just said, I thought to myself, if Coach has got all those players doing that, he's going to be very successful.
That's right.
We didn't have the technology, that's a side thing because John Roberts would have figured it out anyways. He would have. He's that good of. How many? I can't tell you the number of thank you notes I get in the mail from either a player or from John himself, and that means a lot. The written word is huge, and the phone calls, and I just think that I remember watching what he did at Furman. I don't think a lot of people know what he did at Furman. I remember going up and visiting and watching some of his games, and he was the head coach of the ladies team up there, and I think they were national champions several times. He did a heck of a job. So we're very, very fortunate to have somebody like John Roberts there. Very, very fortunate to have Chris Murphy and Smoka, helping to match gifts that we are all contributing. And with that being said, I'm challenging all my 80s guys to come alive today and let's do our part here. When Sturgis called me this morning, I turned right around, took that link and donated. I thought that was a class act that he reached out to me. And that's a lot of Coach Roberts right there.
100%. He's been so good with communication, right? Like that was his profession, his day job for a long, long time. So the communication from the club just instantly elevated when he was put in as head coach. The newsletters that we get, the thank you notes that you're talking about. I'm involved with the foundation. I knew that the letter was coming, but when you get it, you're like, man, this is something special here. A handwritten note, as you're saying, is worth its weight in gold, man. It really is. And to see what the program has done over the years is impressive to begin with, and the results on the pitch have also been really good too. So that keeps everybody happy around here too. So very, very good stuff. We got some comments coming in. We've got Gamecock Rugby reaffirming Mark here. Mark helps us with T-shirts, note cards, branded tents, and tablecloths. There you go. And what else do we have here? We got your brother chiming in once again. Phil, ask Mark where he grew up and if he's willing to talk about it. His life before living in Clinton, fascinating childhood, inspirational. All right. What information would you like to provide there from your brother?
Well, it's a long story, but it's it's a good story. My brother, sister, and I all grew up in a children's home, and so we all. I think that's probably the proudest thing the thing I'm probably most proud about is all three of us graduated from that children's home, went to college. All three of us graduated from college, and have had successful careers. I own my own business now, and rather than there was a lot of people who are contemporaries back then that never got out of feeling sorry for themselves. So we took a different road, and I think, and quite honestly, my friendships with the rugby community, two of my best friends, I think I mentioned Neil Corey earlier, and Doug Kahn, who was in my wedding, still are my best friends, and it's just been, nobody ever felt sorry for us, but we never felt sorry for ourselves. We just we picked ourselves up, and it was a driving factor, and so I'm very, very proud of the fact, looking back, that I was the oldest and was hopefully an influence on my brother and sister as well.
Yeah, I mean I would thought he was joking around. That is an inspirational story, man. That's fantastic. Good for y'all. All three graduated college. That's great, man. Looking good, Mark, coming in from Carmack Arms and Outfitters there.
That's my buddy Doug Kahn.
There you go. We got Roy chiming in, an assistant coach. Big shout out to our academic All-Americans. Last year we had 12 or 13 players and a goal of 15 this year. One must be rostered and A-side for half of the schedule, or either 15s or 7s. There you go. So give a shout out to them. Our academic All-Americans, very, very cool. They must maintain a 3.5 GPA for both semesters. And I can tell you right now, based on that number, I would have not been able to been an All-American, academic All-American at Carolina. So there you go.
They probably would have kicked me off the team because I wasn't close to that for a while.
I hear you.
You were talking about asking about Coach Roberts. And I think that's the other thing I've noticed with him as well. When I listen to him speak, and I watch some of the videos he puts out, those kids are, he's not only grooming a good teammate environment, but those are fine young men that he's bringing up. And there's an interest as well in their grades. And it's easy to get in that group of people like that and be focused on other things. And I'm sure they have their fun and everything. But at the same time, I think having somebody like Coach Roberts in there, it has made a huge difference on these kids' lives, and they won't forget him. I mean, that's somebody that's going to be a very instrumental person, and we're very fortunate to have him as that kind of mentor for that team.
Yeah,
and I hope he's there for many years to come.
Me too. I think he's a key to our success recently in the past couple of years. And I'm inviting Coach Roberts to my wedding. Spoiler alert, I'm getting married in Las Vegas next year in February, and he's going to be on that list. Like, we have these foundation meetings, and I have worked closely with him with this show, with this broadcast, and the Hall of Fame committee. I just think he's a fantastic human being. And that's part of his success is he projects that. He's a great leader. He's a great example of what a great man can be. And I think the players see that, and they are motivated by his success on the pitch and off the pitch as well. So,
right.
For sure. Heck yeah. What else we got here? How does this program, the team, the Hall of Fame committee, the foundation, how does all of it continue to get better in your estimation, Mark? How do they do that?
I think the foundation. I mean, one of my favorite sayings is, "You can eat an elephant a bite at a time," and I think that they have taken on an elephant, and they have been going at it for about 2 or 3 years, very strong. Yeah. And they're making a dent. And I think the biggest thing that can happen now is to increase the number of people who are getting those thank you notes, that are getting those phone calls. Not any fault of the current what they're currently doing, but it's my group. It's people from the 70s, people from the 80s, people from the 90s that can step up and provide their information and be willing to say, hey, you know what, I had a great experience there, and because of that, I want to see it continue to grow and be part of something very proud. I would love to see. The way they're playing right now, it's worth going to games just to watch them, because it's a different game than what we had when we were growing up. We were in shape, we were big, we were fat, we were slow, but we were good. Yeah. What they're doing now is a lot faster game. These kids are in shape. I mean, they're working out well. So I think the biggest thing that can help where we currently are is to increase the number of alumni that are willing to impact the program in a positive way.
It's a great way to describe it, for sure. I think these things could be implemented, and we would be more successful in that. And of course, we're already moving up that mountain. We're climbing up there. We just need a couple more steps to reach the top. And I think that will definitely help, for sure. We've got a lot of comments coming in. You're a very popular guy here, Mark. Let's see here. Ask him about Astro the dog, unofficial mascot for the team back in the day. What's the story on Astro?
Astro was I had a rugby buddy of mine, showed up to practice. That's what I think I was playing for Old Gray at the time. splitting time between Old Gray and USC because it was my final semester there. And I knew I had to move on from the Gamecocks after a while. And one of the players showed up, a guy named Kevin Franz came up and he had this dog with him. And he goes, son, the old, just watch the dog for a couple of days for me thing. Yeah.
Right.
So this couple of days turned into several years, and he turned out to be he was my companion. This is before I had got married and before I had kids and everything. And he would come to every practice. And one great story about him is that, I mean, he was very loyal to me and my friends, but he didn't like to see me get tackled. This guy from the Citadel tackled me from out of and knocked me out of bounds near him, and he just went nuts. And so luckily everything was fine, but it was he enjoyed the rugby game, but he didn't like to see anybody tackling people in the garnet and black.
Very protective, old Astro the dog.
That's right.
Yeah. Love
Astro
that.
the Wonder Pup. Yeah.
Ask Mark about being inducted into the Hall of Fame. Okay, so how would you feel if you were to get the call to receive the Garnet jacket one day? Let's spin it that way.
Well, of course that would be an honor. It's I had a wonderful career at South Carolina. I think what Doug is probably mentioning is I just got inducted into the Memphis Rugby Hall.
Oh, okay. Yep. All right.
Yeah. There. Yeah. But I was after I left South Carolina and I just got through playing for the Junior Eagles. I played for a team called Old Number 7 in Memphis, and so I was probably at the top of my game about that time. I was 26, 27 years old, and made a big impact out there, not just with the team, but the team on me as well. And we took Old Number 7 to a different level. Got involved with the sevens program at that time. I really didn't know that much about sevens. And next thing I know, I'm playing for a team that we went to the national championships. I think we made it to the quarterfinals that year up in Milwaukee. My saying back then is I may be fat, but I'm slow, but I knew how to cover the field pretty well. Absolutely. It'd be, I think it'd be an honor for any of us to be able to be in the Hall of Fame of any program. And of course, the Gamecock program would be very close to the heart.
Absolutely. I think you have quite the resume, and, we'll see how it all shakes out in future years for sure. But let's move over to Carl Casper's got some points here. Great point. Certainly my story. We have to give back to something that made such an impact in my life. I mean, he's making a lot of sense there. You want to give back to something that has provided a lot of joy to you over the years. I think that's just a part of being a good human being, right? Like if you have the capacity to give back, of course, then.
Well, I think there's a lot of way. Carl's absolutely right. And I've gotten to know Carl because of the get-togethers during tailgates and that kind of stuff. We host the alumni parents weekend tailgate at our tailgate spot, and Carl's been a part of that, making sure he's there, and we've got to know each other better. But there's a lot more you can do than just monetarily, support from a standpoint of showing up to games, just encouragement to the coaching staff and recognition of the coaching staff. There's a lot of time and effort and energy that goes into building a program and coaching those players. So hats off to those guys. So the biggest thing that we can do is be aware of the fact that was a big part of our life. And quite honestly, my best friends have come from that group of people.
Right.
I was a member of a fraternity at the same time, and between those, between rugby and fraternity, my grandfather was right. He goes, you're going to meet lifetime friends. And he was absolutely right. And I still stay in touch with many of them, probably more so of the rugby guys than I ever thought I would. So it's a good group of people.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's something that we continue to hear throughout the day, is just how important these guys continue to be in the lives as you go forward beyond college. A lot of guys were, in each other's weddings and stuff like that, and they continue to be best buddies to this day. That's what's so magical about With You Weekend, where these guys get together and it's almost like they're 18 again. It's really cool to see. Yeah, for sure. A couple more questions, then we'll get you out of here, Mark. If you were talking to a high school player right now, or a transfer player wanting to come potentially to South Carolina, what would you tell them about coming to Carolina and playing rugby as a Gamecock?
Well, if you just look at the Gamecocks right now from a standpoint of any of their athletic programs, we're on an uptick big time. You know, South Carolina has, back when we were playing, it was all football, and I think the '70s probably basketball was their main thing. I remember some of the national, you know, some of the not national championships, but some of the players that, you know, were really, really good. I think South Carolina, if I'm not mistaken, it's almost doubled in size since we were in school. I mean, the '80s and to where it is right now. I mean, it's a lot of people. So it's a major university. It's got great environment from an athletic standpoint. I would say, you know, take a look at the university, take a look at the curriculum, take a look at the program that we have with the rugby club, and look at the organization. That's the thing I think I'm probably most impressed with is the way that these kids get together. The number of kids that are out there playing and John's able to hold on to. You know, we were lucky to field a B-side. There was many times I was playing I remember I think my brother and I played several A, B, C, D games if we had to, you know, but now you got enough to field a A side, a B side, and possibly even a C or even more than that. So I would say look at the program, give them a chance, and I think you'll find that it is as a parent, my concern would be safety. Would be concerned, you know, are these guys crazy like I've always heard about rugby players? Yeah, but they are. But it's organized chaos. It's not just a bunch of boneheads like we were. These guys actually have got some stuff going on. So yeah, give it a look for sure.
Heck yeah. Final thing here, what would you say to the supporters of Carolina Rugby that might be donating now or, you know, throughout this entire Give4Garnet day? What would you say to the fans out there?
I would say to all my friends out there, you know, I hope you got a phone call this morning and did donate. If you didn't, I jumped right on, helped out the club. I feel passionate about this. I was very impressed with my friend Jeff Smoke, willing to do a match the way he's done. If you're not aware of it, look at that. Up to $25,000 match. That's, I mean, there's people like that out there. That all we got to do is our part. And we can do our part. So for all you '80s guys, get on there. You know who you are. You know you're my friends. You'll see my name on there as a donator from this morning or donor from this morning. I usually try to do what I can from a standpoint of the print and promotional side of things, but I also do an annual monthly gift. So the challenge is out there. Let's make it happen for these guys. Let's keep Coach Roberts around.
Love that. Awesome, Mark. You've been fantastic. We're going to say 2 words to exit the video in 3, 2, 1. Spurs up.
Spurs
Thanks,
up.
buddy.
All right, guys. See you.
Bye. That was great. I didn't know Mark going into the interview there. I know Philip, of course, Rockefeller, who's a part of the Hall of Fame committee, but he was fantastic. Really appreciated him jumping on here. Yeah, very great stories for sure. Inspirational stuff. And let's go ahead and update the ticker because it is now past 2 o'clock. We've got less than an hour with me here remaining doing the live broadcast. So let's make the most out of it here. Let's find out where we are on the tickers here. Let me log back into the website where I've got all of this information on here that tells me the total. So we've got this number right here, and you know we're expecting maybe one more interview if Coach Roberts wants to jump on. We've been talking about him all day, so if he can jump on. And just as I say that, I can hear in my headphones that Coach Roberts has jumped on to the broadcast here. Let me update the ticker before we have him jump on here because I know he's going to be talking for quite a while because me and him can go with talking. So what are we doing? Putting a 10,000 in addition to this because of the $10,000 donation from Jeff Smoka today, which is fantastic. Let me put that into where it needs to go so I can give you the update here. There we go. So we're at $23,470. Everybody give yourself a big pat on the back and a round of applause for that. Let me find out where we are in terms of donation, actual numbers, a number of donors, I should say. 140 donors. That's awesome. That's fantastic, guys. We're doing so good. Great. 140. There we go. We've got the updated ticker down there below right now. And joining me at this time, he is the man that we've talked about the most. If you were drinking an adult beverage and you took a shot every time we said Coach Roberts' name, you're probably on the floor right now. John Roberts, how are you, sir?
I'm good, Phil. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great. I'm great. I think I keep telling people this is a 6-hour broadcast, but I'm looking at the top. We've already surpassed 6 hours. So this is actually a 7-hour broadcast. That was a poor math on my part, but it's been great. It's been really good so far. I've got my second wind, if you will. We've had some really good interviews. I don't know how long you've been able to watch, but we've got some real good ones today. A lot of passionate people about the Carolina Rugby program.
Yeah, it's been great. I've been listening to it on and off. My head should be bigger than this television in the screen right now.
There, let's do this. Like, there we go.
There we go. Yeah. I kind of have a large cranium anyway,
So yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of compliments about you and your leadership with this program, taking it to a new level here. No disrespect to the guys before, but we're just trying to elevate this thing even further than where it's gone. And I think you've definitely helped and been a key player in that in the past 3 years. So let's back it up a little bit. I don't have any notes for you at all. Like, I don't have any questions, but I'm sure we'll figure it out as we go along here. I wanted to ask you about the season so far for the spring. Now, we're doing something unique here with the Atlantic Cup for 15s and also 7s running simultaneously. So give us a rundown of what's happened so far with that.
So it was over the summer, a group of, rugby administrators, coaches, approached me and they were interested. I mean, there's always been this gap in the spring with us, with a lot of programs is, they take 12 or 15 guys and they play 7s, but then the other part of the team, and sometimes it's 30 guys,
right,
really don't have anything to do. There's no games to play. Sometimes you may schedule a friendly 15s game, but there was really nothing to play for. And so what these folks had developed was the something to play for. And we call it the Atlantic Cup. Mm-hmm. And it's a developmental 15s division. And, there's teams that are from Virginia and Maryland, and then a little farther north, there's 5 of them, and there's 5 teams in the South. And it's developmental 15s. So it's us, UNC, NC State, and those are the big club teams that are doing it. And then Life, of course, and Belmont Abbey, and those are varsity teams. So they're doing it. So we're guaranteed, 4 games, and we also scrimmaged Old Gray, so that's 5. And so the guys have something to play for, the 15s guys, and they've really enjoyed it. And it's a lot to manage, because what we do, like this weekend, I mean, we're sending a charter bus to Raleigh with the 15s guys. We're sending a charter bus up to Blacksburg for the tournament up there. Mm-hmm. So, but we've as an organization, we've risen to the challenge. We've gotten through it okay so far. The guys, the 15s guys, are 1-1, and we got creamed at Life. I mean, most of their developmental 15s guys are all varsity level athletes, and so it was that was a tough one. So
yeah, I mean, you see a scoreline like that, we're like, well, there was clearly a better team on the day, and all you can do is kind of learn from that experience, right? But I mean, you expect that with Life, like that is a prestigious, historic program that is competing at a very, very high level within USA Rugby. So it's great that you guys even wanted to do that. A lot of teams would shy away from going to play a program like that, but not South Carolina, man. We're fearless.
Well,
We'll play anybody.
yeah. It was definitely an experience. So, I'm always a big believer that what does not kill you makes you stronger.
There you go. Speaking of which, I just got a Charlie horse in my leg, so let me stretch out my leg right here. I'm good. All right. I know you're a competitive guy, so with the 15s program in the spring and 7s as well. Like, how are you doing, and where do we go from here?
I think we're doing good. I mean, we took a big, giant step up. I think after year one, when I was here, and we got better pretty quickly. We went from being kind of a mediocre club team, I guess, or was it was weird, coming out of COVID and stuff, and then we took a big leap, and then but what's happening is you're seeing about 3 or 4 teams, in the conference that are really kind of separating themselves from the others, and Tennessee's gotten a lot better, Clemson's gotten a lot better, we've gotten a lot better, and of course, Kentucky. We play in a very good conference. The teams are very, very solid coaches, solid recruiting, good organization, so the competition is tough, but it's good. And, the games are, as far as 15s goes, I mean, I think, we're right there. I mean, we played Kentucky in the fall, and we were actually beating them maybe at the 50 or 60 minute mark, but they just have so much depth, and they brought on their subs, and overpowered us at the end. Clemson, we've been able to nip Clemson a couple times. They beat us last year. I mean, even when we play them in 7s, we got them here about 3 weeks ago in 7s. I was kind of surprised that we beat them by that much, but because it's always a coin flip, with them, and that's good, because the first thing you want in a rivalry is that you want to be competitive, because that gets more interest.
Exactly.
But Troy's doing great work over there, and then we won the 7s, because we've been more constructed physically like a 7s team, than 15s, just because of our body makeup of our team, and we've done well in winning 3 conference championships there, and we're doing okay this year. We're missing some guys who are in Europe right now, and that's fine. I think a couple of the guys that were our leading scorers are over there now, Grant Rowland and Nick Dubois. Those players. Yeah, of course. Dynamic. But they're gone, and they're having a great experience, and that's what's most important. It's not a big deal that they're over there. I mean, we want them to do it. I mean, this is just about them having a great student experience here at the University of South Carolina. And what's interesting is that I think there's 7 or 8 of them, and they're all over there spending the time together.
Right. That's great.
And so they're doing good. And we got, last weekend we went 1-4 in the Premier Division. We played a bunch of varsity teams, lost to Queens twice, lost to Clemson the last play of the game, beat Rio Grande. And this weekend we go up to Virginia Tech. So up there, the field of teams is a little different. They're, mostly like Virginia Tech and some other big club teams. Tennessee will be up there. Kentucky will be there. So we haven't seen Tennessee or Kentucky up yet. We got a little bit of a look at Virginia Tech, but it's going to be club teams. So hopefully, if we can, just stay healthy, the fact that we've been, playing all these varsity teams should pay some dividends when we get up there this weekend. So,
I mean, listen, it's super exciting, and I know very soon there's going to be the conference championship. That you guys have won 3 years in a row, which is an incredible achievement. And as we have in our talking points here that I've said a couple of times, no active coach within this conference can say that. So what's your thoughts on the conference tournament, and how excited are you, and what's your confidence level of being able to do a 4-peat, which is an incredible, if you get to that point, that's an incredible achievement. It's already an incredible achievement to have 3 in a row, but
Well, it's always super competitive, Phil. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, you have to remember that the last 3 times, every time we won the conference championship, we've won it on the last play of the game.
So crazy.
You know?
Yeah.
No, I mean, we could have very well lost all 3 of them. I mean, I think the first year we beat Clemson on the last play of the game. I think the next year we beat Tennessee on the last play of the game.
Yeah.
And then last year we beat Kentucky on the last play of the game. So it's skill, it's a little bit of luck, it's bounces, it's calls. You know, I'm generally a half glass full guy.
Yeah.
I'm optimistic. Yeah. I think we have the guys to do it. And I think we just need to play well. We're not good enough to play average and beat a really good team or just an average team. I mean, we have to play well when we go out there.
Yeah.
And sometimes, some games this season we play well and sometimes we don't. We put up a stinker and it shows in some of the scores against the varsity teams, against the really good ones.
Right.
But I think we're pretty healthy right now. We'll see. Knock on wood, knocking on my wooden desk. It's Charlie Dwyer, who's our best sevens player, and I normally don't like to say, oh, he's the best sevens player, because other guys on the team are good. But I mean, he just makes things happen so much when he's out there.
Yeah.
And he's been missing for a while now. I mean, he's strained his ankle really, really bad. He messed up some ligaments back at the Wake tournament, but he's in the the healing protocol now. And we're pretty confident we're going to get him back for the SCR season. We better do good in Greer, because my family lives up in Greenville, and all my kids and relatives and friends are probably going to be coming out to that.
Yeah.
Coming up to that tournament. So pressure's on to do good for me.
Absolutely. I was going to say, it's in Greer this year. I kept forgetting about that. But Roy was mentioning it, and I'm glad that he did, because I just want to promote that. Greer's not that far away from Columbia, relatively speaking. So all the Gamecock fans or the parents that are in surrounding areas, make sure you come to that tournament to be heard. We want to have a great away cheering fans. I mean, if it's in the state of South Carolina, there's really no excuse. If you're a Gamecock rugby supporter, you got to get out there to Greer to cheer on the boys. Speaking of luck, talking about winning on the last play of the game for 3 consecutive years to win a conference championship. Do you have like a lucky rabbit's foot? Like, what do you have any superstitions in rugby?
Like if we're at a tournament,
yeah,
and we're winning, and I have on like a coat or something like that.
Yep.
And we're winning, even if it gets hot, then I will keep that coat on.
Gotcha.
The entire time. I mean, so one of the things this is going to be kind of maybe speaks a little bit my personality is that when I work out, okay, like I'm getting on my little treadmill or my elliptical thing, and before I start it, I'll say, if you don't burn 500 calories in the next 25 minutes, your team is going to lose this weekend.
I mean, whatever helps you get to where you need to go, I guess, right?
Yeah, I use that. I mean, I'm a pretty competitive guy. I mean,
I know you are.
I'm the oldest of three boys. So my little brothers and I were always wrestling or competing in football and basketball and everything. We lived in a very testosterone-filled household. So, but I just love the game, and
I know it comes through. It definitely comes through. Your passion for the game of rugby is it knows no bounds, my friend.
Well, and sometimes it's not all good, because I started to grind my teeth at night, and my teeth are starting to hurt, my jaw's hurting, and then I say, okay, why am I getting this bucksism? It's called bucksism. Why are we doing that? Why am I doing that? And it says, and I get it most of the time during the rugby season, because they say if you're a competitive person and you just grinding and thinking your mind's going crazy, that you end up grinding your teeth. So, but anyway, no, it's all good. I love it. It's I've missed it so much when I was away.
Right.
From the game, and to get those competitive juices kind of flowing again is, particularly with something that you can impact, it's been good. It's been good. So.
Good. Quick question for you here, and I've asked a lot of people throughout the day is, whether it's the team performance on the pitch or it's the Hall of Fame, or it's, the foundation, how do we could continue to move this thing forward? What steps need to be taken from here, where we are at this moment, to get to where we need to be?
When I started it, the initial thing that we could do was to improve communications in our platforms. That's low-lying fruit.
Yeah.
And we did that pretty quickly with the help of the kids, and it's taken off.
Yeah.
And then, we wanted to, and you've been on much of this journey, and then the next step was building out successful events that people wanted to come to.
Right.
And we've been successful with that. And then we built out our scholarships, and then we did the Hall of Fame. So we keep checking these things off. The thing that is really kind of holding us back now, or the next step, is our facilities. Our field's not great. I mean, it's actually pretty poor, and
there's literally a hole in it. So
I know it's just overused. I mean, all these other field club sports use it. I mean, it gets 18 to 20 hours of traffic every week.
Crazy.
And you can't. There's nothing you can. You can sod it every year. It looks okay in September,
right?
Mid-October, but then by the time mid-October is over, then it's just worn up.
Yep.
So, and we don't have an experience out there. You've been out there. I mean, it's just a field, and there's no scoreboard. There's very little stands. It's not an experience for fans,
right?
But we're working with the school on it. And it's just slow going sometimes. They know we want it. I mean, we've had our donors talk to our, some of the leading administrators at South Carolina. They're aware that we have, money on the sidelines. We could do something off campus pretty quickly, I think, but we don't want to be on campus. We want to be on campus where the kids can come to school.
It's the University of South Carolina rugby team, so we want to be as close to campus as possible, ideally, right?
Yeah.
It's a march through a swamp, and I don't mean that in a terrible way. I just mean it's a slow pace working within the university structure to get this thing to where we want to be.
Yeah.
So
and then it seems like we take, like a step forward and then a couple steps back, like we talked to them about a couple different places. And I think those places are still on the table. I do know that, improving some of the field facilities, for the university is a higher priority going into next year.
Okay. What else do I have for you, Coach Roberts? I had mentioned earlier, I don't know if you heard this, you're invited to my wedding. That's happening.
I've never been to Vegas.
What?
I'm not a gambler.
I'm not either.
But I do enjoy a libation every once in a while. And one of my favorite things to do is just to people watch.
Yeah, that's the perfect place for it.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll see you out there on February the 17th of next year, maybe.
All right. Well, I'll have to mark that down to make sure that we're not doing anything then.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be your first time in Vegas, and we'll people watch together.
Can I bring my wife over so I don't get in trouble?
Of course, it's a +1 situation. Yeah, absolutely. Brandy's welcome for sure. For sure. What else? You want to talk about Big E for a little bit?
Yeah, I do. I'm glad.
Do you have an update?
He has a Cambridge site, so I would encourage everybody just to go to Cambridge, get a login, go in there, pull up his page, and keep up with it. His mom Leslie is updating the site quite regularly. The last I read a couple of days ago is that he was all set to go and to get chemotherapy. So he has, for anybody that doesn't know, he has stage 4 sarcoma, and it's a rare form of sarcoma too. I think they had a hard time finding a physician that actually treated it, but they found one. The good thing is that Big E's up in Philadelphia, and there's just lots of good, doctors up there. And to my understanding, I mean, he was all set to get his port and start the chemo, but then a very promising clinical trial became available. And so they decided to go that route. So that's kind of where they are. I asked Big E if he would be on the show today, just if he wanted to update everybody, but he, he's on a diet. He's on a kind of a weird diet and stuff. And I know he's on other medicines. He's on a what do you call it? A keto diet? What is that?
Oh, keto. Yeah. Okay. Low carb, high protein type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, like the other stuff that you eat, like the carbs, were conducive to the cancer growing or something. I don't know. He told me. So he's been, but he's kept in touch with the team, and I try not to bother him too much. But I update the Carrying Bridge. I look at the Carrying Bridge website, and we text back and forth every once in a while. But
that's good.
Big E is our. I think I've told you this. He's the best among us. He leads our Bible study. He leads our prayers. Before all the games, and that's just kind of part of our identity. Is the support and the praying and the patriotism too. That's part of what our identity is all about. And it just blew everybody away when we heard about him. But he's probably, because of his faith, as well equipped as anybody in our team to go through this thing.
Right.
But no, we wish him well. And then the guys are having a big fundraiser. So I don't know how many people are watching or will watch the the recording of this, but tomorrow I think it's from 10 to 3.
10 to 4.
10 to 4. Yeah, we're doing a fundraising event out in front of the Russell House, and everyone's going to donate. Like if you want to shave a rugger's head, like $5 to do a swipe or something.
Right. Yeah.
Needs a lot of money for that, and then they're directing it all to his GoFundMe page. I think everybody on the team, or pretty close to everyone's going to get their head shaved.
That's awesome
out there.
That's awesome.
I'll be one of them. So okay, it's not too much of a sacrifice because my coach Roy doesn't have any, so he's
right.
So he's like, I'll do it, of course. You won't be able to tell with him.
Maybe Coach Roy, somebody can tip $50 and he can shave off his eyebrows or something like that.
Yeah. We also used to do that back at the rugby house during the day.
Yeah.
When I was there, that if you had too much and you fell asleep on the couch, then you woke up with no eyebrows.
That's right. Yep. That used to happen, and that will continue to happen, I'm sure, throughout the years to go. Let me see here. We've got so I posted this. This is the GoFundMe for folks that are interested. Obviously, we're talking about Give4Garnet today, but the Big E GoFundMe is also in the chat now for people that would like to donate. Any little bit helps, of course. And I don't know Big E, but the way that you described this to me is I was shocked when I heard it. There was a couple times as you were describing, I was like, I'm going to tear up here. Talking about when we were doing the foundation meetings, like it's just what an amazing young man it seems, based on everybody's account. What an amazing young man, humble and still strong in faith after something like this to happen is just really, really impressive. He sounds like a really impressive young man.
Absolutely. When he told me it was a Saturday, and he had some a labor and tear in his hip, and he'd been trying to rehab it, and it wasn't going well, So he was going to go in and get the trainer said, "Hey, you got a torn labrum, go in and get it scanned, So if you do have to get surgery, then you try to get it as quick as you can so you can get back for the fall."
Right.
And he was going in, I think, for a scan maybe on a Thursday or Friday, and we had a scrimmage against Old Gray. and it was in I can't remember what date it was. Maybe it was January, but it was one of those really nice January days where it was sunny and the kids were out there warming up and we're playing over at Owens Field, and the guys have their shirts off and it's a sunny day. They're just enjoying this great day, and he came up and he said, without any sort bad expression on his face, he said, "Oh, coach, I have a update on my labrum." And I said, "Okay, well, come over here." And we kind of pulled him off to the side, and he says, "Yeah, I got a torn labrum and we're going to have to do surgery. And, but I got some other news." And I was like, "What?" And without even, his expression did not change. He goes, "Well, they found a mass in my leg." And I said, "Oh, do you know what's going on?" And he goes, "Well, they're going to talk to me and I'm going to get the results, but I'm leaving tomorrow to go back to Philadelphia."
All right.
And he said he's was going to have to, withdraw from classes. And so, of course, when he says that, but after that, I mean, you would think after just a day getting all that news, you would just be totally despondent. But after that, he just walked over to the team.
Yeah.
And he was laughing and playing in the sun with the guys.
Wow.
Like everything was fine. I think he realized it could have been his last time with them for a while. And
Right.
he was looking around with them and enjoying it. But
what a great perspective to have in that moment, right? Like for me, I'll probably be like really sad. It's not a great thing that's taking place, but for him in that moment, that is extremely mature to be like, okay, this might be my last time with my brothers. I'm going to go enjoy that moment. That's
yeah.
big.
I mean, his last time with his brothers for a while.
For a while, that's what I meant. For a while, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
So yeah, right.
Yeah, he probably knew he wasn't going to see him for a while. He was just going to enjoy it.
Yep,
so
exactly. Yep.
But I don't think Cindy mentioned this to you, but we're getting like Big E warm-up shirts,
okay.
to wear, and so we have that going on. And then we encourage everybody to pop in on that live stream tomorrow to watch the boys. I think I'm getting shaved around 2 or 3 o'clock.
Nice.
So if you want to pitch in and watch that,
very good.
You can, and then once we get, it may be next week or at the end of this week, but maybe next week, I want to try to get like an image of all the guys, with their bald head and write a story about it, and then try to push that out, maybe to the rugby press and local media, Gamecock, and see if we can get a little more interest, in Eric and supporting him. I mean, I think they've done great with the GoFundMe, but it'd be great if we could just kind of blow it out of the water and make sure he's really taken care of.
Definitely. I think that's all, very noble things for the club to do to get behind Big E. He sounds like a very, very special young man, and we wish him the best. We wish him well for sure. What else you got for me, Coach Roberts?
I want to thank you for everything you're doing. I mean, I was kind of taking notes a little bit in what Matt was talking about. I know we had a lot of stuff, a lot of advice. I will say that, one of the things we do with the school, and this is, probably something that that's kind of within my bailiwick, is that when we talk to the school, if you go in as a rugby program, and you go to your administrator, like your VP or someone in admission, or maybe a VP for development, or even if you get an audience with the president, they don't necessarily care how many conference championships you've won. Right. But if you say, hey, we have a 95% student retention rate year over year, hey, we recruited 7 or 8 guys to come enroll at the University of South Carolina that would not have known us if it were not through rugby.
Right. Yeah.
When you say 80% of our parents make a gift to the program, each year, or we have 100 alumni that make a gift each year. Yeah. Those things, when you speak to them about parent engagement, alumni engagement, student retention, student experiences,
right.
That's, and the recruiting, that's their love language, you know?
Yes.
And I think that's what a lot of programs miss, you know? They just think that, you know, having a dominant team on the field is what's going to impress, you know, the administrators, but they just look at it a little bit differently, you know?
Well, I think you're our secret weapon when it comes to that sort of stuff. You speak that language because you've lived in that world for so long, right? In secondary education. So, weren't you a dean at the Piedmont College, right?
I wasn't a dean. I was just I was an AVP. So,
Okay.
yeah,
But
so I headed up
you
the
know that
marketing
world.
and communications for the college, and then I was a communications director. I was there for a long time.
Gotcha. So yeah, I mean, you know the language that they speak. So that I think that's a huge benefit to us that you are able to speak that language, right? So so it's not so you're not just talking about the wins and losses. You know that language, so that elevates our program in a different way within the university. And I think
what it does is it helps you it helps to open doors, you know, doors for opportunities. Like Rebecca, I'll tell you this. I mean, she's Rebecca Lancaster in development. You've met her. I mean, she worked with you in your plan gift, and thank you for your plan gift. And that's something we're going to really encourage folks to do is make a plan gift. I mean, that's kind of the next big step for us is to get more people get. You can make a plan gift now, and you can be celebrated for.
That's right.
Where you're living. So
yes. And by the way, it's an easy process. Rebecca does a fantastic job. One of the best within the university and she makes it an extremely easy process, helps you understand what you have to do. And it's not that difficult. So that's what I wanted to let everybody know about. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, she's a great relationship person. So she has relationships with a lot of our larger donors, you know. So she cultivates people's builds. I mean, everything you do, if you're a development officer, it's based on, it's relational. You know, like if you're raising money for the university, I mean, it's always been told to me that, you know, it takes you about 3 or 4 years to pay for yourself, right? Because it takes 2 or 3 years to develop those relationships, and then they bear fruit. You know, later on. But she's been real close with Cindy, and I know she's talked with Chris Murphy a lot, and some of the ones that make bigger gifts, and but having someone who's an employee of the schools helps us to make those connections.
Right. Exactly. Definitely. Well, we're getting close to the end. The broadcast will be over at 3:00. Let's get an updated ticker here going.
Let me see if I can find it. I'm looking at it on my screen too here.
Okay. I'm looking at 13,620, so I'm going to add 10,000 to that. Let me see.
Let me see. Well, Rick LaBelle just called me and said he was going to donate $500.
That's great. Awesome. Appreciate that from Rick.
He was having a hard time with the link, though. I mean, some of these old guys are like that.
Right. Yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm sending him the link. He's going to donate. So let me look. I'm looking at it with you, pal. Let's see.
So I've got it up here. $23,620 is the total amount when you add in the 10,000, and I'll go ahead and add in the 500 that you're talking about from Rick because he's good for it. So that'll bring us to $24,120. I mean,
and then Jeff's other 15 are going to eventually come to us.
Okay.
Right. So use your math. How much is that?
I got it. We're looking at $39,120. I'll go ahead and update that right now because we know he's good for it too. Thank you, Jeff and Rick, for your generous donations. Let me see here. Okay. And
so that gives us about, to reach our goal of 50.
Yeah.
50 was a stretch goal for us.
Yeah.
That puts us at raising about $10,000 more by the end of the day. And if we do continue to do well on some of these incentive gifts, we might get as many as $5,000 or $6,000 in those incentive gifts.
Yeah.
That's
a huge bonus. Yeah. That's a
big
huge bonus.
So I think the 50,000 goal is reachable. So we just have to see about the number of donors too. We just need to continue to just beat that drum.
Yeah. So everybody that's watching right now, we've got plenty of people watching right now. Make sure you share the link on social media. That certainly helps, and we would appreciate that. So, what do we got here?
Just share it with your friends and ask them to pitch in $10.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking all our players to do. Just $10.
Yeah.
And some of the other people just want to give a bigger gift, but we just want to get as many people making a gift as possible. Participation is the main driver here,
Yeah. I've been wondering this all day. This 20,000 Chick-fil-A points, what is the translation to dollars? I mean, how many waffle fries can you buy for that, for what the player
let me see.
Get that? You got
I'm
the
looking
app
at
on
my
your
Chick-fil-A
phone?
app right now because I want to be kind of precise.
Yeah.
So here's what happens. Every time we go on an away trip, all the kids want to go to Chick-fil-A. Right?
Sounds like my fiance, yeah.
And it's paid for. And actually I like going to Chick-fil-A because I know that when we go in there and we have 60 kids to feed, they just don't get overwhelmed. They churn it out. I mean, they're such a good, they're run so well. I think a sandwich is maybe, like 20,000 Chick-fil-A points will get you about maybe 25 or 30 sandwiches.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, that's a nice little incentive for the players to encourage donating, right? So the winner will get 20,000 Chick-fil-A points, and the second place will get 10,000. But there's also this great incentive for everybody that donates more than $100. Right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that. How did that come together?
Well, the way it comes together, it's pretty neat. We have a rugby parent on the team, and she's a travel agent, and she gifts us, because she's very good at what she does, is she gifts us certificates and awards that people give to her. Tiana is who it is. And Tiana, and she's her son is Nick Clark. And I think for the With You weekend, she gave us like a 2-night stay or 3-night stay down at Disney World.
Universal.
What's Disney World? What's the other park down there?
Universal.
Universal.
Yeah.
And Bill Seymour won that. The parent
That's right.
of Dylan Seymour won that. And so we have 2 hotels, or not hotels. They're really nice estates, 4 Seasons estates, resorts. Right there on the Pacific Ocean. They're right next to one another. And so one of them is 3 nights and the other one's 2 nights. So you can go down there and you can stay, for 2 nights at one, and you move over to another one that's just as nice, and you can stay there. So you get a little change of scenery. And what you get is just, you get 5 nights accommodations. So now I promised Tiana I would not really talk about the monetary value of this gift, but
she wants you to talk about it. It's well worth.
She's on there.
Over $7,500. I mean, that's a lot. That's great.
Yeah, it's a big gift. So anybody who makes $100 gift or more is entered into the drawing.
That's right.
Okay, so if you make $100 gift, then you get 1 ticket in the bowl. If you $200, you get 2 tickets in the bowl. So it works that way. And so it may take about a week or so once we get beyond this to get a donor report for everybody. We have a list of the donors who are, who have made contributions. But what I don't have, what's on the back end, is the donor amounts.
Gotcha. Okay.
So once I pair that with the donor, then we'll get a big bowl. Maybe we'll do a live stream thing where we pull it out and celebrate it that way. Try to create some drama and anticipation.
Love that. Yeah, it fuels engagement, right? So Tiana's watching from Dubai right now. Incredible.
Yeah.
What time is it there? I wonder. It's got to be late. So I appreciate her watching right now. Roy's saying, and she takes amazing photos during every match. There you go.
Well, I mean, one of the things that Tiana does that's great is she handles all our travel, right? So at the beginning of each season, you know, I send her what our games are, where they're going to go, and then she will go out and use her contacts to get us not only the best deal, but the best place. So before Tiana got here, I was booking the hotels, or we had another guy was booking hotels, and I was just looking at, okay, who serves breakfast?
Right.
All right. And that's somewhat affordable. But because she can leverage, you know, I guess her business, you know, she gets better rates for us at better places. Like when we go to Athens, we stay in downtown Athens. You know, we go to Raleigh. I know she's got us hooked up at a hotel in downtown Raleigh.
It's awesome.
When we went to play Wake Forest, I mean, we were at a super nice hotel right downtown in Winston-Salem, you know.
Love that.
And before we'd be out in the suburbs and have to drive in. It'd be a little more hassle, but she does great. I can't speak enough praises, you know, for what she does. And she's always super responsive, you know.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's great to have these resources within the parent group, right? Like this is really something that's helping our program with these incentives and stuff like that, and also with the travel. You know, trying to get the best place available at a good price. Obviously, that's always a factor when you've got these type of budgets and stuff like that. So that work that she's doing is the Lord's work, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, it absolutely is. And you know, I think I've had this conversation with you. Is, you know, when you build out, you know, an organization, you try to professionalize it. You know, one of the things that's particularly when you're asking people to do something for free, you know, but they love, you know, the organization, you try to find out what their passion is and you put it to work for you, you know.
Yeah.
This show right here is a prime example, you know.
Yeah.
You know, you have a passion for this and you're working for us and you like doing it. Tiana's is, you know, her work, and, you know, Bill Roden, you know, loves doing the events, and
yeah,
you know, so he puts on a great Hall of Fame show, and
that's
know,
right.
That's good, and different people contribute in different ways.
The people is what makes the difference, right? Like we've got some great people that help out with this as volunteers, and you know, it's just great to see. We've come a long way, John Roberts, in the 3 years that you've been the head coach of the University of South Carolina. And what's really cool is like we're all on a journey together, right? You know, we've got the McKernans helping out with the charter buses and that fund. You know, we've got Jeff Smoka being able to contribute financially, and you know, we're so lucky to have him as somebody that's been devoted to this program for over 30 years, whether it's be a coach, you know, a fundraiser, all of that sort of stuff. It's so cool to be a part of all of this and talk to these people that are a part of our program that have left a legacy here with us, whether it be Rick LaBelle or Matt Godak, these Hall of Famers. Everybody has had passion that I've spoken to today for Carolina Rugby, and passion takes you a long way, and it's definitely helped this program to be where it is today. But as I said, what's so cool about this journey is we're just getting started, man. We're just getting started.
We are, you know, and we appreciate everybody pitching in today, and also pitching in, you know, with you weekend. You know, we're just always, each year we continue to sort of widen the net a little bit, you know, get more people involved. And we haven't, in terms of our, you know, alumni engagement and our outreach, you know, we do a little bit more each year.
Yeah.
And each year we touch more people, you know, so it gets better. It's going to continue to take, you know, some buy-in. There's a lot of older alums that we still would like to kind of get reconnected with the program. Have never been asked to give, you know, they'll kind of hopefully watch this show or pay attention to our social media communications and get re-engaged. We're seeing some of that.
Yeah.
We're seeing some of that.
For sure.
You know, we just keep on rolling on, and we appreciate everybody's gifts today.
Absolutely.
And your attention to all this to make sure that we can keep the train moving down the track, my friend.
That's right. We got to keep on trucking, brother. So chugging along. Well, unless you got anything else, John, I'm gonna let you go. I know you're a busy
Well, I
man.
know you got a flight, man. You're going where, out to Portland?
Yeah, I'm driving out there. Actually, I'm going to Portland, Maine, which is not that far
Well,
away.
Portland,
from
Maine. Okay. I was
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
say,
yeah,
you're not
yeah.
driving to Portland, Oregon.
The less famous Portland. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, just going out there. We were supposed to see, Crystal Lee and I were supposed to see a country music act that we enjoy, but I guess he had a little bit too much fun on the road and had to cancel some of his dates. So we've got this non-refundable hotel. So we're going to go out there and just, see what happens, I suppose. Go eat some Portland pie pizza and just have a good old time.
Well, good.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Phil. I know you'll have a good
welcome.
time out there, and we'll look forward to seeing you in person, I guess, down here for the Hall of Fame.
That's right. Cannot wait.
About a month or so. It's coming up real
Coming up
fast.
real fast. Yeah, it's less than a month away, John Roberts. So I'll definitely see you in person down there. I've told everybody that my introductory speech as the chairman will be short and sweet, and I told them to start clapping gently and then louder if I go beyond 60 seconds. So
we'll have one of those big canes or something.
Yes, just hook me in.
Or maybe we'll just have like Peter there close by, and if you go over, he'll just tackle you or something.
Love that. Great idea. All right. Well, I'll close it out here in about 11 minutes, but I'll let you go. We're going to go through a couple more things. We'll talk about the incentives again, because there's still time to donate. That's the great thing about this thing. It doesn't really end until tomorrow, in terms of the final tallies and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it ends tomorrow. I mean, our giving link will work until then. I mean, we really try to push the go button all day today.
Yeah.
But if people can't make a gift today, they can make a gift tomorrow, and we'll be fine. But we'll pretty much after today. The next big thing is just trying to promote Big E's thing and help that family. I mean, the stuff that Big E's going through and his fund, and it's bigger than what we're doing.
Yeah.
Here, it's life and death stuff. It's cancer. It's much more serious than trying to raise $50,000 for our endowment. I mean, what we're doing is important, but when you have a player that's doing something like that, it's important during these times to put it in perspective. There are many things much bigger than what we're doing here today, and one of those things is coming up in the coming days, and in the journey that this young man's going to be going through.
It's something that nobody should have to go through, but especially somebody in the prime of their life like that. My just heart goes out to him, man. It really does.
Yeah. He's got a lot of love. So, if you're out there and you're listening or you're watching recording this, pray. Eric Elkin, pray. Eric Elkin. We believe in the power of prayer. We pray for Big E every week. We ask you to pray for Big E, and help them pull through this stuff. Pray for healing.
Absolutely. With that being said, we're going to say 2 words to get you off of the interview here. In 3, 2, 1, Spurs up. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, bud.
Bye. All right, we got about 9 minutes left in this broadcast. I still haven't packed to go to Portland, so that's something that I'll have to do here really quickly as soon as I jump off of the air. But it's been a good time. Let's wrap her up here. So we started at 8 o'clock in the morning. Well, really, I woke up at like 6:30 and have been working on this up until we went live at 8 o'clock in the morning. I went to bed at around 12:30, 12:45 last night, trying to, prior to that, just preparing for questions and stuff like that. And I will say that John Roberts did a fantastic job with the run of the show. I didn't have to worry about that. The schedule was made by him. He reached out to everybody. We were able to get this schedule going. And then I was able to build off of questions from there late last night. So, and my other thing that I do here, you'll see the 2 Eastern Conference championships and the national championship for the New England Free Jacks. I had 3 interviews on Monday that I recorded, edited, and have been releasing. So that took quite a bit of time on Monday. So I was already tired to begin with. This isn't a woe is me type of appeal here, but it's been great. When you do a lot within a short amount of time, you're like, gosh, now I have to go do this. But it's been a real pleasure talking to everybody that I've spoken to today around and involved in Carolina Rugby. I am proud to have played for Carolina. I'm proud to continue to help Carolina Rugby get as good as they can. I'm at a loss for words, obviously. Here, folks, I've been on the air here for 7 hours before it's all said and done. But it's so great to listen to people talk about their passion and love for this program. And it definitely kept me going throughout the day, just hearing people's excitement for the program and let them tell their stories about how Carolina Rugby has changed their life, how this community has affected them in a positive way. It's been really, really good. So let's not forget to donate. If you haven't donated yet, now's a great time to do it. We've got, the rest of the day for this Give4Garnet. The live stream will end, but the commitment to continue to donate and help this program does not end by any stretch of the imagination. It just continues. And, I think we have the people in place, whether it be volunteers or paid coaches like John Roberts or his assistants that have been chiming in here. Roy's done a fantastic job today to keep me motivated, just throwing in, comments in the chat and stuff like that. I think the people that are a part of this university rugby program are special people. And this program is going to do great things for the years to come. So all of that being said, we've got about 6 minutes left. So I'm going to go over the information, the incentives once again. Let's actually take a step back for a moment and talk about what we've done today from 8 to 3 o'clock today. Earlier this morning, we had at 8:15, Chris Golden, who is the father of 3 Gamecock rugby players, 2 that have recently graduated and 1 that is a sophomore, I believe, or a junior currently playing on the team. And then if you want to talk about extended family, he's got 2 nephews that are playing for Carolina as well. So that's 5 relatives that are recently Carolina graduates and have played for Carolina or are currently playing. So it was great to talk to him. Great talker, great interviewer, and just you can tell he's very passionate for the sport of rugby and also for the Gamecocks because of his sons and relatives playing on the team. The Rowland family was fantastic as well. Grant Rowland, the president of Carolina Rugby, the team, super impressed with that young man, and I completely know now why he is so impressive, because his mother and father are very impressive people. The living legend Rick LaBelle was on with us at 9:45. Rick, me and Rick are buddies, even though he's like much older than me or whatever. Like I'll hear from Rick every once in a while. He'll give me a call just to check in. He's a great member of the Hall of Fame committee. He will be inducted into the Gamecock Hall of Fame on April the 19th, and I hope everybody can attend, because Rick LaBelle is the real deal. He may be. There's a lot of people that you could say, well, he's Mr. Carolina Rugby. Rick LaBelle is definitely in that conversation for being Mr. Carolina Rugby. It's him and Jeff Smoka, as far as I'm concerned, as the number one guys. He brings a lot to the table with the foundation, and I think that came through for the Hall of Fame committee. I think that came through in the interview about his passion for Carolina Rugby. A real delight today that I didn't know Peter Blackburn going into this, but he did a fantastic job. He put up with my silly questions that I asked him because he's a player, right? And we had just a great time talking to Peter. He's a fun guy. My buddy Dana Cochran, a young alumni who's also on the Hall of Fame committee, joined us at 11:15, and he was at work. He's doing his day job, but he was able to join for 45 minutes, and we talked about his history with Carolina Rugby and his involvement in the Hall of Fame committee. Great interview. And then we had a living legend on as well. USA Rugby Hall of Famer, Carolina Rugby Hall of Famer, Matt Godak was on here at noon talking to him. He's maybe our most famous alumni for Carolina Rugby, being in the USA Rugby Hall of Fame. Provided great wisdom and insight about how to move this thing forward, and talking about his past as one of the real trailblazers of rugby equipment companies that really didn't exist before he was there. He told us that he invented the wheel when it came to that. So it was great that he was able to join us. Cindy and Bill McKernan, who have the Student Experiences Fund, that provide the money for the charters and team meals and accommodations. That is a fund that anybody can donate to, and they were really, really awesome to have on the show. Mark Rockefeller, who I believe is our, one of the few All-Americans, and definitely one of the few junior Rugby USA Eagles that were a part of the 80s. Great player in his day, and he's helped out the program going forward he runs a screen printing business, an embroidery business, that sort of thing. So he's always working with the club to help out with t-shirts, tents, all of that, tablecloths, all of that sort of stuff. He was a great player in his day, but he's continued to help the organization in different ways. And of course, the man himself, who we've talked about the most today, is Coach John Roberts, who was on at 2:15 and joined me up until the past few minutes. What can you say that hasn't been said about Coach Roberts? We are extremely lucky to have him as the head coach of the University of South Carolina. Everything, he has his hand in everything, whether it be recruiting excellent players on this team, the on-pitch performances, the communications that have improved vastly with this program. And he's just a great man. I think that rings true when he's on these videos that we do with him. He's just a great person. So, and with that being said, we're going to wrap this bad boy up. The final numbers as of right now, $39,120 and 142 donors, which is fantastic. Everybody give yourself a round of applause for donating. If you haven't donated, please do. The link is in the description. There's still plenty of time to do that, but we thank you very much for your donations and your contributions. If you've shared the post, if you couldn't donate, but you shared the post, you shared the link, we appreciate you as well. All the people that volunteer for this thing to continue the way it is and advancing forward, thank you for your time. But yeah, with that, we're out of here. And I've got 2 words for you. Spurs up. Go Gamecocks. Woo!